Chapter 126, How dare you take my cave abode? Chapter 126, How dare you take my cave abode? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was seething with rage. He did not leave immediately, instead standing there as his thoughts swirled in his mind while he awaited the return of the blue-shirted cultivator. Before long, the blue-shirted cultivator returned, and with a single glance at Wang Baoli's facial expression, he understood that Wang Baoli had already understood the situation. Therefore, he put his jade slip away and stayed silent. Looking at the blue-shirted cultivator, a flash appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He cupped his fists and began to speak suddenly. Senior brother, I was hot-tempered when I was on the Lower Academy Island. I was unfriendly with Lin Qianhao and once attacked his subordinates in front of him. He is well aware of my personality. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as he spoke from his heart. As he spoke, the blue-shirted cultivator was taken aback, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Qualifying for a place in Ethereal Dao College, passing the major assessments to enter the Upper Academy Island, and making it to the ranks of someone in charge of the administrative office indicated that he was not ignorant. The cultivator understood instantly as he listened to Wang Baoli's words, and he turned solemn. He realized that he had most probably been taken advantage of by Lin Qianhao, who was plotting against Wang Baoli. If Wang Baoli was so provoked by anger that he lost control of himself and resorted to violence against Lin Qianhao, the situation would have turned ugly. After all, had it not been Wang Baoli, who had excellent people skills, he would not have revealed the information. He had a duty and responsibility to fulfill, and issues implicating the cave abodes were secrets that should not be in the public eye. Had conflict arisen, there would have been trouble in his own territory, which would have affected his reputation. Wang Baoli would have appeared unreasonable, creating a terrible impression the moment he arrived at the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, which meant that he would be punished. As for Lin Qianhao, the most he would have needed to do was apologize, as he was not the one who carried out the assault. When he was rushing Lin Qianhao on the cave abode a few days ago, he did not reject but instead simply said that there would be a delay of a few days. This Lin Qianhao is trying to push all the blame to me? The blue-shirted cultivator revealed a cold, distant look in his eyes as he looked at Wang Baoli and spoke. He was no simple character to be pushed around given his experience, which had landed him in his current position. Junior brother Wang Baoli, I have rushed junior brother Lin several times. This time, could you help me to remind him again? As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and passed it to Wang Baoli. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. He had clearly stated his wishes previously, and this was exactly the result he wanted. He accepted the jade slip and turned to leave. Looking at Wang Baoli leave, the blue-shirted cultivator raised his head and turned to look in the direction of Lin Qianhao. He snorted. To him, regardless of whether it was Wang Baoli or Lin Qianhao, they were the same. However, now that he compared the both of them, he could immediately make a conclusion and was willing to help Wang Baoli and give him a legitimate reason. Now, as Wang Baoli left the pavilion administrative department, he began charging toward Lin Qianhao's cave abode, the fury in his heart burning stronger than ever. Lin Qianhao, regardless of whatever evil plots you had previously, I will hit you till you cry like a baby. Plotting against me, taking over my cave abode? The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more furious he became. He picked up speed, dashing toward the cave abode zone. From afar, he looked like a gigantic ball, kicking up dust as he charged past everyone. Many disciples within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion were taken aback after noticing the fuss. What is it? What's this fatty going to do, running at such a high speed? As curiosity arose in the disciples, Wang Baoli had arrived at the cave abode zone, specifically to the edges of the zone where Lin Qianhao's cave abode was. He raised his right hand and retrieved a big megaphone and screamed nonsensically, starting with calling Lin Qianhao names. Lin Qianhao, you bully! I'll fight till the end with you. His voice was like the thunder, exploding in pulses within the cave abode zone. Lin Qianhao's cave abode was the hardest hit, as the sound wave was so strong that it spread into the cave abode, straight through the insulation of the array formation. Lin Qianhao, who was refining dharmic artifacts, jolted in shock. Hearing the voice, he laughed coldly, knowing that his ploy had worked. He guessed that Wang Baoli had a conflict with the pavilion administrative department before coming, and now that he had come for himself, he pretended not to hear anything. Seeing how Lin Qianhao had refused to come out from his cave abode, Wang Baoli turned solemn as he stood in front of the cave abode. At the same time, as the sound waves continued spreading, people residing in the cave abodes a distance away emerged and began reprimanding Wang Baoli. "Who's screaming and shouting? So noisy?" Listening to the scolding from a distance away, Wang Baoli laughed coldly before holding up the large megaphone again to scream into it. "Lin Qianhao, I'm not the one who separated you from Jiang Dalong 1. Even though you cruelly and wickedly destroyed my Zhu Gangqiang too, but I really respected the love between the both of you." The scolding from afar stopped momentarily after he spoke before being replaced with even louder exclamations of shock. "What's the situation? There's too much information from that message. Who's Zhu Gangqiang, and who's Jiang Dalong? They sound like the names of strong, beastly males. Holy shit. This is a scoop. To think that Lin Qianhao had such preferences." As the commotion spread, Lin Qianhao could not bear it any longer. He immediately opened the cave abode and rushed out, roaring with anger. "Wang Baoli, what nonsense are you blaring? You're finally willing to come out." The moment the furious Lin Qianhao walked out, Wang Baoli's anger erupted, his body charging out immediately, and the spirit thread within him spread. His speed was boosted to the maximum as he arrived in front of Lin Qianhao, raising his right hand and landing a punch on him. Wang Baoli put in all his strength into the punch without reserving a single bit of his energy. He controlled the spirit qi from within while drawing in spirit qi from the outside, resulting in a hurricane in front of his fist that erupted right before Lin Qianhao. Despite being an impressive, capable individual who had broken through at the 8-inch state and had made ample preparations, by deploying his numinous treasures for protection, Lin Qianhao had still underestimated Wang Baoli's prowess. Now, Wang Baoli's punch, accompanied by a loud boom, directly landed on his body, breaking apart all sorts of protective measures that he had prepared. It was deafeningly loud, and his body was thrown into the air, out of the cave abode area, unable to withstand the impact. His utter disbelief was apparent on his face, but the shield-like protection afforded by his numinous treasures against Wang Baoli's punch merely made him pale-faced. "B***** Lin, I've been wanting to punch you for a long time. It's time we settle the matters from the pond cloud rainforest." Releasing his anger, Wang Baoli picked up speed as he rushed toward Lin Qianhao, kicking hard at his crotch. How could he be so fast? Lin Qianhao was taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but Wang Baoli's speed was unbelievable. As he neared, Lin Qianhao was kicked into the sky, accompanied by a loud boom once again, before landing on the mountain rocks a distance away. The moment he landed, Lin Qianhao had wanted to take cover at the side while bearing with his pain breathlessly. However, he was still too slow. In the blink of an eye, Wang Baoli neared again, grabbing a fistful of Lin Qianhao's hair and swinging him hard toward a corner. He then kicked his crotch strongly again, sending him toward the mountainous rocks in the opposite direction. This tactic was something that Wang Baoli had learned from the 9-inch spirit root. He was like a hurricane, due to his speed and strength in order to block any opportunity for retaliation for the other party once they lost it. As the loud boom reverberated, Lin Qianhao, despite being protected by his numinous treasures, was beaten to the extent that fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, and pain radiated from every part of his body as a result of the repeated attacks. He was in a daze, but Wang Baoli's angry roar indicated that it was far from over. "You still dare to take my cave abode? You have forced me into this. I did not originally intend to blurt out the information between you and Jiang Dalong, as well as my pitiful Zhu Gangqiang. You were too cruel and too overbearing." Between his words, Wang Baoli dashed out again, attacking continuously. Regardless of whether he twisted Lin Qianhao's arm or kicked his crotch, Wang Baoli was extremely vicious. Furthermore, his strength was far too superior that Lin Qianhao's, who, despite also having incredible strength, had no way to fight back or resist Wang Baoli. Right now, numerous Dharmic armament pavilion cultivators had gathered and were watching the commotion. After understanding what was going on, they were shocked. "Wang Baoli? I have heard of him before. He's the new disciple this year, and he's ferocious. Is he from the Dharmic armament pavilion like us? Why does it feel like he belongs to the combat pavilion next door?" What's this combat power? And this Lin Qianhao, is it true that he really likes men? However, why did Wang Baoli mention his Zhu Gangqiang? As the surrounding crowd discussed, Lin Qianhao's roared crazily. Instantly, it seemed like a red glow had erupted from within his body. It was obvious that he had activated his secret treasure, resulting in a light wave that allowed him to break free of Wang Baoli's hurricane-like attacks and gave him the chance to retreat swiftly. Wang Baoli's pupils constricted. There were many people around, making it inconvenient for him to unleash his prowess. Seeing that Lin Qianhao had broken free of the tight situation, he did not chase after him but instead cleared his throat and cupped his fists while facing the onlookers. Good morning, senior brothers. All of you are witnesses that once I mentioned the incident about him and my Zhu Gangqiang, he went crazy with guilt. The onlookers looked at each other, bewildered. Lin Qianhao's mind buzzed with activity. He had never experienced such an incident and had never been beaten so hard another. If that was it, he could still let it go, but with the mentioning of Zhu Gangqiang, he had lost all control. Now, his body was in intense pain, and his finger was about to break off. The immense pain in his crotch resulted in bloodshot eyes, but he did not lose logical control of himself as he forcefully calmed down. Wang Baoli, there's no use fabricating these things. The innocent will know that they are innocent. Between words, Lin Qianhao's eyes revealed a cold, evil look. He retrieved a flying knife numinous treasure, and the moment it flew, it instantly created a suppressive force. Its quality was shocking, and it was at least a 5th-grade numinous treasure. It was obvious that other than the protective treasures, Lin Qianhao had another trump card. Wang Baoli's eyes narrowed. He felt that it was not enough to simply attack Lin Qianhao. Since he had plotted against him, then he should tarnish his reputation, regardless of whether it was true or not. After all, once his reputation was tarnished, it would be difficult for him to deny anything. Therefore, he harumphed. Fellow Taoists, I have proof. As he spoke, Wang Baoli raised his right hand, instantly retrieving a puppet. It was a large puppet that was full of hair. With one look at it, anyone could tell that it was burly and strong, and the moment it saw Lin Qianhao, it became coy. The puppet let out a disturbing sound as it ran toward Lin Qianhao, its arms raised as if wanting to hug Lin Qianhao. That sound, crisp and clear, spread in all directions. That figure, extremely alluring, extremely captivating. That's my Zhu Gangqiang. After being tormented by Lin Qianhao for 3 days and 3 nights, it can only let out such sounds all day. Lin Qianhao, tell me, what exactly did you do to my Zhu Gangqiang? Wang Baoli screamed angrily. Chapter 127, Bastard Lin, you want to fight me? Chapter 127, Bastard Lin, you want to fight me? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was dead silent all around. Those disturbing sounds dumbfounded everyone, and very quickly, the sound of ragged breathing emerged, erupting suddenly in the cave abode region, like a ferocious wind sweeping the area and creating a hurricane. What's this? A dharmic artifact puppet? Its sound, gosh, that disturbing sound. I've got goosebumps. Such talent to be able to make a puppet like this. The words that Wang Baoli had said previously especially reverberated in the ears of the onlookers at this moment as they breathed. Eventually, it created an even more shocking commotion among the people. Is that true? Regardless of whether it's true or not, what exactly did Lin Qianhao do to this Zhu Gangqiang, wrecking the puppet to this extent? 3 days and 3 nights? What a beast! Look at the expression of this Zhu Gangqiang, bashful yet aggrieved. The way it walks also seems weird and perhaps a little painful. There must be a good story behind this. Interesting. Really interesting. Listening to the conversations between the people around him, Wang Baoli gained an understanding as well. The words of the surrounding disciples made him realize that each of them was more talented than him, and none of them were good-natured. Lin Qianhao trembled, his eyes widened to such a degree that they were about to pop out as he looked at the bashful hunk that was running toward him with open arms, while making disturbing sounds. His mind buzzed with so much activity that even the numinous treasure flying knife in front of him became unsteady and fell to the floor. Get lost, get lost. Don't come near me. He was flabbergasted, especially since he had never experienced such an appalling incident in his life. He stepped back instinctively, and his breathing quickened as he felt his vision turning black due to how bizarre everything was. However, Zhu Gangqiang was so fast that the instant Lin Qianhao retreated, it immediately neared. As the disturbing sound grew louder, it opened its arms wide and hugged Lin Qianhao tight. That hug shocked Lin Qianhao so much that all his hair stood up, making him crazy. As he flailed his arms, dharmic artifacts flew out of his storage bag, directly toward Zhu Gangqiang. With a loud bang, Zhu Gangqiang's body vibrated violently, and it was instantly thrown off. When it landed, its body was severely damaged, and Wang Baoli immediately approached it to give Zhu Gangqiang a hand as it struggled to pick itself up. Wang Baoli looked extremely sad as he glowered at Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao, Zhu Gangqiang is already so pitiful, and you still attacked it. Was it wrong that it was so happy to see you and simply wanted to reunite with you with a hug? A commotion arose once again, and the people around added fuel to the fire. Everyone understood that the accusations Wang Baoli made against Lin Qianhao were not technical, and some had even vaguely heard Wang Baoli mentioning something regarding the Lower Academy Island previously. However, to them, they were not acquainted with the Lower Academy Island in the first place, so as long as there was a show to watch, a show whose content made their dull lives that much more interesting, they were content. In reality, even if Lin Qianhao and Wang Baoli switched positions, they still would have reacted in the same way, especially since the scenario involved the production of dharmic artifacts, which jolted everyone awake. Some of them even roared in an evil tone. Lin Qianhao, that's too much. Come, share what you did that turned Zhu Gangqiang into this state. Ha ha, Lin Qianhao, don't be shy, tell us. Lin Qianhao's eyes were red with fury. To him, what had happened that day was too much to handle. Previously, he had still been able to force himself to calm down, but now that Wang Baoli had created such a commotion, which was intensified by the onlookers, he realized that it was not that no one understood the situation. However, even if they understood it, it was inevitable that news would spread. When he thought about how everyone in the Dao College would recall the scene with Zhu Gangqiang and him in the future, Lin Qianhao was about to go crazy. He was trembling hard internally, far more than when Wang Baoli attacked him like a hurricane. Wang Baoli, I'll kill you. As he roared, Lin Qianhao's body flew into midair. He had lost all logic as he charged toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli closed his eyes and laughed to himself. He was someone that held a grudge and did not like to leave without taking revenge. Had Lin Qianhao watched his behavior on Upper Academy Island, he would have let it go, but since he had made the mistake of provoking him, he decided to retaliate fiercely in such a manner. Not only did he want to physically attack Lin Qianhao, he wanted to bruise him both in terms of his reputation and in terms of his psychological state, such that he would not recover from the shame however hard he tried. Now, as he watched Lin Qianhao approaching him like a lunatic, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed, and he clenched his right hand into a fist, preparing to attack as the spirit thread inside him began spreading and the devouring seed started to turn. However, at that moment, a massive suppressive force that no one was able to resist suddenly erupted like a giant, invisible hand from the middle peak of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's 4 mountains, directly suppressing and freezing the spirit chi in the environment. Then, an angry, dull voice reverberated in the surroundings. Wang Baoli, where do you think you are? How bold of you! The loud voice caused Wang Baoli's entire body to tremble. He had difficulty breathing, and as his expression turned awful, Lin Qianhao trembled as well. He was forced to stop 30 feet from Wang Baoli, vibrating violently as he urgently tried to control it. Even the onlookers who were watching the show were affected as well. Their facial expressions changed and did not even try to resist it as they all respectfully lowered their heads. Greetings, Pavilion Head. As everyone greeted, a long rainbow appeared, hanging in midair. Within the rainbow was a figure, that of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Head dressed in purple. He was stepping on a green flying sword, his expression awful as he stared coldly at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was unhappy, for the appearance and words of the Pavilion Head meant that all the blame had been pushed onto him. However, being extremely familiar with the high officials' autobiographies that he had read, he did not reveal a look of dissatisfaction and was instead as respectful as the people surrounding him. He even stepped forward quickly as an undetectable glimmer appeared in his eyes. Those few steps were meant to convey his respect toward the pavilion head as well as to make the relationship between them rosier. However, he was even nearer to Lin Qianhao as a result. Regardless, Wang Baoli did not care as he greeted the pavilion head in the skies with cupped fists. Please appease your anger, pavilion head. The disciple knows his mistake. After which, Wang Baoli immediately put the puppet beside him away. However, when he touched the puppet gently, the disturbing sounds it was making grew louder, and it looked at Lin Qianhao with open eyes, its desire for a hug stronger than ever. This very scenario was like adding fuel to fire. Lin Qianhao was a prideful person, viewing himself as an extraordinary individual. The shock that he had experienced that day had been so huge that he could not even maintain his logical side. The crazy rage that he tried hard to suppress was instantly unleashed. If Wang Baoli had stayed 30 feet away from him, it would not have mattered, but the problem was that he was now less than 20 feet away. Therefore, instantly, Lin Qianhao roared with rage in his eyes as he controlled the Dharmic artifact flying knife and many other Dharmic artifacts to attack Wang Baoli. Once he started his attack, he immediately realized that something was amiss. However, it was too late to take everything back. His sudden movement was unexpected. No one had imagined that Lin Qianhao would dare to launch an attack under the watchful eyes of the pavilion head. Instantly, his flying knife and other Dharmic artifacts rained down on Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli sneered inwardly but revealed a look of shock on his face as he immediately deployed all sorts of protective gear. He tumbled strongly, landing on the ground a distance away, forcing out a mouthful of fresh blood in order to look pitiful. In reality, his tough physique was not even slightly affected by the attack, but he still faked a miserable look. Pavilion head, I know that I am bold. Even though I have broken through at the 8-inch spirit root stage and did a good deed for the Tao College in the Spirit Breath Village, I had never thought that my accomplishments would give me any special privileges. According to the Tao College's rules, people who have broken through at the 8-inch spirit root should be rewarded with a cave abode and a cruiser, but I did not accept them. This Lin Qianhao has an 8-inch like me, and he has been bestowed with everything. I am grateful to the Tao College, for I, Wang Baoli, would not be me without the Tao College. I have no unhappiness toward the Tao College at all, and I understand completely. Even if Lin Qianhao barbarically occupied 2 cave abodes, taking away what was rightfully mine, I have no unhappiness. Today, I'm here because the senior brother at the Pavilion Administrative Department sent me here to get things regarding the return of the cave abode moving, and this can be proven by the jade slip. If the pavilion head wants to mete out a punishment, I will take it wholeheartedly. Wang Baoli struggled to stand up as he took out his jade slip, standing with his head lowered and his eyes revealing a look of sadness and anger. The entire place fell silent instantly. Wang Baoli looked at Lin Qianhao, whose expression was turning awful, his heart filled with immense delight. Bastard Lin, you want to fight me? If I can't force you to your wit's end, I am not Wang Baoli. Chapter 128, What a good test subject. Chapter 128, What a good test subject. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was extremely delighted as he thought of how perfectly he had executed the entire thing, and had pushed Lin Qianhao into a difficult position. His delight was not apparent to the onlookers, but his back looked broad and reliable in the eyes of the masses. His words especially moved the surrounding cultivators, for they were all empathetic toward the disadvantaged. This was the pity tactic that Wang Baoli was using. The bold move by Lin Qianhao, who resorted to violence under the watchful eyes of the pavilion head, also dumbfounded everyone as they developed a certain hostility toward Lin Qianhao. Now, they all lifted their heads to look at the pavilion head. Lin Qianhao, on the other hand, felt suffocated. He had never seen this side of Wang Baoli and instinctively realized that the fellow was pretending to be disadvantaged, putting up a good show that was filled with vivid details. Pavilion head, he's just pretending. Lin Qianhao grew anxious as he tried to speak. However, the middle-aged men dressed in a purple robe in the sky simply threw a cold gaze, causing Lin Qianhao to tremble with fear internally, as he was forced to shut his trap despite the anger that he was experiencing reaching the boiling point. Seeing how Lin Qianhao fell silent, Wang Baoli was even more gleeful. However, he understood that everyone was intelligent, and his acting could not be too exaggerated. Therefore, he lowered his head and did not speak. The purple-robed middle-aged man in midair withdrew his gaze from Lin Qianhao. The violence that he had displayed previously made him unhappy. Even though the additional cave abode that Lin Qianhao had was approved by him on the grounds that it would be used to refine dharmic artifacts, he had not thought much about it then. Now that trouble had arisen, if Lin Qianhao had not launched his attack, he would have put his main focus on reprimanding Wang Baoli and simply chiding Lin Qianhao, seeing how everyone had greeted him respectfully. However, now the entire situation had changed, given that Lin Qianhao had attacked and Wang Baoli's attitude was justified based on the flawless story that he had told, and the proof that he had. Furthermore, it was pivotal that Wang Baoli had remained respectful and not willful throughout, despite having sensible arguments for his behavior. On the other hand, Lin Qianhao. What intensified the situation was that there were onlookers. As the pavilion head, he could not ignore the thoughts that people might have in their minds. Now, he narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Baoli several more times. He could see through Wang Baoli's pretense and motives, but he had to agree that Wang Baoli was a capable individual who knew how to maintain relationships. Both of you, don't you dare do this again. One more fight in the Dao College, and both of you would be severely punished. And you, Lin Qianhao? Why on earth are you occupying a cave abode that belongs to others? Return it immediately. The pavilion head glanced coldly at Lin Qianhao before turning to leave. Lin Qianhao's heart trembled. Wang Baoli was pretending to be bitter and pitiful, but he was the one that was truly bitter and pitiful. He knew that he had lost this round. As the pavilion head left, Wang Baoli stood up, clutching his chest as he cupped his fist toward the people around him. Senior brothers, everyone is from the same sect, and we would be neighbors in the future. I am new here, and I hope to gain valuable advice from all of you. Wang Baoli stepped up passionately, as he greeted all the senior brothers and senior sisters amiably. He even gave each of them one of his rainbow spirit stones. Even if they only received one rainbow spirit stone, everyone present was pleased, and their impression of Wang Baoli grew fonder. They started chatting heartily with each other. The earlier incident had left them with a good impression of Wang Baoli. They understood that before them was a cunning, ferocious, yet extremely capable individual. At the same time, the puppet was proof that Wang Baoli was extremely proficient at refining dharmic artifacts. Furthermore, as someone who had achieved a breakthrough at the 8-inch state, he knew how to delicately handle tasks and interpersonal relationships. A person like him was an all-rounder in their eyes. They had been aware previously of the matters involving Wang Baoli in the Lower Academy Island and the Spirit Breath Village, but they did not know the details. Now that they began checking the matter up and gained a better understanding of everything, they became even more passionate. Even though they all realized that Wang Baoli had been putting on an act just now, they did not care. As the laughter all around inflicted pain to his ears, Lin Qianhao immediately turned and rushed toward the cave abode. Wang Baoli glanced at him, harumphed silently in his heart, and did not care about him anymore. He continued chatting heartily with the people around, and after they had all left, Wang Baoli stood in front of Lin Qianhao's cave abode. Looking at it in detail, the two cave abodes there were situated at the extreme corners of the entire area. The distance between their doors was less than 100 feet. After taking a look, he felt that the one on the right carried a bad omen, for it was the last in the line, while the one on the left was much better, being situated in the middle, and therefore began to speak loudly. Lin Qianhao, I want the cave abode on the right that you're residing in. Get lost right away, I want it. The moment he spoke, blue veins immediately appeared on the forehead of Lin Qianhao, who was moving his items into the left cave abode. He had originally planned to give Wang Baoli the cave abode on the right, but now he changed his mind. He turned and rushed into the cave abode on the left and cleaned up briefly before throwing out the cave abode identity token. Take it or leave it, he said as he returned to his cave abode on the right. A grown-up like you, still rebellious and mischievous. Wang Baoli caught the identity token and cleared his throat. In the right cave abode, Lin Qianhao gritted his teeth after hearing Wang Baoli's words. Then Wang Baoli stepped dramatically into his own cave abode on the left. Wang Baoli was instantly satisfied the moment he stepped inside and took a look. Not only was it more than double the size of his cave abode in the Lower Academy Island, there was also a resting area, a seclusion area meant for meditation, and most importantly, came equipped with an earth-fire smelting furnace. That meant that he could refine dharmic artifacts in the comfort of his own cave abode, and no longer needed to go to a designated area to do so like on the lower Academy Island. At the back, there was also a veranda where one could see the clouds in the sky and another mountain peak in the distance. Looking even further, it seemed like the sky and the lake had combined into a beautiful painting, making one rejuvenated. At the same time, the spirit chi was much more concentrated compared to his previous room. That was accentuated by the fact that different kinds of flowers and plants were growing in the cave outside the balcony, and the scent of the flowers carried in the wind was refreshing to anyone who smelled it. What a good place! Even though Wang Baoli was a little disappointed that he was neighbors with Lin Qianhao, he was able to distract himself from that as he was satisfied with the cave abode. Delighted, he sat there and began munching on a bag of snacks. Next, I need to set aside time to refine and learn. I'm not here to battle Lin Qianhao. My goal is to become the president of the Federation. Thinking of this, Wang Baoli put his snacks down and began accessing the spirit intranet of the Upper Academy Island. He familiarized himself with the structure of Upper Academy Island as well as information regarding higher-level inscriptions, and the forging. Other than this, I also need to understand the structure of Upper Academy Island and the meaning of being an armament disciple. Wang Baoli was deep in thought. He had understood a small part of everything and now began to look for information in detail. At the same time, as Wang Baoli was learning and researching, his neighbor, Lin Qianhao, was extremely depressed. He gritted his teeth as he sat inside, an evil look appearing in his eyes. As he took out his jade slip to pass some instructions, he laughed coldly. Wang Baoli, how dare you tarnish my reputation? Let's have both our reputations tarnished then. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by. The incident of how Wang Baoli regained possession of his cave abode only spread slightly within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. After all, to the majority of the disciples in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, both Lin Qianhao and Wang Baoli were merely just newcomers that did not garner much attention. Even though Wang Baoli's performance in the Spirit Breath Village and Lower Academy Island was impressive, it simply meant that he had potential to be unleashed. Right now, Wang Baoli finally found the information that he was looking for on the Spirit Intranet, and gained a deeper understanding of the Upper Academy Island and the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. The Dharmic Armament Pavilion takes charge of refining Dharmic artifacts and numinous treasures internally, and the maintenance of Dharmic armaments for the troops situated within the borders. At the same time, Ethereal Tao College does not advocate individuality. Instead, the disciples from the different pavilions have to work with each other, practicing outside in small groups during semester time. Wang Baoli mumbled as he meditated with his head raised and his legs crossed. Simultaneously, he also found information about the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's structure. The Dharmic Armament Pavilion was like a city. Going from top to bottom, there was the pavilion head, followed by the 4 deputy pavilion heads and the armament soldiers, then the numerous armament disciples. An ordinary disciple was of the lowest rank. At the same time, relative levels of authority lay in the hands of these people. To Wang Baoli, the pavilion head was like city lord of a city, ranked highly within it and controlling the entire place. He had great authority, able to not only control life and death, but also wielding limitless power in the boundaries of the rules. As for the deputy pavilion heads, they could be thought of as the deputy city lords. They were assistants to the pavilion head and also wielded immense power. They were all in charge of their respective regions in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and if they collaborated with each other, they could possibly go against the pavilion head. The armament soldiers belonged to the 4 deputy pavilion heads in name. Under the leadership of each deputy pavilion head, were some armament soldiers who were in charge of the organizational management within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. They were the supervisors of the various organization. Lastly, the armament disciples shared a similar relationship as that between the armament soldiers and the deputy pavilion head. There were many armament disciples under the lead of each armament soldier, and they assisted the armament soldiers in management. All these were similar structures seen in almost every pavilion within Upper Academy Island. The ordinary disciples, on the other hand, had no power at all. Not to mention the pavilion head, the armament soldier alone wields so much power that it's unimaginable. If one becomes an armament soldier, they will be in charge of an organization. Furthermore, this is Upper Academy Island, the core of Ethereal Tao College. Every single armament soldier would make an ordinary city lord bow in respect if they appeared in the streets. Wang Baoli took a deep breath as his eyes revealed an unusual look. If I could become an armament soldier, not only will people be less likely to bully me, but I will also be a step closer to becoming the president of the Federation. Wang Baoli was filled with emotions. As he thought of searching up ways to become an armament disciple on the Spirit Intranet, he suddenly noticed that a notice had appeared on the Upper Academy Island Spirit Intranet, and his name was inside. Wang Baoli reacted and immediately opened it. Soon, he began laughing. Today, let's introduce Wang Baoli from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. It said that when he was in the Lower Academy Island previously, he cheated in order to rise to the ranks. He was despicable and shameless to the extreme. So, this is it? I was wondering why he was so rich. It turns out that when Wang Baoli was head prefect in the Lower Academy Island, he was violent and forcefully snatched what belonged to others. He was so greedy and such a thief, and that allowed him to amass wealth. Notices like these were few and far between initially, but they began to grow in number. That was especially so as the notices began to focus on issues of lust, wealth, and power, and they were extremely insulting. Such lowly tactics made Wang Baoli realize that Lin Qianhao only looked intelligent on the surface but was extremely childish. That was the conclusion that he came to after reading the notices, and he lowered his head slightly. If this was the Lower Academy Island, Lin Qianhao's tactics could still work. However, they were on Upper Academy Island, and everyone was focused on their own cultivation. No one was stupid. Issues like that could hardly tarnish one's reputation and instead revealed how uncultured and sly one was. Culture, it seems like Lin Qianhao has hit puberty late. He's so narrow-minded, like a clown. Wang Baoli shook his head and felt that he should not bother himself with it. He had wasted too much time on Lin Qianhao, so he raised his right hand, where his storage bracelet was, and waved slightly to retrieve an object. However, I shouldn't waste the opportunity. Let's experiment with him, the limits of how much the human mind can withstand. It's nice that I can now research psychological dharmic artifacts. Chapter 129, The Insane Lin Qianhao. Chapter 129, The Insane Lin Qianhao. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Thinking of his research direction, Wang Baoli was uncontrollably excited. Holding the megaphone, which he had just retrieved, Wang Baoli smiled slyly. He turned to the smelting furnace room to further refine the megaphone and adjust the inscriptions, causing the dharmic artifact to be even more powerful and changing the direction where the sound waves from it would spread. As for the materials required, Dharmic Armament Pavilion disciples on the Upper Academy Island could use spirit stones to buy more refinement materials. Most of the materials were considered rare items on the Lower Academy Island, but that was due to differences in level. In reality, refinement materials that were really rare were present on the Upper Academy Island but were not possible to purchase with the spirit stones. Instead, they could only be exchanged after one completed a certain specified mission. Soon, Wang Baoli concluded his refinement process. He was satisfied as he looked at the 30 or so megaphones that he had refined and excitedly installed them on a wall of the cave abode. Behind that wall was Lin Qianhao's cave abode. After adjusting all of them, Wang Baoli dusted his hands and sat down with crossed legs. Satisfied, he took out a bag of snacks and began munching on them. Next, it's time for the experiment. Let's first test the psychological impact of the noise. As he spoke, Wang Baoli swept his right hand, and all the megaphones installed on the walls trembled and were activated. However, no sound emerged from his cave abode at all. Instead, all the noise was directed toward Lin Qianhao as a result of the adjustments that Wang Baoli had made. The noise pierced through the stone wall, erupting directly in Lin Qianhao's cave abode. Lin Qianhao was assessing the spirit intranet within his cave abode, looking at the discussions smearing Wang Baoli. His lips curled into a smile, and he had wanted to send out instructions again using his jade slip. However, suddenly, it was as if waves of thunder had appeared within his cave abode, resulting in shocking, deafening sound waves. It was like an extremely large number of people made angry, disturbing sounds simultaneously, forming an extremely loud sound wave that violently vibrated his cave abode. Dust even fell as a result of the vibrations of the surrounding walls. As his cave abode was located at the edge of the entire region, with the other side of it being a cliff edge, the noise was unable to affect other people, despite being extremely loud. Lin Qianhao was taken aback, and he had not been able to react before his eardrums burst. He instantly turned dizzy and felt as if his world was spinning. His quiet secret chamber was instantly thrown into a world of chaos. Screaming pitifully, Lin Qianhao's trembling body immediately stood up. He covered his ears, but the noise was too loud and reverberated continuously within his cave abode. The sound waves erupted, resulting in his breathing growing extremely rapid, almost as if his heart was about to burst apart. He rushed out of the cave abode, almost growing crazy. The hum in his ears was never-ending, and he only recovered after a long while. He glared angrily at Wang Baoli's cave abode. Wang Baoli! Lin Qianhao had never expected that Wang Baoli's retaliation would be so perverse. Unable to control himself, he began screaming angrily. His angry roars spread into the ears of Wang Baoli, who was munching on his snacks while sitting cross-legged. He took out his jade slip and began recording. What a huge reaction! It is likely that the protective mechanisms within his body have been activated. The sudden eruption of sound waves challenges the limits of human behavior. It's not useful for influencing one's psychological state. I must record this result. Wang Baoli recorded the results of his experiment with a look of seriousness on his face. He adjusted the megaphone, and seeing that he would not be able to obtain experimental results in a short time, he began researching on the cloud ethereal technique. Lin Qianhao, who was standing outside the cave abode, was jumping with anger. His eyes were blood red, and he stood there, howling, for a long while. Even though Wang Baoli refused to come out, the disturbing sound had grown much softer. Lin Qianhao gritted his teeth and returned to his cave abode once again. However, he had belittled Wang Baoli's psychological test. The noise had decreased in volume but then suddenly grew louder again, becoming more shocking than ever. The loud boom was unbearable for Lin Qianhao. He immediately ran out of the cave abode, his anger and insanity pushed to the extreme. He began attacking Wang Baoli's cave abode but was unable to overcome the array formation. After a long while, Lin Qianhao was pushed to the limits and was going insane. After breathing rapidly a few times, he clenched his teeth. Wang Baoli, you want to drive me away? Impossible! Lin Qianhao's eyes revealed a cold look. He knew that it would be useless to approach the pavilion head regarding the matter since Wang Baoli did not assault him. Furthermore, the pavilion head would not bother himself with insignificant matters like that. Therefore, he gritted his teeth before turning to leave. When he returned at night, he activated the many protective dharmic artifacts that he had brought, forming a dense protective shield to block out the crazy noise. However, the noise came and went. Sometimes, it was completely silent, while other times, it would suddenly erupt. Even if Lin Qianhao could shield against it by activating the protection artifacts, activating them wasted a lot of his spirit energy. Therefore, after a few occasions, seeing that it has quieted down, he turned off the protective shield, only to have the noise suddenly erupting again, frightening him and putting him in a trembling state as his blood rushed, as if trying to burst both his brain and his heart. After a few consecutive incidents, Lin Qianhao still could not figure out the pattern. He shouted angrily toward the sky. He felt that even if he was a true breath cultivator, his heart could not withstand attacks like these. He was indignant, and even though he did not move out of the cave abode, he was unable to stay in the same place and had to seek temporary refuge elsewhere. Seeing how his test subject had left, Wang Baoli was a little disappointed. After a few sighs, he shifted his attention from Lin Qianhao. Everything on his mind was revolving around practicing the cloud ethereal technique and becoming an armament disciple in the shortest time. He had already thoroughly researched the methods to become an armament disciple on the Spirit Intranet. If I want to be promoted to the armament disciple, I must perfectly refine 100 first-grade dharmic artifacts. A flash appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He knew that a first-grade dharmic artifact was defined differently on the Upper and Lower Academy Islands. Dharmic artifacts on the Lower Academy Island were stagnated at the spirit kernel stage due to the teachings of knowledge. There were no complete teaching materials regarding the refinement materials and the refinement process, resulting in the products that the students produced being of quasi-first-grade dharmic artifacts. On the other hand, The standards set by Upper Academy Island were that the first-grade dharmic artifacts were perfectly refined using superior quality, refinement materials and refinement tools. This made the dharmic artifacts a lot more challenging to make, and at the same time, the dharmic artifacts made were not to be chosen freely by the disciples. Rather, it had to be one of the first-grade dharmic artifacts listed by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion in order to meet the requirements. Picking from the approved list, one could be promoted if one managed to refine 100 different dharmic artifacts. This task was extremely challenging and difficult to fulfill within a short time, especially for those who had just managed past the assessment to enter Upper Academy Island. There were also many who were unable to accomplish it even after several years. However, even though it was also challenging to Wang Baoli, it was not a major issue. After all, when he was on the Lower Academy Island, Wang Baoli had long been exposed to the refinement materials and the refinement process, and he had successfully made some first-grade dharmic artifacts. He could even make artifacts a grade higher, just that they were not perfect. He was confident that it would not take long for him to refine perfect, first-grade dharmic artifacts after learning systematically. It is definitely a challenge to become an armament disciple, but how did Lin Qianhao do it? After understanding the method to become an armament disciple, this question floated in Wang Baoli's mind. However, he quickly recalled Lin Qianhao's background. He thought briefly and vaguely understood the reason. It seems like I need to find an influential character who will speak up for me quickly. If not, if I only work hard and train, I will definitely be disadvantaged in the future. Wang Baoli scratched his head as he thought. His target was the elder who gave him the jade slip on the Chancellor's Peak, someone whom he deeply respected. Right now, the significance of the elder in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion seemed even greater. Someone who is superior to the pavilion head. Wang Baoli thought about it briefly before collecting his thoughts. He understood that the basis for everything to work would be that he made it as an armament disciple at the very least. First, refine some dharmic artifacts, and rise to the rank of an armament disciple. As he trained in the cloud ethereal techniques, he also began to work hard in researching the technique of infinite armament transformation. He even bought materials in his attempt to refine the perfect, first-grade dharmic artifact. As the days went by, Wang Baoli's life became stable and peaceful. Other than practicing and refining, he spent his time watching lessons on the Spirit Intranet. Occasionally, he would head outside for classes, and everything seemed to return to normal. His neighbor, Lin Qianhao, did not return, so even though it appeared that Wang Baoli only had a single cave abode, he could practice and refine spirit stones in record time as the two cave abodes shared a spirit pool. Wang Baoli was comfortable, but he began to miss Lin Qianhao. What a perfect test subject. It's such a pity that he left just like that. There are still many experiments that have not been carried out. My research on psychological dharmic artifacts has been forced to stop. Wang Baoli felt like it was a wasted opportunity, but that thought did not linger for long. After half a month, Lin Qianhao returned. The moment he returned to the cave abode, he retrieved numerous megaphones that he had gotten others to make within the time period that he was away. He installed them on the walls and turned them on to produce noise in order to retaliate directly against Wang Baoli. At the same time, he was also prepared, activating specially created protective measures. After blocking out the noise, Lin Qianhao sat down with crossed legs and laughed coldly. Want to force me to move away? Impossible! Noticing that Lin Qianhao had returned, Wang Baoli was surprised. He had long prepared for the day that Lin Qianhao would copy his tactics and was able to resolve it easily. He also feared that he would run again, so he immediately carried out his next experiment. He swept his sleeve and bellowed with a deep voice, "Zhu Gangqiang." With a loud boom, a figure instantly flew out from Wang Baoli's storage bracelet. As it fell to the ground with a bang, the figure raised its head and let out a low growl. Chapter 130, The Recognition and Research Toward Psychological Attacks. Chapter 130, The Recognition and Research Toward Psychological Attacks. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. That was the dharmic artifact puppet that Wang Baoli had refined. On the surface, the puppet was a hunk, burly and extremely suave. It was especially hairy, which made it look rough and vicious. If not for the noise that it made, it actually resembled a metal tower standing there. Even its gaze was bright, making it very different from the other puppets that Wang Baoli had made. Speaking of this dharmic artifact puppet, it belonged to the earliest batch of puppets that Wang Baoli had refined during his vacation at the Lower Academy Island a while back. It had accompanied him through the life-and-death battles in the Pond Cloud rainforest, and was the one who instilled indescribable fear into the men in black. It was the one that had led Wang Baoli to have a new understanding of dharmic artifact puppets. During the incident back then, there had been 3 puppets that made the men in black fearful. In the Tao Enlightenment incident, the puppets had been further improved by Wang Baoli when he installed voice functions in them. However, even though Wang Baoli had continued to refine more puppets after that, most of them had been severely damaged. That was especially so when he was in the Spirit Breath village, where the array formation of the debris mountain killed a large number of them. Therefore, this puppet was the only one remaining from the original batch. It had been damaged previously by Lin Qianhao's flying knife, but Wang Baoli had completely repaired it. Now, Wang Baoli stood there, all eyes on the puppet, with a look of satisfaction. Zhu Gongqiang, I'm using you for an experiment. Are you willing to do it? Wang Baoli pretended to speak softly. The moment he spoke, the hunky puppet suddenly raised its head. It looked confused, but the bright glow from the rainbow spirit stone replaced its gaze. If one did not look closely, one would think that the puppet had resurrected, even more suave and ferocious than ever. It then suddenly spoke. M. That sound instantly caused Wang Baoli to tremble from head to toe. All right, Wang Baoli could not stand the sound at all. He touched his nose and cleared his throat before bringing the puppet into the smelting furnace room. He planned to make a few more of the puppet as well as to enhance and tweak Zhu Gongqiang a little. Soon, when Wang Baoli walked out, 3 hunks were following behind him. They all looked exactly like Zhu Gongqiang, strong and burly. They were topless, revealing their exaggerated muscles, and coupled with how hairy they were, they sure instilled fear in anyone timid just by standing there. Satisfied with Zhu Gongqiang 1, 2, and 3 that he specially created, Wang Baoli looked in the direction of where his neighbor, Lin Qianhao, was at from the corner of his eyes and delightfully flailed his arm. From now on, all of you are the protective guards of me, Wang Baoli. Guard the door, and no one shall enter without my permission. At the same time, remember the task you have at hand, record the data regarding the emotional changes in our test subject. The 3 hunky puppets roared simultaneously. As the roar caused Wang Baoli to tremble, the 3 puppets immediately turned and dashed toward the entrance of the cave abode. They stood outside the door of Wang Baoli's cave abode, putting up an imposing front, and did not move at all. Wang Baoli was satisfied. He sat down with his legs crossed and did not care about anything that happened outside, as he continued to research on the chapter regarding refinement materials in the technique of infinite armament transformation. Just like that, 2 days passed quickly. Lin Qianhao did not leave his cave abode in those 2 days. He felt comfortable, and in the pockets of time between refining dharmic artifacts, he looked coldly in the direction of Wang Baoli's cave abode, his lips curling with disgust. Other than using a megaphone to create noise, this Wang Baoli has no other tactics, unlike me. I have so many of them, so let's see who moves away first, Wang Baoli. As he exclaimed, Lin Qianhao stood up, wanting to go outside to buy some materials for refining dharmic artifacts. He was in good spirits and stepped outside after opening the door of his cave abode. However, the moment he stepped out, a familiar disturbing sound hit his ears even before he could realize it. Shocked, Lin Qianhao turned to look in the direction of the sound and immediately saw the 3 burly hunks standing outside Wang Baoli's cave abode. They were even in awkward positions as they looked at him lustfully. It was difficult to imagine 3 burly hunks making themselves so coy and seductive, and the entire scene was definitely refreshing and unconventional. It was even more difficult to imagine 3 hunks acting so bashful while making soft, disturbing sounds, and the combination of everything made one's hair stand on end. They were even waving at Lin Qianhao, signaling for him to come. If that was just it, it would not have mattered as much. However, Wang Baoli's trump card was not to be belittled. Instantly, Lin Qianhao, who was standing there extremely confused, heard the high-pitched voice from the 3 burly hunks. Come on, little lover, come on. Come and catch me, come and spank me. Baby. That scene immediately caused Lin Qianhao's mind to buzz with activity. He almost tripped on his feet, goosebumps covering every inch of his body, especially when he noticed that the three puppets all looked identical to Zhu Gangqiang. He instantly thought of the slander that Wang Baoli had made against him previously, and his rage rose there and then as he subconsciously wanted to attack them. However, he controlled himself after realizing that it was all Wang Baoli's ploy. The moment he attacked, he would have fallen into a trap. Therefore, he forcefully restrained himself, pretending to look calm and to not have heard anything as he walked away. The three puppets instantly returned to their normal state the moment Lin Qianhao left. They continued standing there like guards, and Wang Baoli's eyes lit up as he stood in the cave abode. It seems like this kind of psychological warfare has the most effect. This result will be extremely useful for my research in the future. Wang Baoli felt that he had found a direction to further research psychological dharmic artifacts. In reality, he was not at all concerned about Lin Qianhao's attacks. If he ever did attack, he would have violated the order by the pavilion head. After all, the puppets were also his dharmic artifacts. Attacking them was equivalent to attacking him, and until then, Wang Baoli had no plans of driving this valuable test subject away. He needed to make the most out of it. Little bastard, Hao, work hard. I have high expectations of you. After he had finished recording everything, he felt that the experiment data would be immensely useful to him when he refined dharmic artifacts in the future. He was in good spirits as he continued to read up on refinement materials. In reality, the effort that he had put in all that while, coupled with the understanding he had previously, had already allowed Wang Baoli to grasp the majority of the concepts. Next, he planned to begin trying to refine perfect first-grade dharmic artifacts after fully understanding the refinement materials. This was so that he could familiarize himself with the last chapter on refinement materials. He had not realized himself, but since arriving on Upper Academy Island, he had wasted no time in improving his skills and knowledge at breakneck speed. On the other hand, Lin Qianhao had not been able to concentrate on his cultivation as his mind was about to go crazy. This way, it would not be long before the Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao's standards grew further apart. In the 2 weeks that followed, Lin Qianhao did not realize it, but there were many times when he was so angry that he flipped. However, unless he decided to never head out, every single time that he left and returned to the cave abode, Wang Baoli's three puppets would cause green veins to bulge on his forehead. He could never get used to them. On the other hand, it was impossible for him not to head out. Even if he tried his best to reduce the number of times that he had to go outside, there were still people who paid him a visit occasionally. Very quickly, news began to spread. Lin Qianhao was helpless, and the thought of moving away arose in his mind. However, he was indignant and did not have the desire to learn and practice anymore. Therefore, he began thinking about how to retaliate. Before he thought of a method of revenge, a youth dressed in a white robe appeared outside his cave abode. He was dressed differently from a Dharma disciple and carried an unusual air. One could see that he was someone of high status, someone who wielded considerable power. He was extremely handsome and charismatic, making the white robe that he was wearing look even lighter. He stood outside Lin Qianhao's cave abode with his arms akimbo. With a puzzled look, he gazed at the three burly puppets standing outside Wang Baoli's cave abode. The three hunks stood like guards, their eyes motionless and their manner imposing. As he stared, the youth appeared a little touched. After throwing a quick glance at Wang Baoli's cave abode door and then at Lin Qianhao's cave abode, he thought for a moment before flicking his sleeves, causing Lin Qianhao's cave abode door to vibrate instantly. "Is junior brother Lin around?" the youth asked with a smile. Inside the cave abode, Lin Qianhao was feeling awful. He had not planned to care about it after hearing the voice initially, but as he raised his head to look outside the cave abode, his pupils immediately constricted. "Chen Yutong? Why is he here?" Lin Qianhao recognized the white-shirted youth standing outside the cave abode. He knew that he was considered the true natural talent within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. He had broken through to become a true breath expert at the 8-inch spirit root stage, and after gaining admission to Upper Academy Island, he had been selected by one of the 5 elders of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion as a personal disciple. He was a famous character on Upper Academy Island. He was also extremely handsome and outstanding. Furthermore, he was also particularly proficient in the restoration of dharmic armaments. Even the Grand Supreme Elder had once nodded and praised the numinous treasure that he had refined. Not only was he an armament soldier, he was the cream of the crop among them. There had also been news spreading that he would soon become a deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. A highly regarded character like him was someone whom even Lin Qianhao, with his influential family background, wanted to acquaint himself with and was fearful of offending. However, ever since arriving at Upper Academy, he had not had the opportunity to interact with him much and was not chummy with him. Seeing that he had arrived, Lin Qianhao immediately stood up to open his cave abode door. He stepped out and revealed a cheerful smile as he greeted him with cupped fists. "Senior Brother Chen." At the exact moment that he appeared after opening the door to his cave abode, even before he could complete his sentence, the three puppets immediately turned their heads, their gazes instantly turning lustful and their bodies contorting awkwardly. They began making disturbing sounds and speaking in alluring voices. "Little lover, you're finally outside. Come on, M." Blue veins immediately appeared on Lin Qianhao's forehead. If it were someone else and not Lin Qianhao, they would have let it pass. However, now that he had been insulted in this manner when he had wanted to befriend Chen Yutong, who had personally made the visit, Lin Qianhao immediately went crazy. He roared angrily and wanted to attack before. The white-shirted youth Chen Yutong suddenly turned his head to stare at the three puppets. They immediately returned to normal, but a look of undetectable surprise appeared in their eyes. Chapter 131, A Vicious Object from the Heavens. Chapter 131, A Vicious Object from the Heavens. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. So, the rumors were true. Chen Yutong's breathing hastened. He stepped back and blinked several times as he looked at the burly puppets making disturbing sounds at Lin Qianhao. "Senior Brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" Hearing the words from Chen Yutong's mouth, Lin Qianhao's mood instantly changed. He immediately had the impression that the visit from Chen Yutong was purely to watch him make a fool of himself. However, Chen Yutong seemed to not have heard Lin Qianhao's question. He continued looking at the three puppets, flipping his right hand and retrieving a jade slip, as if to record data about the three puppets. The anger that Lin Qianhao had suppressed for the past 2 weeks rose to its highest point and erupted, seeing how Chen Yutong had shown up from nowhere to watch him make a joke of himself. That was compounded by the unending disturbing sounds made by the three puppets, and the fact that one of them was currently taking a few steps forward toward him, arms wide open and lips perked up, wanting to receive hugs and kisses from him. He did not want to express his anger toward Chen Yutong. He shouted angrily as he turned his body and stepped right in front of the burly puppet, which was asking for a hug with its arms wide open. With immense anger, and indescribable hatred toward Wang Baoli, he slapped the puppet hard. "Shut up!" That slap harnessed all the power of the first level of his true breath cultivation. Coupled with the boost by his anger, the force was compounded. As the loud slap reverberated, Chen Yutong was taken aback, as the puppet was hit directly in the head by Lin Qianhao. The puppet's skull immediately broke apart. Its body was also unable to withstand the impact, and it immediately collapsed. As it fell, an alarm was immediately released from its body. As the alarm reverberated, the door to Wang Baoli's cave abode instantly opened. His rotund body rushed out immediately, and he looked extremely upset as he rushed in front of the collapsed puppet. "Xiao Qiong 1. What happened to you, Xiao Qiong? I have raised you like my very own. All this time, don't die, Xiao Qiong." Wang Baoli grabbed and shook the puppet's broken body, looking extremely pained. Lin Qianhao laughed coldly, and just as he was about to speak, the natural talent Chen Yutong who was standing beside him suddenly howled fiercely. "Lin Qianhao, what did you do?" Lin Qianhao was shocked frozen the moment he heard the words. When he turned, he saw Chen Yutong looking extremely angry, the look of coldness in his eyes obvious. Chen Yutong was indeed truly furious. He had been in seclusion for a period of time, and when he finally emerged, his subordinate, knowing his preferences, mentioned a joke regarding Lin Qianhao to him, highlighting the presence of the three puppets. Therefore, Chen Yutong was tempted as he thought of a trade with the Lower Academy Island through a merchant some time in the past, where he received a very special puppet. After researching it, he felt that the puppet was impressive, which made him want to pay a visit to see it with his own eyes. Even though it was easy for him to find out who refined the puppet, the moment he saw the gestures that the three puppets were displaying toward Lin Qianhao, Chen Yutong instantly confirmed that the one who made the puppet was doubtlessly Wang Baoli. What made him most delighted was that Wang Baoli's skills in puppet refinement had improved by leaps and bounds. He was delighted by them the moment he saw them, which made him think that Lin Qianhao's vicious attack on the puppet was cruel and extremely sinful, resulting in his rage toward Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao, how dare you hurt and damage such a valuable treasure? You've wrecked a gem. Lin Qianhao was dumbfounded and froze with shock as he was stared at and berated by Chen Yutong. Hearing Chen Yutong addressing the puppet as a gem made Lin Qianhao unconsciously look at the puppet that he had ruined, bewildered. Even Wang Baoli trembled. He forgot about the sadness that he was portraying and raised his head, staring at Chen Yutong in a daze, who was more furious than he was. He was incredulous as he suddenly thought of the prominent character on the Upper Academy Island whom Sir Haiyang had mentioned a while back. Could it be him? Wang Baoli took a deep breath, his face displaying a look of confusion. As Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao were reeling in surprise, Chen Yutong took a few quick steps forward toward Wang Baoli. He first looked at the decommissioned puppet with a pained expression before sighing and patting Wang Baoli on his shoulders. Junior brother Wang, I am Chen Yutong. Truth be told, I bought the puppet you made back then. I bear witness to whatever has happened today. Don't worry, I will stand up for you. Destroying the beloved dharmic artifact belonging to a fellow disciple is an unforgivable sin. Chen Yutong spoke as he retrieved his jade slip and sent some voice transmission instructions before looking coldly at Lin Qianhao. Wang Baoli blinked several times. He felt that something interesting was happening, so he aborted his original plan and looked at Lin Qianhao as well. Lin Qianhao's pupils constricted. He wanted to speak, but his facial expressions changed immediately as he took out his voice transmission jade slip from his storage bag. With a quick sweep, messages from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's disciplinary department regarding his punishment immediately appeared in his mind. The punishment meted out was severe. Other than compensation to be paid, he was also to receive disciplinary action. Despite being wealthy, Lin Qianhao was also taken aback by the hefty compensation sum, which made his heart ache. He was angry, and at the same time, the disciplinary action was announced. If he were to re-offend, not only would the punishment be 100 times more severe, his actions would also be recorded in the files of the Tao College, becoming a lasting mark on his profile. That would be serious. Even though it was something that his father could resolve, he did not want his father to know that he was at loggerheads with Wang Baoli. Therefore, he bore with it and thought about how turbulent his life had been ever since he met Wang Baoli. That was especially so on Upper Academy Island, where he had been in disadvantaged situations continuously. Every single time, he was unable to release his anger, and now, Chen Yutong unexpectedly became Wang Baoli's ally. Lin Qianhao breathed rapidly as he looked deeply at Wang Baoli without saying a word. He suppressed his anger and turned to return to his cave abode. The moment he entered, he uncontrollably threw all the objects he had in the cave abode on the ground. He roared angrily as blue veins popped out on his forehead. Wang Baoli! Now, outside the cave abode, Wang Baoli's eyes were filled with passion. That was the first time he had seen authority in action on Upper Academy Island. Chen Yutong's words also instantly forced Lin Qianhao to bear with his anger despite being on the brink of eruption. Whatever had happened carried great meaning. Now, Wang Baoli looked around and immediately rose to greet Chen Yutong with cupped fists. Thank you, senior brother Chen. As he spoke, Wang Baoli invited Chen Yutong into his cave abode. Chen Yutong accepted the invitation as he wanted to take the chance to interact with Wang Baoli so as to understand more about the puppets. With the desire to be acquainted with each other, they began chatting heartily. The duo exchanged experiences regarding the manufacturing of the puppets. Wang Baoli realized that Chen Yutong's puppet manufacturing process was impressive, and his techniques were superior, perfect down to the finest details. My goal is to refine a divine armament puppet. I believe a puppet like that will possess an item spirit and become a real human. Chen Yutong spoke with excitement in his eyes. He had gained valuable insights from his first interaction with Wang Baoli. Even though Wang Baoli was not as proficient as he was in refining, his unique knowledge and thought process with regards to inscriptions moved him. However, it was still the first interaction between the both of them after all. Unknowingly, it was dusk, and Chen Yutong had to bid Wang Baoli farewell. Before he left, Wang Baoli generously gifted Chen Yutong a few puppets. He knew about Chen Yutong's preferences and thoughtfully gifted him hairy and burly puppets. However, he did not give Zhu Gangqiang away, as he could not bear to. After all, it was the very first puppet that he made after incorporating his creativity and knowledge about puppets. Even so, Chen Yutong was still surprised. After gracefully accepting the puppets, he waved his right hand and gifted Wang Baoli the numinous treasure that he had borrowed years ago to deceive one's mind. Though unable to fight an enemy head-on, it was still a numinous treasure. Chen Yutong's gesture of gifting it without much thought allowed Wang Baoli to realize the generosity displayed by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, that far exceeded that of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. After sending Chen Yutong off, Wang Baoli returned to his cave abode and logged on to the Spirit Intranet. He searched for information regarding Chen Yutong's background and was instantly jolted awake. This senior brother Chen is a top armament soldier, wielding large amounts of power. He is in charge of the College Administrative Department of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Every single illegal construction is under the jurisdiction of his department. There are also rumors that he would become the next deputy pavilion head. Wang Baoli was impressed. He had never imagined that Chen Yutong would be such a prominent figure. Thoughts and emotions flew around his heart and mind. Even though he has an unusual liking toward researching puppets, he is still a nice person. After a disciple of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion reaches the ranks of an armament disciple, they can apply to the department where they wish to carry out their duty. If only I could enter the college administrative department that he is in charge of. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up as he grew decisive after pondering for a short moment. Therefore, in the days that followed, other than practicing and refining Dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli also spent time deepening his relationship with Chen Yutong, without making it too purposeful and too frequent. He did go to the disciplinary department and show off on the basis of this incident. He did not mention a single word about wanting to work for the urban planning department. Even Chen Yutong's subordinates were unaware of the budding friendship between the both of them. Chen Yutong was impressed by how Wang Baoli handled matters. Furthermore, as Wang Baoli's personality was pleasant, their relationship gradually grew chummy. After a period of time, Wang Baoli felt that he has established some footing on Upper Academy Island. At the same time, he was becoming more proficient in his knowledge of the refinement materials. The next step would be to refine actual treasures. However, before this, I need to research further into psychology. Wang Baoli turned his head to look at his neighbor. A flash appeared in his eyes, and with a wave of his arm, over 30 hunky puppets appeared instantly, and they marched out of the cave abode in a neat formation. Chapter 132, The Rules of Dharmic Armaments. Chapter 132, The Rules of Dharmic Armaments. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The following morning, Lin Qianhao emerged from his cave abode, his face as black as charcoal. He immediately saw the 30 overburly puppets, which made his anger skyrocket. He shut his eyes before turning to return to his cave abode a while later. He packed up his belongings, and when he emerged again, he stepped away in a steadfast manner without turning his head once. He no longer wished to fight Wang Baoli there, having recognized that it was a waste of time. If the status quo was maintained, Wang Baoli would not be the least affected. Rather, his own cultivation would be hampered, and his progress in making Dharmic artifacts would be slowed. Realizing that Lin Qianhao had packed up and left, Wang Baoli suddenly grew anxious. He ran out and waved to him, intending to persuade him to return, but Lin Qianhao sped up upon seeing Wang Baoli. Ah, what a perfect test subject! What a pity that he left just like that. Seeing Lin Qianhao disappear into the distance, Wang Baoli felt troubled. In the end, he shook his head, sighing, as he turned to return to the cave abode. Lin Qianhao, who was leaving the area with breakneck speed, carried an awful facial expression. If this was his home city, he would not have lacked ideas to deal with of Wang Baoli. However, in this Dao college, all his methods had failed completely. Wang Baoli, I'll teach you the meaning of regret the day I become an armament soldier. The news of Lin Qianhao moving out was shocking to some who had been keeping tabs on him. However, few people actually bothered about it, for the Dharmic Armament Pavilion was vast like a palace, and there were so many disciples each with their own matters to focus on. Even though there were many messages posted previously on the Spirit intranet insulting and maligning Wang Baoli, the most it did was make his name less foreign. People who had not interacted with him previously would not care much about his looks to identify him. At the same time, seeing that the neighboring cave abode was vacant, Wang Baoli tried many means, and bribed his senior brother from the Pavilion Administrative Department to unlock the array formation in secret. He made a passageway into the neighboring cave abode, instantly doubling his space into a large suite. Wang Baoli's troubled mood due to Lin Qianhao leaving without a word was instantly lifted. It was also at this point in time that he began preparing himself for his advancement to become an armament disciple. He was determined to make 100 first-grade Dharmic artifacts in one go in order to be promoted to an armament disciple. However, before this, he took out his hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm. He had already rented the hallucination pillow for 5 years, and since it was not due yet, he did not return it. Now, in the hallucination realm, Wang Baoli retrieved his black mask again. He wanted to ask Little Missy if a suitable cultivation technique similar to the Qi-devouring art was available for the true breath realm. After all, to Wang Baoli, the Qi-devouring art complemented the Qi-fostering art. Therefore, it could be possible that there existed more profound cultivation techniques for refining artifacts than the technique of infinite armament transformation. However, when he vocalized his thoughts, the mask remained unresponsive. Wang Baoli was unfazed by Little Missy's stubbornness and continued asking the mask questions sweetly, using a voice he deemed as gentle. "The gorgeous, unbelievably adorable Little Missy, your Baoli is here to see you. Little Missy, the golden body that you've introduced to me was extremely useful. The moment I stepped into the mystic realm, every single spirit root that saw me immediately fell in love with me, making me embarrassed." Wang Baoli pretended to be demure while speaking as he stole glances at the mask. After experiencing the incident that occurred after he returned from the Spirit Breath village, he did not attempt to test the water with his questions again. Finally, when he mentioned the phrase golden body, the mask reacted, flashing several times quickly. The impression that it gave Wang Baoli was that Little Missy was feeling emotional. He immediately grew alert as he thought about whether it would be better for him to pay a visit another day, since Little Missy seemed to be in a bad mood. Suddenly, a flash of lightning immediately shot out from the mask. "Little Missy, what are you doing?" Wang Baoli's eyes were wide open, and he swiftly retreated. However, the speed of the lightning was so fast that Wang Baoli could not avoid it. The lightning struck his body, and as the soreness and numbness spread within his body, Wang Baoli was thrown into shock. The lightning circulated near his dantian, where the devouring seed was, and after sensing Wang Baoli's complete spirit meridians and the spirit root within his devouring seed, it immediately burrowed out. When it returned to the mask, it lingered within the hallucination realm and mumbled, "What luck this irritating fatty has." "Who?" The mumble was very soft, and Wang Baoli did not manage to hear it completely. He only heard the phrase "irritating fatty," which made his hair stand on end. After realizing that it was the mask who was speaking, he took a deep breath. He had long mentally prepared himself for this, and even though he was surprised that the mask could speak, he was able to accept it. However, that irritating fatty mentioned by the mask stirred Wang Baoli's emotions. He looked around, and his eyes landed on the mask eventually, looking doubtful. "Little Missy, was it you who was speaking? There's no fatty here." Already oblivious to Wang Baoli's act of feigning ignorance, the Little Missy within the mask did not continue speaking. However, words began appearing on the mask. Wang Baoli became alert as he began reading the words. However, disappointment soon filled him, as the words on the mask were not regarding the cultivation techniques that he desired. Instead, it was a formula for a Dharmic artifact. After studying the formula described for a moment, Wang Baoli realized that it was for a scabbard. "You want me to refine a scabbard? What's so great about refining a scabbard? It's not a flying sword. Besides, a scabbard is not required for a flying sword." Wang Baoli sounded unwilling. Sensing the unwillingness in Wang Baoli's tone, the mask flashed again, and a new message appeared on it. If the scabbard refined is top-notch, it can surpass that of a divine armament to become a supreme object. It could absorb the ancient greenish-bronze sword on the sun. After reading those words, Wang Baoli laughed. Don't joke around, little missy. You think I'm ignorant? I've used this method since I was 6 to cheat people of their money as my allowance. Have some credibility to your words. The mask remained silent for a long while before flashing once again. The words on it changed again, telling Wang Baoli that the scabbard was only the first step. After refining it successfully, there were cultivation techniques that were further associated with it. At the same time, the scabbard belonged to the growth category. The scabbard would give rise to the spirit needle, and if further refined, there would be a day when the spirit needle could be transformed into the spirit sword to sever everything in the universe. This sounds more believable. Wang Baoli took a closer look again. Even though he was still doubtful, after reading that cultivation techniques would follow, he did not say anything further. When he left the hallucination realm, he sat and thought about the formula. Previously, he had only taken a quick glance, but after seriously thinking about it now, he grew excited. It's just a first-grade dharmic artifact, but it's already so complicated. The first step is already unconventional, and the spirit stones that have inscriptions must not only be rainbow spirit stones. It must also be a uniform set. It's not acceptable for the rainbow spirit stone to be separately assembled into the shape of the scabbard. Wang Baoli was confused yet excited. He further thought about it, and as he raised his head after a period of time, his eyes carried a look of shock. Other than its requirements for specific spirit stones, it was also particular in its requirements for inscriptions. The number of inscriptions required indicated to Wang Baoli that it far exceeded the number needed for normal third-grade numinous treasures. Furthermore, even though Wang Baoli could solve the arrangement of the inscriptions using formulas, he did not understand their meanings. The requirements involving the spirit kernel were extremely complicated as well. The requirements for the refinement materials were stringent, and Wang Baoli could not figure out how everything required fit into the simple picture of being a first-grade item. However, it was indeed a first-grade dharmic artifact. Could it be that when the scabbard reaches its top level, it could really attract the ancient greenish-bronze sword? Wang Baoli thought about it, but he still felt incredulous about it. He was immensely intrigued by the scabbard, but could see that it was not as mighty as what little Missy described, even though it was obviously a treasure as well. Maybe I can incorporate the bead from the blue long spear in the refinement process. That way, I could perhaps combine these two dharmic treasures together, making them more powerful. When Wang Baoli researched the bead previously, this thought had already appeared in his mind. Since the bead was derived from a dharmic treasure, if it were combined with another dharmic treasure, an effect might be seen. However, there was only one bead, so Wang Baoli did not dare test it just like that. However, seeing that the scabbard seemed to have potential, he was tempted. He knew that it would be challenging to refine the scabbard and did not rush into things. Instead, he began refining perfect first-grade dharmic artifacts that were needed for his advancement to become an armament disciple. Wang Baoli chose a few of them off the list from the dharmic armament pavilion and began refining. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by. After failing several times, Wang Baoli finally managed to refine a perfect first-grade dharmic artifact flying sword. It was jade green in color, glowing brightly and giving off a cold, subtle aura. It seemed superior to all the other flying swords that Wang Baoli had ever refined. Condensed jadeite sword. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. After comparing it to the requirements listed by the dharmic armament pavilion, he understood that his sword had met all the requirements. Delighted, he began carving his name on it and felt emotional as he recognized that this unassuming sword could not only be used to fight others if it landed in the hands of outsiders. If it was used to attack him, he could instantly cause it to shatter into pieces. Dharmic armament cultivators are all sly, Wang Baoli said snidely. That was what Chen Yutong had told him regarding unspoken rules followed by all dharmic armament cultivators in the Federation. That was, to take a backdoor via connections. Every dharmic armament cultivator would leave a catch known only to themselves in the dharmic artifacts that they produced. This tacit rule was to prevent the dharmic artifact that one had manufactured from becoming one that would ultimately kill its manufacturer, even though this caused unhappiness, and occasionally resulted in murders. To keep the information a secret, it was a rule of the trade. The more it seemed this way, the more difficult it was to stop it. Chapter 133, It is very fragile. Chapter 133, It is very fragile. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With a wave of emotions, Wang Baoli put down the condensed jadeite sword and began refining the second perfect dharmic artifact. In the refinement process, he did not halt his cultivation of the cloud ethereal technique. He would meditate and practice the technique every day, which allowed him to build up spirit chi and rest as well. Every circulation that he finished would allow him to rejuvenate his mind. He also felt that the spirit thread within his body was growing stronger by the day, especially when he was refining the required spirit stones. As the devouring seed churned, it was obvious that his speed of absorbing spirit chi had increased significantly. The appearance of mist around him, coupled with the fact that he had activated 100% of his spirit meridians, caused his cultivation speed to far exceed that of others. He understood that neither cultivation nor the refinement of dharmic artifacts should be ignored, especially as it was specifically mentioned in the technique of infinite armament transformation, that as the grade of the dharmic artifacts being refined increased, the required support from one's cultivation would increase. Furthermore, there were 9 grades of dharmic artifacts listed by the Federation. The first 2 grades were known as dharmic artifacts, those from the 3rd grade were known as numinous treasures, and the 7th grade was known as dharmic armaments. If it was beyond the 9th level, it would be known as a divine armament. That put a huge demand on the dharmic armament cultivator's cultivation. As he thought about the technique of infinite armament transformation, a passage from the preface surfaced on Wang Baoli's mind. As armament cultivators, everything is viewed as spirit stones. Endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. Viewing the laws as forging materials, and the cosmos as an incubator, refinement is done, to produce a divine armament capable of eliminating the gods. Wang Baoli was shaken, thinking about those words. He wondered when the time would come for him to reach the level where he could refine every single object in the world. Then, I will be able to refine divine armaments and become the president of the Federation. This is not something that can be accomplished in a matter of minutes of days. Who would dare say no? Wang Baoli was filled with anticipation as he thought about this. With this feeling of anticipation, days passed. The number of perfect first-grade dharmic artifacts that Wang Baoli had made increased in number. In the 2 weeks that passed, Wang Baoli stayed in near-complete seclusion, endlessly refining first-grade dharmic artifacts. With each dharmic artifact refined, he was a step closer to becoming an armament disciple. This was not an easy feat to the other disciples who had just gained admission to the Upper Academy Island. To Wang Baoli, however, it was just a matter of time. At the same time, in the 2 weeks that passed, the second batch of disciples entered the Upper Academy Island. The second batch of disciples consisted of senior students who did not enter the Spirit Breath Village previously, and the small proportion of people who had failed in the Spirit Breath Village. They had passed the mystic realm of their respective Tao colleges to achieve breakthroughs and were allowed to advance into the Upper Academy. Their arrival made the Upper Academy Island livelier. At the same time, the cruiser gifted by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion to Wang Baoli for being an 8-inch Spirit Root True Breath expert was finally completed, and was sent personally to him by the blue-shirted cultivator from the Pavilion Administrative Department. He was one of the few who had paid particular attention to the battle between Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao. From that, the blue-shirted cultivator could already see that Wang Baoli was extraordinary. He even looked up information about the brutal incidents involving Wang Baoli in the Lower Academy Island, which strengthened his desire to befriend Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was fond of making friends. He was in the process of refining dharmic artifacts, but he was not at all irritated that he was interrupted by the blue-shirted cultivator's visit. Instead, he was extremely welcoming, and after exchanging greetings before sending the blue-shirted cultivator away, Wang Baoli looked at the small cruiser parked outside his cave abode, his eyes filled with excitement. It's a cruiser. Wang Baoli stepped ahead to get a feel of it. The green cruiser was wingless and not very large. It was about 30 feet wide, oval in shape, with a dent in the middle, as if a mystic force was circulating within it. Due to the presence of the protective shield, it was convenient regardless of whether one was standing up or sitting down when the cruiser was used for short-haul flights. If it was used for long-haul flights, one could even lie in it. There were also many flight mode options, from the autopilot mode that could be enabled after keying in the destination to the self-driving mode, after the spirit energy was completely integrated into one's body. It's a pity that it's not equipped with a combat function. However, I can incorporate some dharmic artifacts on it. This way, it would be ready for combat. Wang Baoli circled the cruiser. The more he looked at it, the fonder of it he was. It could be considered his first personal cruiser, and as cruisers of this sort were like dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli did not face many challenges controlling it. After a brief look at the cruiser, Wang Baoli sat on it, his excitement overflowing. Instantly, spirit energy within his body was unleashed and integrated with the cruiser, causing it to vibrate slightly and rise slowly into the air. Wang Baoli looked exhilarated. Controlling the spirit energy with his mind, the cruiser that was in midair began to speed forward into the skies. He yelped happily. Wang Baoli flew the cruiser within the skies above the Upper Academy Island. He was initially unfamiliar with it, but he gradually grew more skilled, especially as disciples from the other pavilions were also flying their cruisers in the skies. After some observation, he no longer sat down on the cruiser, instead standing up on the cruiser and roaring with the wind in his hair. This is what a cultivator should be equipped with. Stepping into the skies, making everywhere between the heavens and earth a place that can be explored. Wang Baoli laughed heartily and recalled that it was written in the cloud ethereal technique that if a true breath expert reached the 5th level, they could fly into the skies while standing on a sword. Till then, cruisers were mostly used for long-distance travel. Even if danger was met midair, one could still leave while stepping on a sword and battle the opponent. I need to buck up and level up to the peak of a true breath. The exhilaration of flying in the skies while controlling his own cruiser made Wang Baoli extremely excited for his own future, and the speed of his cruiser increased. The strong winds that were coming at him were blocked due to the protective shield. Therefore, Wang Baoli did not feel the strong winds striking his face. The cruiser's design also minimized air resistance. Amid his joy, Wang Baoli laughed as the cruiser tore through the clouds and flew at a high altitude. At this position, no other cruisers can be seen in the vicinity. Everything below seemed to have shrunk in Wang Baoli's eyes. Looking into the distance, the surrounding layers of clouds were like an ocean, wide and limitless. When he looked up, the sun at the edge of the skies was glowing hot, and the ancient greenish-bronze sword was especially prominent. Ah, the sword sun. The sun is huge, many times larger than the earth. Naturally, the ancient greenish-bronze sword is also astonishing and similarly many times larger than the earth. Such a huge sword body is akin to the great land and akin to the huge world. After reaching the true breath realm, Wang Baoli had become acquainted with, and gained greater clarity about information that he had not been as familiar with when he was in the ancient martial arts realm through the spirit intranet. For example, landing on the great sword world of the sun was a feat that all forces within the Federation were trying to achieve. As early as 30 years ago, the 5th-generation Sky Clan had used an undisclosed method and become the first to land a batch of people on it, successfully obtaining some form of inheritance. It was a pity that the details of the incident remained a top secret that could not be made known to outsiders. There is also the moon. Wang Baoli refocused his thoughts. It was evening, and the faint figure of the moon could be seen in the skies together with the sun. There had been many legends and mysterious elements regarding the moon that had been passed down since the ancient times. Some of these legends had been proven, while some of them still remain myths that even the current Federation could not garner proof to verify. Regardless of this, it was known that many fragments of the ancient greenish-bronze sword had landed on the moon. This made the moon, which had long been under the governance of the Federation, a treasure trove. Some have mentioned on the Spirit Intranet that for a person who has broken through to the true breath realm, the opportunity to advance into greater levels lies on the moon. A look of anticipation was apparent in Wang Baoli's eyes. He felt a wave of emotions, but suddenly, he widened his eyes when he noticed that a black spot had appeared on the moon. The black spot was moving at an incredible speed and seemed to be charging toward him. What on earth is that? Wang Baoli was taken aback. Under his control, he immediately landed the cruiser. As he ran toward the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, he turned and saw that in the clouds behind him, it appeared as if a massive object had appeared from beneath the sea. With a loud boom, the wave-like clouds began churning outward into the surroundings. Thereafter, a gigantic figure of a creature covered entirely in black hair that was 200 feet wide emerged from the clouds. Baring its teeth, it charged directly toward Wang Baoli. The beast was a gigantic ape that had wings. The suppressive force emanating from it far suppressed that of a true breath. Wang Baoli had only looked briefly at it before he experienced breathing difficulties. His heart palpitated vigorously, and it became obvious that the force was one that he was unable to withstand. The force from the ape was not only immense, but it also looked extremely savage. Its speed far exceeded that of Wang Baoli, and now, a ferocious look was obvious in its eyes. It seemed to have locked onto Wang Baoli, and as its wings flapped, its speed was boosted several times, instantly closing in on Wang Baoli and appearing beside his cruiser. It raised its right hand and directly threw a forceful slap toward the cruiser. Compared to its humongous body, the cruiser was akin to a toy. Wang Baoli, who was sitting in the cruiser, was so frightened that he gasped in shock. It was too late for him to hide, and as the ape's hand landed on the cruiser was instantly thrown off balance and crashed forcefully to the ground in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, accompanied by a loud boom. What's going on? There are actually beasts on the Upper Academy Island, and no one keeps them under control. Wang Baoli trembled and screamed immediately. However, even before the cruiser struck the ground, the ape picked up speed and caught up with the cruiser. Gnashing its teeth, it appeared delighted as it forcefully and loudly slapped the cruiser again, causing it to tumble again and again. Inside the cruiser, Wang Baoli was shocked frozen, and his screams grew even more pathetic. All he could feel was that the buzzing in his head had become stronger than ever, as the unbelievable speed that he had no means of controlling caused his heart to jump out of his chest. This is ridiculous. I didn't even provoke it. In his grief and indignation, the ape suddenly leaped into the air again, arriving beside the cruiser and slapping it with great force. Seeing the cruiser crash once again, the ape looked excited as it thumped its chest, roaring with delight. Just like that, the ape jumped around, treating the cruiser like a toy as it continuously threw it again and again. It was obvious that it was playing a game and had good control of its strength as it did not damage the cruiser further. Even so, inside the cruiser, Wang Baoli was suffering. His painful screams were endless, and he was extremely confused as his world tumbled in all directions. Several people on Upper Academy Island witnessed what was going on, but they were not too surprised, they merely shook their heads as thoughts filled it. Whose cruiser is that? He must be a newbie. Only newbies would daringly fly into the clouds. That is the Diamond Ape's territory, it strikes anyone it sees. Just like that, after being thrown into the skies and crashing over 10 times, the ape seemed to have grown bored. It no longer cared about the cruiser as it landed heavily and loudly on the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's ground. Luckily, the cruiser was sturdy, and Wang Baoli did not sustain many injuries despite the cruiser being significantly damaged with green smoke billowing out from it. As it landed on the ground, Wang Baoli scrambled out of the cruiser, struggling as his head was in a whirl. The moment he emerged, he vomited all over the ground. His body trembled. Wang Baoli raised his head weakly, filled with indignation as he stared angrily at the ape in the skies. He pointed at it with his right hand, and was about to begin hurling insults at it when a kind-hearted disciple beside him who had turned pale from shock immediately spoke. "Junior brother, quiet down. Don't scold it, as it is extremely fragile. The moment it is scolded, it will unleash its fiercest side, and that is extremely scary." Chapter 134, The Alchemy Faculty Reward. Chapter 134, The Alchemy Faculty Reward. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Its fiercest move? I don't care about its fiercest move. Wang Baoli's rage erupted. The thought of being played around by the ape drove him crazy, especially as it had occurred not just once but over 10 times. Calm down, junior brother. Calm down. I would advise you not to provoke this ape, for it is the favorite pet of the beast-taming pavilion elder. Its cultivation far exceeds that of us true breath plebs, making it immensely strong. The area above the clouds is its territory, and if it sees something appearing there, it loves to slap it away. The kind-hearted disciple beside Wang Baoli shook his head. He did not know Wang Baoli, given that there were so many disciples in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. It has such a strong backer? Listening to the words of the fellow disciple and gaining a brief understanding of the ape, Wang Baoli sighed as he realized that he could not afford to offend it. He grew even more grievous and indignant, and he had wanted to ask about the fiercest antics of the diamond ape that had leaped into the air when it seemed to have heard Wang Baoli. It stopped instantly, shaking its buttocks at Wang Baoli as it turned and snarled, revealing a condescending look in its eyes. "You're insulting me?" Wang Baoli's eyes stared wide open as he almost lost control of his temper. It was the first time in his life that he had been insulted by an ape. The diamond ape that was in midair started to make sounds as it proudly thumped its chest. It shifted its attention from Wang Baoli and turned to charge directly toward the beast-taming pavilion. Wang Baoli was extremely furious. Not only had he been treated as a toy by the ape, he had even been insulted. The feeling of indignation almost caused him to explode with rage. It took him a while to keep his anger under control. Painfully, he looked at the broken cruiser and sighed. After thanking his fellow disciple, he took the cruiser back to his cave abode with feelings of grief and indignation. Thankfully, the damage to the cruiser was superficial and not too severe. It could easily be fixed with Wang Baoli's current abilities. It was just that it was difficult to suppress his indignation as his rage grew thinking about the facial expression of the ape, as it insulted him. "Just you wait, rascal. You'll see what your grandpa Wang will do if you provoke him." Gritting his teeth and suppressing his indignation, Wang Baoli did not feel like heading out after fixing the cruiser. Thus, he decided to continue refining dharmic artifacts in seclusion. Days passed, and Wang Baoli grew increasingly familiar with the process of refining first-grade dharmic artifacts. The number of dharmic artifacts grew in number, even though there were failures in the process that cost him a significant portion of his savings. However, he gradually refined over 80 dharmic artifacts that he had specially selected in the catalogue from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Every single dharmic artifact was symbolic, and they all belonged to the category of being moderately challenging to refine. If he had chosen to refine those of lower difficulty, he would not have needed to spend so much time, energy, and money. This was because Chen Yutong had once mentioned to Wang Baoli that even though the assessment requirement for an armament disciple was to perfectly refine 100 first-grade dharmic artifacts, there were actually points allocated to each of them. It did not matter if it was a high or low score, as one could advance to become an armament disciple once the minimum requirement was reached. However, the score would become significant when one advanced further to become an armament soldier in the future. It could act as bonus points for the assessment of an armament soldier. Therefore, Chen Yutong told Wang Baoli that if it was possible, it would be advantageous for him if he refined the most challenging first-grade dharmic artifacts from the catalogue. Even though it would entail a great expense, and the Tao College would only reward the armament disciples with a few symbolic spirit stones for the 100 dharmic artifacts that they refined for the assessment, making the cost disproportionate to the gains. This provided an easier path to success in the future by building a solid foundation. After considering all these factors, Wang Baoli decided to challenge himself. He had to fork out so much more, but the gains that he had received in the Spirit Breath Village previously were also significant. He only needed to wait for the Tao College to complete its process of recording the gains before he received his bountiful reward. However, if everything went according to his plan, it would be inevitable for him to use a refinement material known as the Star Era Sand for the next 10 or so dharmic artifacts. The Star Era Sand was available within the sect, but it could only be bought if one completed a specific mission, one which also required time to complete. After calculating the time needed, Wang Baoli grew impatient. After thinking about it, he decided to contact Xie Haiyang, whom he thought would have a way to get his hands on the Star Era Sand since he was so influential on the Lower Academy Island. If Xie Haiyang was not able to do it, Wang Baoli planned to seek help from Chen Yutong. However, even though he had built a friendship with Chen Yutong, they were not close as they had not known each other for long. Therefore, unless there was no other choice, Wang Baoli did not want to trouble Chen Yutong. Right now, Xie Haiyang was introducing himself to a new student from the Lower Academy Island passionately. "Junior sister, I am Xie Haiyang. Within Ethereal Tao College, regardless of whether you are the Chancellor or an ordinary student, there is no request that I am unable to fulfill." As he spoke, Xie Haiyang received Wang Baoli's voice transmission. His eyes lit up as he picked up the message and smiled at the female student, who appeared apprehensive. "See that? Do you know who Wang Baoli is? He is my biggest client. All right, take your time to consider. I have to help with Senior Brother Wang's matter now. Xie Haiyang turned and left delightfully as he spoke. He immediately retrieved his voice transmission ring to communicate with Wang Baoli. He was extremely respectful and polite, a vast difference from when Wang Baoli was on the Lower Academy Island. Eventually, he promised that he would hand over the amount required by Wang Baoli within 3 days. Xie Haiyang's not bad. I'm on Upper Academy Island now, and he can still help me. He is no doubt a businessman. He will probably also want to gain admission to Upper Academy Island soon. Wang Baoli was surprised as he thought highly of Xie Haiyang. He waited patiently for 3 days, and that was when he received Xie Haiyang's voice transmission. Senior Brother Wang, I can't enter Upper Academy Island. How about we trade outside? After receiving Xie Haiyang's voice transmission, Wang Baoli immediately left his cave abode and arrived at the foggy border of Upper Academy Island's platform, where he saw an extremely respectful Xie Haiyang standing. Greetings, Senior Brother Wang. The moment he saw Wang Baoli, Xie Haiyang stood at attention. He stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply. Even before Wang Baoli could speak, he had immediately retrieved a bag and passed it to Wang Baoli politely. Noticing the change in Xie Haiyang's attitude toward him, Wang Baoli laughed silently as he knew that a large part of it was due to his admission to Upper Academy Island. He received the bag with a pleased look and was delighted when he saw its contents. He handed over the spirit stones, and the duo exchanged formalities after the transaction. Xie Haiyang remained respectful throughout the conversation. Wang Baoli laughed and wanted to leave before Xie Haiyang seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly rushed forward and whispered, Senior Brother Wang, you have bought so many things from me, and we can be considered old friends. I will let you in on a piece of news. Wang Baoli turned to look at Xie Haiyang. Senior Brother Wang, through my special connections, I have come to know of a piece of information that few, other than the people involved, know. In 3 days, the Alchemy Pavilion on Upper Academy Island will give out a reward for a specially recruited individual. As Xie Haiyang spoke, he paid attention to Wang Baoli's facial expression. A reward from the Alchemy Pavilion for a specially recruited? Wang Baoli was confused. The rules on the Upper Academy Island state that every pavilion can bestow an outstanding contributor who directly gained admission to Upper Academy Island as a disciple, without having to pass through the assessment a reward. However, this is a rare occurrence. This time, the Alchemy Pavilion will reward someone who became a true breath disciple by giving out a 7-inch spirit root. Wang Baoli was shocked to hear the news. He knew how precious the 7-inch spirit root was, and the fact that the Alchemy Pavilion could afford to give a reward like that made him curious. However, there are some issues with the reward. Therefore, when the news is announced in 3 days, they will request for that person to successfully refine a cloud breath pill before the deadline in order to be eligible. Xie Haiyang stopped his sentence midway as he looked at Wang Baoli. I have done some research on this cloud breath pill. It is said that it is a pill that will be immensely advantageous to a true breath cultivator. Most importantly, there are no prior records regarding this pill, and it could be considered a new formula. After the assessment, the Alchemy Pavilion of the Upper Academy Island began to regard it as a significant contribution, which is when the specially recruited reward began. However, some issues seem to have arisen. There were 2 students who submitted the formula for the cloud breath pill, but there is only 1 reward. Therefore, an assessment is required in order to hand out the reward. The deadline is set for a month. The winner of the 2 students is whoever refines a cloud breath pill with a higher purity. However, in order to refine the cloud breath pill, many materials are required, and the total cost will be hefty. Listening to the message, Wang Baoli's eyes lit up, and he looked sharply at Xie Haiyang. Xie Haiyang took a deep breath and spoke quietly as Wang Baoli's gaze was focused on him. The 2 who submitted the formula were Zhu Xiaoya and her best friend, Chen Fei, whom she came to know in the alchemy faculty. The Alchemy Pavilion of Upper Academy Island already has information regarding the one who created the formulation, but they have yet to announce it. This matter is one of life and death. I have heard that news has begun to spread within Upper Academy Island's Alchemy Pavilion that Chen Fei was likely the one who created the formula. After all, Chen Fei is an impressive 4th-year senior student. It is unlikely that she would risk the possibility of being expelled from the Tao College by stealing someone else's formula. At the same time, based on what I've understood so far, Chen Fei has connections with Lin Qianhao. It is highly possible that Lin Qianhao would sponsor Chen Fei in refining the cloud breath pill. This way, even if Chen Fei fails in the refinement process, she will be able to try again. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoya does not have this advantage. If nothing unexpected happens, in a month's time, after the announcement is made, the likelihood of Zhu Xiaoya losing will be extremely high. Most importantly, the Alchemy Pavilion's stance toward this is something unknown. Senior Brother Wang, since the Alchemy Pavilion has yet to announce the matter regarding the reward, and if the formula was really not created by Zhu Xiaoya, you'd better talk some sense into her. Otherwise, Xie Haiyang paused and fell silent. He took a few steps back, allowing Wang Baoli some time to digest the information. Wang Baoli's facial expression had long turned awful. His gaze was even sharper than before, and a ferocious vibe has accumulated and emanated directly from his body. Chapter 135, Aggressive. Chapter 135, Aggressive. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Exuding that ferocious aura, Wang Baoli raised his head and looked in the direction of the Lower Academy Island in the distance. In the time that he had spent on Upper Academy Island, he had been occupied with the battle with Lin Qianhao as well as his advancement to become an armament disciple. Thus, he had neglected the happenings on the Lower Academy Island. He did not know that such an incident involving Zhu Xiaoya had happened. Furthermore, Zhu Xiaoya did not mention anything to him either. Such information that was little known to others could only be more easily accessible to people like Xie Haiyang, after all. After a few moments of silence, Wang Baoli promptly retrieved his voice transmission ring to send a voice transmission to Zhu Xiaoya. Zhu Xiaoya was in the alchemical lab with her eyes red as she tried hard to prevent herself from bursting into tears. She did not speak much after receiving Wang Baoli's voice transmission, but when Wang Baoli asked about the cloud breath pill, she could no longer control herself as she burst into tears pitifully. Brother Baoli, I did not create the formula for the cloud breath pill. It was originally an incomplete formula that my grandfather, who was versed in the pulse enrichment ancient martial arts, received unexpectedly over 20 years ago. When I joined the alchemy faculty, I researched on the formula as I learned the coursework, which allowed me to more or less complete it. Do you remember the pill I showed you when you came to the alchemy faculty the other time? Actually, that was the prototype of the cloud breath pill. I had originally wanted to present the formula to the Tao College to gain admission to Upper Academy Island. I did not guard myself against Chen Fei. In the process of patching up the formula, I discussed many details with her. Listening to Zhu Xiaoya's words, Wang Baoli chose to believe her. He knew that Zhu Xiaoya was still young and had yet to experience the realities of society. She also did not possess the life and death experiences that he had gained over the past year, making it inevitable that she would place her trust in her friends lightly. Therefore, he consoled Zhu Xiaoya and reassured her. Don't cry, I am here. Thereafter, he ended the voice transmission. He narrowed his eyes as he roughly assessed the matter. Regardless of the origins of the incomplete formula for the cloud breath pill, it was obvious that it was related to the debris from the ancient greenish bronze sword. There was no need to think too much about this matter, and it was likely that the Alchemy Pavilion had realized that there was no true creator for the formula. Therefore, even though a reward was to be given, it was difficult to determine the person to be rewarded. After all, both students had submitted the formula, so even if the submitted formula was stolen, it was not something disadvantageous to the Alchemy Pavilion. Regardless of the truth, the formula was to be submitted to the Alchemy Pavilion. From the stance of an onlooker, the Alchemy Pavilion was unreasonable. However, from the viewpoint of the Alchemy Pavilion, this was merely a transaction. Giving out the reward of a 7-inch spirit root would be the conclusion of the transaction. It was not wise to diminish the enthusiasm of the students by punishing them for the origins of the formula. In this situation, the final decision of the Alchemy Pavilion, to reward the one who could refine a cloud breath pill of the highest purity, could be considered fair to a certain extent. However, if the formula was created by the student, the matter would be entirely different. For formulas that were of one's original creation, the Alchemy Pavilion would definitely give an 8-inch spirit root as a reward and would have to investigate the truth behind it. It would have to severely punish the student if they had attained the formula through theft, and there was no room for mistakes in the process, making it a matter that kept everyone on high alert. The possible death threat that Xie Haiyang had mentioned was precisely regarding this. However, his information was incomplete, and he did not completely understand the situation mentioned by Zhu Xiaoya, resulting in some mistakes in his interpretation. On the other hand, matters involving Lin Qianhao were not as complicated as Xie Haiyang thought. Wang Baoli immediately realized that Lin Qianhao could not make things difficult for him, causing him to seize the chance to bully Zhu Xiaoya in order to hurt him. After attaining a basic understanding of the matter, the hatred that Wang Baoli harbored toward the woman named Chen Fei was immense. He sighed coldly, raising his hand, and took out a jade slip to pass to Xie Haiyang. This is an empty jade slip, which you can take as a blank check. Look for Zhu Xiaoya when you return. Purchase every herb that she requires for the refinement of the cloud breath pill in large amounts, and ensure that she has no lack of them so that she can earn the reward in a month with the cloud breath pill that she has refined. As for the costs, I have nothing but spirit stones. Even I cannot put a number on the amount I can make. Wang Baoli spoke calmly but revealed his wealth in his words, which made Xie Haiyang take a deep breath as his eyes lit up. At the same time, his heart trembled as he knew how significant it was that Wang Baoli was able to hand him an empty check. It meant that he was confident that Xie Haiyang would not dare to lie and go against him, and it showed his trust in Xie Haiyang. It also showed the importance of Zhu Xiaoya to Wang Baoli, and the most important thing was that he had sold the intelligence to the right person. Xie Haiyang took a deep breath and looked at Wang Baoli deeply before replying with cupped fists. Rest assured, senior brother Wang. Since you have given me this blank check, I will also prove to you that I, Xie Haiyang, am a trustworthy businessman with principles and would not cheat you of even one spirit stone. Wang Baoli nodded. In reality, as per Xie Haiyang's interpretation, Wang Baoli's trust and confidence made him unafraid of the possibility that Xie Haiyang would go against him. Between the two of them, they were from the upper and lower academy respectively, and were separately a true breath expert and an ancient martial arts practitioner. If Xie Haiyang really had the guts and was crazy enough to take him for a ride, Wang Baoli would have no shortage of means to make Xie Haiyang pay back several times more of what he had greedily taken. Very quickly, Xie Haiyang left. After seeing him disappear into the distance, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and returned to his Dharmic Armament Pavilion cave abode to resume his seclusion. 3 days later, with the announcement of the reward by the Alchemy Pavilion, commotion filled the entire Lower Academy Island. Even the people on Upper Academy Island were in heated debates regarding the matter. At the same time, Wang Baoli also received anxious voice transmissions from numerous people, including Lu Daobin. After thanking them personally for the information, Wang Baoli sent another voice transmission to console Zhu Xiaoya before he could calm his heart and continue refining the Dharmic artifacts. Zhu Xiaoya was touched beyond words, as warmth filled her heart when she heard from Xie Haiyang that Wang Baoli had given him a blank check. At the same time, her petite face revealed a never-before-seen look of seriousness and determination. I cannot let Brother Baoli's spirit stones go to waste. I must get the reward and enter Upper Academy Island to refine pills for Brother Baoli in the future. With a flash of determination in her eyes, Zhu Xiaoya began the process of researching and refining the cloud breath pill. Time flew by, and a month passed very quickly. At dawn of the fateful day, the sound of the bell reverberated in the alchemy faculty of the Lower Academy Island. As the sound of the bell spread, commotion grew in the entire alchemy faculty. Looking at the students dashing toward the peak of the mountain, Zheng Liang stood outside the cave abode, his eyes filled with emotion and anticipation. Who will the reward belong to in the end? Even though he had lost to Zhao Yaming in the previous assessment, and missed the advancement assessment to the mystic realm held by the Dao College after that due to personal reasons, he had not given up as he planned to reapply for the Dao College's major assessment once again this year. Numerous others, even students from the other faculties, were also thinking about the same thing as Zheng Liang. After all, this was an extremely significant matter to the Lower Academy Island. Students from each faculty rushed as they assembled at the alchemy faculty peak with the sound of the bell ringing in the background. They had all wanted to see with their own eyes who the winner would be. A very high proportion of the students were from the Dharmic Armament faculty. Even though Wang Baoli had entered Upper Academy Island, his influence on the Lower Academy Island had not diminished a single bit. Therefore, many students were hoping that Zhu Xiaoya would emerge victorious. However, Chen Fei was not one to be belittled either, and thus, her supporters were also aplenty. As the crowd gathered on the alchemy faculty peak, the ant-like scores of people were discussing endlessly, spreading furiously in all directions. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the public square in the middle, which was now empty except for two girls, each sitting cross-legged beside an alchemical cauldron. Both girls looked extraordinary, despite being a little young. Zhu Xiaoya was now staring at Chen Fei with anger in her eyes. Chen Fei was tall, and even though she was meditating with her legs crossed, her slender, hourglass figure could be seen, which attracted a lot of attention from pairs of eyes filled with passion. However, she was distant and proud, and the more she appeared cold and unapproachable, the more charming she was to the others. Zhu Xiaoya will definitely win. The formula belonged to Zhu Xiaoya in the first place. That's difficult to say. I think that it is more likely that the formula belonged to Chen Fei. After all, as a fourth-year senior student, she will have plenty of experience. What's more, she has such a good figure and a beautiful face. Amid the discussion, the Chancellors, Vice-Chancellor, and an elder from the Alchemy Pavilion arrived and took their seats in the front row. Instantly, the noise from the crowd simmered down. The Chancellor and the elder from the Alchemy Pavilion exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Jiao Quan, the Vice-Chancellor, then took a deep breath before stepping up to look at Zhu Xiaoya and Chen Fei. When his gaze fell on Zhu Xiaoya, he paused slightly before speaking sternly. The refinement assessment of the cloud breath pill begins now. Zhu Xiaoya and Chen Fei stood up immediately and began refining the cloud breath pill with all eyes on them. Instantly, both herbal alchemical cauldrons glowed. Time crawled, and after half an hour, when the both of them had crossed the halfway mark of the refinement process, Wang Baoli, who was in his cave abode on Upper Academy Island, finally produced his 100th perfect first-grade Dharmic artifact at this crucial juncture, based on his previous estimation of the time needed. Wang Baoli was agitated as he looked at the palm-sized shield that he had just refined in front of him that was glowing brightly. He stood up, filled with exhilaration. I have finally succeeded. The timing is just right, Bunny's assessment should still be going on. Excited, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and opened up the voice transmission jade slip to take a look. After confirming that the assessment was still in progress, he immediately walked out of the cave abode and entered the cruiser, dashing straight toward the Lower Academy Island. It will be fine if Bunny lost on fair grounds. However, if someone creates trouble after she has won, I would love to see for myself who that daring fella is. Wang Baoli stood on the cruiser in midair, a look of ferocity prominent in his eyes as he increased his speed. Chapter 136, Could I have wronged him? Chapter 136, Could I have wronged him? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There were many people within the alchemy faculty's public square, and all of them were gazing at the Chen Fei and Zhu Xiaoya, who were refining a pill. The two girls were very beautiful, and they gave off a different vibe to the people watching them refine pills. That was especially so when seeing the many types of herbs fly about in their hands. They seemed to accentuate their figures, making them look dazzling. This test in refining the cloud breath pill was nearing its end. Zhu Xiaoya and Chen Fei were both obviously very familiar with the refining process before this test. At that moment, they moved like flowing water, without any hesitation. Following the cloud breath pill's formula, they quickly threw the herbs into the alchemical cauldron according to the formula. As flames arose in the alchemical cauldron, they began the final segment of the test. They have reached the pill formation stage. Chen Fei is definitely a senior student who has immersed herself in studying alchemy for many years. Her technique is flawless. Watching her refine a pill is like watching the creation of a masterpiece. It's really unexpected. This Zhu Xiaoya was previously a seemingly ordinary student in the alchemy faculty, but her technique is actually comparable to that of Chen Fei. There are many steps involved in the refining process of pills. They cannot make a single mistake in any step. If they do, the mistakes will be magnified in the pill formation stage, resulting in failure. The sounds of discussion slowly spread from the surroundings. Zhu Xiaoya was sweating profusely from her forehead and was panting slightly at that moment. However, she clenched her teeth and persevered. When she stared at Chen Fei periodically, one could see the anger in her eyes. Chen Fei also noticed Zhu Xiaoya's stare, but she was unaffected by it. To her, it seemed like she did not think that she had done anything wrong. Since it was not Zhu Xiaoya's original formula, then it could be considered her own doing and fate when she handed the cloud breath pill formula to her. You should blame yourself for not taking care of the formula properly, it's not my fault. Chen Fei had a slight smile at the corner of her lips and a confident gaze. She ignored Zhu Xiaoya and concentrated on refining her cloud breath pill. Seemingly able to sense Chen Fei's thoughts, Zhu Xiaoya felt indignation in her heart. However, she knew that she could not afford to get distracted, so she took a deep breath and stared intently at the alchemical cauldron. As time passed, both of their pills were at the stage where they could open their cauldrons. Even the Chancellor and the Alchemy Pavilion Elder were staring intently. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but she still raised her right hand. Before the time came to open her cauldron, she opened it. As the surrounding people were stunned and exclaimed in shock, Zhu Xiaoya quickly threw an object into her cauldron with a flick of her right hand. This scene invoked the shock of the surrounding people, and that was especially so for Chen Fei, but she had no time to think about it. As the flames in both of their alchemical cauldrons died down, with a tremendous shake of the cauldrons, a herbal fragrance spread toward the surrounding from their alchemical cauldrons' ventilation pores. Looking toward it, a large amount of white smoke spread toward the surroundings from the small pores surrounding the two alchemical cauldrons. The herbal fragrance was even more concentrated as it spread everywhere, and everyone who smelt it was moved. This pill actually caused my body to absorb spirit qi. I didn't circulate my cultivation technique, but my body automatically absorbed spirit qi. Gosh, this cloud breath pill is amazing. I feel like all the meridians within my body are tingling. There's actually spirit qi entering and infusing with my meridians. As the people exclaimed in shock, Zhu Xiaoya and Chen Fei almost simultaneously pressed on their alchemical cauldrons. Immediately, their cauldrons opened, and as the fragrance spread into a larger area, they revealed the respective pills refined within each alchemical cauldron. Both of you, stand back. Vice-Chancellor Jiao Quan spoke calmly and strode forward to retrieve both pills personally, holding both of them in his hands. However, compared to Chen Fei's Crimson Cloud Breath Pill, Zhu Xiaoya's Cloud Breath Pill seemed to have black impurities. Judging by appearance, Zhu Xiaoya's pill seemed inferior. Looking at her pill, then looking at the one refined by Chen Fei, Zhu Xiaoya had a complex look. Meanwhile, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fei's lips. Jiao Quan's expression remained the same. Holding the two pills, he released his internal spirit qi and infused it into the pills as though he was feeling for something. Very quickly, he retrieved his spirit qi. Not caring about the nervous Zhu Xiaoya and Chen Fei, he turned toward the Chancellor and the Alchemy Pavilion Elder and bowed with cupped fists. Chancellor, Elder, I have done a preliminary assessment of both pills. Chen Fei's pill is at 50% purity while Zhu Xiaoya's pill is only at 30% purity. Chancellor, Elder, please do a second round of assessment. As Jiao Quan spoke, the commotion in the surroundings that had already died down erupted once again. One at 50% and the other at 30%. This gap is just too huge. Could the formula really have been Chen Fei's creation? As the crowd discussed, a smile appeared on Chen Fei's face, and she looked toward Zhu Xiaoya, reveling in delight. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoya's expression darkened, and tears formed in her eyes. She ignored Chen Fei, instead gazing at the Alchemy Pavilion Elder as though she was seeking final confirmation. At the same time, the Chancellor raised an eyebrow and looked a little surprised. He looked toward the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. This elder had a head full of white hair and looked affable. His gaze had a slight curiosity, but just as he was about to speak, he seemed to notice something and looked toward the sky. Almost simultaneously, the Chancellor raised his head and immediately saw a cruiser in the sky whistling over at an extremely fast speed. It approached the Alchemy Faculty mountain peak in the blink of an eye. The appearance of the cruiser immediately caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, but before they could see the person inside the cruiser clearly, a familiar voice exploded forth within the central public square with anger. Jiao Quan, you're really itching for a beating. You still dare to cause trouble? As the angry growl sounded, Wang Baoli leaped off his cruiser and shot directly toward Jiao Quan. Jiao Quan's expression changed, and Wang Baoli had already appeared in front of him before he could speak. He threw a punch directly at Jiao Quan, releasing his spirit energy and spreading out his suppressive force. In coordination with Wang Baoli's physical strength and his control of spirit qi within and outside his body, this punch immediately conjured up a storm. Jiao Quan was completely unable to defend against this and fell backward like a kite whose string had been severed. He crashed into the ground far away, blood bursting from his mouth. Wang Baoli! Jiao Quan's expression warped, and he let out an aggrieved growl. He was in an extremely bad mood, but just as he spoke, Wang Baoli approached with an angry growl yet again and kicked him. Jiao Quan wanted to resist, but Wang Baoli could already put up a fight against him when he was in the ancient martial arts realm. Now that Wang Baoli was at the true breath realm, he stood no chance and had no time to even try casting spells. With a boom, his body was sent flying with a kick from Wang Baoli, and with a successive punch, he crashed toward the crowd at the side. At that moment, the spectators finally understood what was going on, and they gasped in response. Head Prefect Wang! Head Prefect Wang is back! So strong, he's completely thrashing the Vice-Chancellor. As expected of Head Prefect. Not only was the surrounding crowd shocked, Chen Fei's breathing also hastened, and she shuddered in her heart. Wang Baoli had a huge reputation in the Lower Academy Island, and his return today was too vicious. Even the Chancellor had a headache trying to deal with him. But just as he was about to stop Wang Baoli, he was blocked by the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. Puzzled, the Chancellor looked toward the Alchemy Pavilion Elder beside him. He found that the Elder did not look disgusted and was in fact gazing at Wang Baoli with interest. Hence, he did not stop Wang Baoli. In the crowd, Liu Daobin and many of Wang Baoli's juniors also felt excited, much less Zhu Xiaoya. The moment Wang Baoli appeared, she no longer felt uneasy, as though she suddenly had an emotional support. This had all happened too fast. Wang Baoli's arrival and his thrashing of Jiao Quan all happened in a flash. Without even waiting for Jiao Quan to get up, Wang Baoli appeared in front of him once again with a shake of his body. He grabbed Jiao Quan's hair, and as Jiao Quan let out tragic cries, he was dragged by Wang Baoli directly toward where the Chancellor was. When they walked past Chen Fei, she retreated subconsciously while shuddering. Wang Baoli took one look at her and did not bother with her anymore. He grabbed the crying Jiao Quan and looked toward the Chancellor. First, he took a deep bow, then he spoke loudly. Chancellor, this Jiao Quan caused trouble and affected the fairness of this test. He obviously meddled with the pill refinement test this time. Jiao Quan's scalp was hurting. After hearing Wang Baoli's words in his wretched state, he felt extremely wronged and immediately exclaimed, I didn't. Shut up. It must have been you. I know you too well. Wang Baoli stared and kicked Jiao Quan viciously. Jiao Quan cried out once more, and he felt like he was about to explode from anger. This feeling of being wronged made him go into a frenzy. He had indeed plotted against Wang Baoli many times, whether it was trying to expel him at the very beginning, cooperating with Lin Qianhao's assassination attempt in the Pond Cloud Rainforest, or cancelling Wang Baoli's candidacy later on. But this time, he really did not do anything. For one, the Chancellor and Elder were watching. Plus, he really was scared of Wang Baoli and did not want to mess with him anymore. Never would he have expected that the first time he was fair in his entire working career, he would be so misunderstood and beaten up so viciously. At that moment, he felt extremely angry, as though the whole world had gone dark, and could not help but scream angrily at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, this time, it really wasn't me. I really didn't do anything. His voice was filled with the emotions that he was being wronged, and Wang Baoli was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Actually, Wang Baoli did not have any evidence, but when he saw Jiao Quan, he instinctively felt that he was not a good guy and that it must have been him who caused trouble. Could I have wronged him? Never mind, if I was wrong then so be it. He's done too many bad things anyway. Wang Baoli coughed, ignoring Jiao Quan, and spoke loudly to the Chancellor. Chancellor, this evil man affected the test just now. It's not fair. I suggest holding the test again. Chapter 137, A Kind Pill. Chapter 137, A Kind Pill. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Jiao Quan was sad and angry. After hearing Wang Baoli's words, he felt that the one affecting the fairness of the test was Wang Baoli. He felt extremely depressed, and as his aggrieved feelings grew until he was about to explode, he tried to speak. But Wang Baoli glared, and the viciousness in his gaze made Jiao Quan's body shudder, sorrow filling his heart. Who's the evil one here? This Wang Baoli is the evil one. When the surrounding Lower Academy Island students saw this scene, all of them stared with their mouths agape. They all looked at Wang Baoli like they were staring at a man of God, and some of them even bowed in reverence. As they saw Jiao Quan getting thrashed, their anger had slowly diminished. Jiao Quan was really not liked in the Dao College. This was especially so because a part of the people in the crowd were freshmen, and their understanding of Wang Baoli was built up from what people told them. As they saw Wang Baoli in person, all of them were in awe. Even though Wang Baoli had already been promoted to Upper Academy Island, stories about his past endeavors were still spread around the Lower Academy Island. One could imagine how deeply the stories of his endeavors would get rooted in the Lower Academy Island in the future. Because of that day's events, Wang Baoli would be seen as a legend in every faculty. It could even be said that the future freshmen accepted into the Dao College would grow up hearing about the legends of Wang Baoli, starting from the moment they stepped onto the Lower Academy Island. As they slowly got promoted to Upper Academy Island, they might even seek more information about Wang Baoli as soon as they could. In the hearts of the students in the Lower Academy Island, Wang Baoli was already considered a peerless legend among the students. The Chancellor, standing at the left side of the square, was having a huge headache at the moment. Although Wang Baoli was excellent, his ability to stir trouble was equally excellent. Wang Baoli and Jiao Quan's conflict was extremely deep, and Wang Baoli had already left the Lower Academy Island. Yet, he had come back to beat Jiao Quan up. This made the Chancellor not know whether to laugh or to cry. As he was thinking about how to resolve the issue, Zhu Xiaoya's gentle voice sounded in the central public square. Brother Baoli, there's no need for a retest. The result will still be like this. As she spoke, Zhu Xiaoya went to Wang Baoli's side, held his hand, and shook her head gently. How could that be? Wang Baoli was about to continue speaking when the Alchemy Pavilion elder sitting beside the Chancellor suddenly laughed. Lad, are you sure you want a retest? Wang Baoli had been paying attention to the elder the whole time. When he heard the elder's words, he felt that something was amiss. So, he looked at Zhu Xiaoya, then he looked at the elder. Actually, when the elder did not stop him when he was beating up Jiao Quan previously, Wang Baoli had already begun contemplating in his mind. Looking at Wang Baoli's expression, the Alchemy Pavilion elder smiled. He shifted his gaze, and it landed on Zhu Xiaoya. With a slightly stern expression, he asked, Zhu Xiaoya, tell me, why did you throw in the afterglow grass at the final moment? Hearing the elder's words, Zhu Xiaoya took a deep breath. Not releasing her grip on Wang Baoli's hand, she spoke softly. That's because, according to the cloud breath pill formula, the toxicity of the pill increases the purer it gets. The afterglow grass can negate the pill's toxicity. That's why I threw in the afterglow grass. As Zhu Xiaoya spoke, the surroundings went silent, and even Chen Fei paused for a moment and stared at Zhu Xiaoya. As for Wang Baoli, he blinked, lowered his head to look at the wretched Vice-Chancellor Jiao Quan, and did not speak. Did you know that, although the afterglow grass can negate the pill's toxicity after you throw it in, it will also affect the pill's purity? The elder's gaze became sharper, as though he was trying to examine Zhu Xiaoya's true character. Zhu Xiaoya was a little scared, and she tightened her grip on Wang Baoli's hand, answering softly, I knew that. You knew that? Then you must know that the assessment criterion of this test is the purity of the cloud breath pill. Why did you still do that? Do you not want the reward of becoming a specially recruited disciple? The Alchemy Pavilion elder spoke slowly, but his gaze turned sharper, and a suppressive force even spread from his body. This suppressive force was so strong that even Wang Baoli felt frightened. Zhu Xiaoya's breathing hastened, and her body was shivering. But after she felt Wang Baoli gripping her hand a little more tightly, she raised her head to look at the Alchemy Pavilion elder. Her gaze was clear, and with a strong conviction, she spoke softly. That's because the path of alchemy is people-oriented. If I only care about the purity of a pill and pay no attention to its toxicity, then the pill I refine in the end will not be a kind pill used to heal and aid in one's cultivation but an evil pill used to hurt people. Even if I improvise and receive the reward by winning through refining a pill with a higher purity, I can fool others, but I can't fool myself. For some things, you will do it again after you do it the first time. I don't want to hurt people. I want to be accountable for the pills I refine, I want to be accountable to my own conscience, and I want to be accountable to anyone who consumes the pills I refine. My pill is not pure enough, but it's not toxic. When Zhu Xiaoya first spoke, her voice had been soft, but it gradually grew louder. She had always been timid, but that day, while everyone was watching and Wang Baoli stood beside her, she expressed her conviction toward alchemy, her principles regarding alchemy, and what she hoped to achieve through alchemy. And deep in her heart, she told herself, I want to keep refining pills for Brother Baoli. As these words spread from her mouth and entered the ears of the surrounding crowd, everyone was stunned. That was especially so for the students in the alchemy faculty, who fell silent. Chen Fei's body shuddered. Looking at the alchemy pavilion elder's stern face, she slowly anticipated her reward. She started worrying about her personal gains and losses and was extremely nervous. Wang Baoli was also stunned. He tilted his head to look at Zhu Xiaoya, and it was as though he had just met her. The surroundings went quiet, and even Vice-Chancellor Jiao Quan seemed to forget his pain. He had a complicated expression when he looked toward Zhu Xiaoya. The Chancellor also went silent, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he gazed at Zhu Xiaoya with strong admiration. The alchemy pavilion elder was silent for a long time. It was as though Zhu Xiaoya's words made him think of a certain person. After a while, he let out a soft sigh, and his stern expression became kindly. As he gazed at Zhu Xiaoya, he suddenly spoke. You believe in kind pills, that is very rare and commendable. Zhu Xiaoya, you no longer need to address yourself as student. If you are willing, you may address yourself as disciple, in front of me. As he spoke, the surrounding crowd were all extremely surprised. Wang Baoli was also surprised. Meanwhile, Chen Fei only felt her world getting darker, she staggered, and her face went extremely pale. Ah! Zhu Xiaoya was rooted to the spot and seemed a little flustered. She looked at Wang Baoli subconsciously. Right at that moment, the alchemy pavilion elder stood up while laughing and smiled at the Chancellor beside him. Old Lu, I'm going to take this girl away and accept her as my final disciple. Will you let me? The Chancellor chuckled and got up as well. He was happy for Zhu Xiaoya and even more excited. He knew the status of the elder standing in front of him. That elder was one of the 4 elders of the alchemy pavilion. In the path of alchemy, he had a huge reputation throughout the entire federation. With that thought, the Chancellor looked toward Zhu Xiaoya with encouragement. Xiaoya, greet your master. Wang Baoli was also extremely happy and quickly nudged Zhu Xiaoya. It was then that Zhu Xiaoya reacted. Although she was still a little dazed, she was not a fool and quickly stepped forward to bow to the elder. Master, accept my greetings as your humble disciple, Zhu Xiaoya. The alchemy pavilion elder chuckled, and with a swish of his sleeve, he actually brought Zhu Xiaoya along and stepped on air, heading directly toward Upper Academy Island. From start to finish, he never looked at Chen Fei, nor did he ever bring up the reward. What cultivation realm is he yet to be able to step on air like that? This scene made Wang Baoli narrow his eyes. The shocked crowd all looked toward Zhu Xiaoya in the sky. That was especially so for the alchemy faculty students, who looked on with envy. As for Chen Fei, she went pale and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoya's shouts and the elder's laughing voice sounded from the sky. Wang Baoli, please don't disturb Xiaoya for a period of time. She needs to train in seclusion. I will get her an 8-inch spirit root. If you don't train hard, she might even surpass you. Brother Baoli, wait for me to come out of seclusion. I'll go look for you. Gazing at the pair, who were getting further away, Wang Baoli smiled. He was happy for Zhu Xiaoya, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed the Chancellor glaring at him. So, he scratched his head and released his grip on Jiao Quan's hair. You've already been promoted into Upper Academy Island. Why are you still so rash? The Chancellor glared at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was slightly awkward. He lowered his head to look at the indignant Gao Quan, coughed, and patted the shoulder of the shivering Gao Quan. Old Gao, keep doing fewer bad things and more good things in the future. Understood? Chancellor, I just remembered about the Dharmic artifact that I'm halfway through refining. I'll take my leave first. With that, Wang Baoli quickly shook his body and jumped into his cruiser. He left the alchemy faculty rapidly and headed straight for Upper Academy Island. Sending Wang Baoli off with their gazes, the surrounding crowd looked at one another, and the Chancellor was also helpless. Knowing it was a misunderstanding, he finally looked at the indignant Gao Quan and sighed. Gao Quan, he wanted to console Gao Quan but did not know where to start. Finally, he gave Gao Quan a bottle of pills and left while contemplating about changing his vice-chancellor. Only Gao Quan was standing there in anger and sorrow. He wanted to cry, but no tears fell, and the indignation that he felt in his heart spread toward the heavens. I was wronged. Chapter 138, Newbie, you're still too inexperienced. Chapter 138, Newbie, you're still too inexperienced. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was standing on the cruiser, swishing through the skies, riding in the wind as he dashed directly to Upper Academy Island. He was extremely delighted. Not only did Zhu Xiaoya gain admission to Upper Academy Island, she was also formerly the disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion Elder. The entire matter could be considered to have concluded well. Clearing his throat, Wang Baoli thought, in this whole incident, I played a significant role. Thanks to my courage and fearlessness toward the evil forces that allowed me to create chaos by using the opportunity to hit Gao Quan, victory was attained in the process. This allowed Bunny to have an unobstructed path to success. This irritating fatty would never admit that even if he did not appear this time round, the outcome would have been the same for Bunny. Now, he was in high spirits as he took up a bag of snacks while on the cruiser, munching on them loudly while controlling the cruiser. The ability to fly the cruiser and eat snacks at the same time. This capability is not something that everyone has. Wang Baoli laughed heartily. Soon, the cruiser has passed through the clouds and arrived at Upper Academy Island. Du Minute is in the Alchemy Pavilion as well. Even though I haven't seen her much since coming to Upper Academy Island, it's not surprising if she is doing well, since she has always excelled academically. There's also Chen Ziheng, who is in the Combat Pavilion with Shui Yifan. I have to work hard and not let them surpass me. Thinking of this, Wang Baoli inhaled deeply. He did not return to the cave abode. Instead, his gaze was on the middle peak, looking in the northern direction toward the mountains that housed the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Wang Baoli had already read up on the details of the Armament Disciple Assessment on the Spirit Intranet and understood that the assessment of Dharmic Armament Pavilion disciples took place on the northern mountain range, where a military administrative department oversaw the advancement assessment of disciples to armament disciples. However, if a disciple successfully refined 100 perfect first-grade Dharmic artifacts, they could also send the Dharmic artifacts for assessment in order to receive their armament disciple status. I will advance to become an armament disciple, then choose a department to perform my duties. Wang Baoli's eyes was fueled with passion as he controlled the cruiser straight toward the northern mountain range. On his way, as he passed the middle peak, he noticed that on the parade square lay a huge military drum standing tall. It was dull red in color and was eye-catching because of its rustic look. That is probably the drum that people on the Spirit Intranet have mentioned, huh? Wang Baoli was tempted as his eyes fell momentarily on the huge military drum. He had read entries introducing the drum on the Spirit Intranet. It was said that it was a military drum that could only be struck by an armament soldier, and it had only one purpose: invite an elder. Whatever difficult problems arose regarding Dharmic armaments, so long as the armament soldier was capable, they could strike the military drum, using its sound to invite an elder for advice on the solution. However, even though the drum has been installed for many years, it had not been struck often. If there were no real challenging problems that were difficult to solve, no one would dare haphazardly strike it to disturb the elders. On the other hand, there was no drumstick for the drum. Anyone who wished to strike it had to make use of the materials given by the military drum and refine a drumstick, which could only be used once, right there and then in front of the drum. Only when an armament soldier held a drumstick that they had personally refined could they strike the military drum to invite an elder. Even though the method of refining the drumstick was stated right beside the military drum, it was an extremely difficult feat. To a certain extent, it was not considered a numinous treasure. Furthermore, every armament soldier only had one chance in their entire lifetime. If they failed, they lost their eligibility, and thus, no one dared to squander the opportunity willy-nilly. Wang Baoli had read on the Spirit intranet that the student who had managed to strike the drum the greatest number of times had done it 5 times using the drumstick that he had refined. That far exceeded that of other people, and as a result, the elder that he had invited to grant assistance on his problem was no ordinary elder, but the Grand Elder of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Every Grand Elder possesses incredibly high status within their respective pavilions. Only the Deputy Sect Lord and Sect Lord are ranked above the Grand Elder, with the Grand Supreme Elder being at the top of the hierarchy. Even though Wang Baoli had spent most of his time in seclusion after entering Upper Academy Island, his understanding of the structure of Ethereal Tao College had grown significantly from the times when he was on the Lower Academy Island. He already understood that the one with the highest authority in Ethereal Tao College was the mysterious Grand Supreme Elder. He was never seen in Ethereal Tao College, but his existence was akin to an anchor, the assurance of everyone in Ethereal Tao College and the status of the Federation. The Grand Supreme Elder's subordinates included Ethereal Tao College's Sect Lord and the 3 Deputy Sect Lords. Below them were 10 pavilions and a college. The 10 pavilions were referring to the island pavilions on Upper Academy Island, which included the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and the college was referring to the Lower Academy Island. Within every pavilion, the pavilion head was obviously the person in command. However, in reality, there were still numerous elders above the pavilion head as well as the one and only Grand Elder of each pavilion. These people were not involved in the management of the pavilion. However, they formed the group of elders, which had the authority to determine the employment of the deputy pavilion head and the pavilion head. This systematic hierarchy was precisely the structure of power of the internal affairs of Ethereal Tao College. When Wang Baoli gained a good understanding of all this, he realized that he needed time to assume the great responsibility, and at the same time, his desire to become an armament soldier grew even stronger. As he shifted his gaze away from the drum, Wang Baoli suppressed his thoughts as he controlled the cruiser directly toward the northern mountain range. Soon, he arrived within the clouds above the military administrative department. He began his descent to enter the compound. There were only a few disciples within the military administrative department. Those who were capable of becoming armament disciples were only of a small proportion of the large number of ordinary disciples. Therefore, after completing the administrative process, Wang Baoli arrived at the specially demarcated assessment ground, a parade square where tens of gigantic stone stelae stood. Apart from himself, there was a tall and thin youth who was sitting on a stone stele in preparation with his eyes closed and legs crossed. He looked serious and mysterious. Sensing that someone had arrived, the youth raised his head and opened his eyes, but remained silent as he took a look at Wang Baoli. However, seeing that Wang Baoli was about to begin his assessment without any preparation, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. A new disciple? Wang Baoli heard his words and turned to look at him. The armament disciple assessment is the most important milestone for a disciple. Junior brother, it's fine that you did not even bother to clean yourself up, but your lack of preparation shows your disrespect toward the armament disciple advancement assessment. I advise you to attempt the assessment again after preparing yourself. Otherwise, you will definitely fail. The youth spoke calmly, as if from experience. Is it really so difficult? Wang Baoli had originally been very laid back. However, after hearing the youth's words, with his gut feeling telling him that the youth was not lying to him, he inevitably grew concerned. Every year, there are only slightly more than 10 people who successfully advance to become armament disciples in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. In addition, many of the disciples have spent at least 2 years doing so after entering Upper Academy Island. So, don't you think it's hard? Refining 100 perfect first-grade Dharmic artifacts becomes simple in comparison, for it can be achieved with time. However, in the assessment mystic realm, 10 random Dharmic artifacts will be chosen. One has to present the refinement process again within the stipulated time without making any mistakes. Should one mistake be made, one fails. Isn't that difficult? Of those who gained admission to Upper Academy Island, who doesn't have talent? People like you, who think that it's easy to pass the assessment, are plentiful. I have tried 9 times and seen many, but I have not seen one that succeeded. The youth did not know who Wang Baoli was and was speaking in a conceited tone. Wang Baoli looked at the youth with a weird expression. He was thinking about how it made sense that the youth sounded so full of experience, for he had done the assessment so many times. Therefore, with both trust and suspicion, he became uneasy, as he mimicked the youth and began preparing by sitting down cross-legged. Realizing that Wang Baoli was an individual who would listen to advice, the youth laughed as he felt heartened. It was as if he saw a past shadow of his failure in Wang Baoli. After a moment, when he had completed his preparation, he raised his right hand and retrieved a dharmic artifact, sending it into the stone stele. Wang Baoli noticed and immediately retrieved a dharmic artifact, sending it into the stone stele just like the youth. Cloud Frost Sword? After noticing the dharmic artifact that Wang Baoli retrieved, the youth was momentarily shocked as he threw several more glances at Wang Baoli before retrieving yet another dharmic artifact, and sending it into the stone stele. Wang Baoli followed suit and retrieved another dharmic artifact. Spirit Fog Shield? The youth stared with his eyes wide open. The Cloud Frost Sword was one of the most challenging items to refine of the first-grade dharmic artifacts. He had been surprised after seeing the first artifact but did not think much of it. However, now that Wang Baoli retrieved yet another dharmic artifact that was extremely difficult to refine, he inevitably became bewildered. Despite that, he was indignant and sighed in his heart. Is he trying to show off? Is he planning to compete with me? Newbie, you're still too inexperienced. Even though I have failed so many times, in reality, every failure can be considered a strong driving force and improvement for me. Without those failures, I wouldn't be who I am today. The youth narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of arrogance, he flung his sleeves and retrieved the remaining 98 dharmic artifacts. Of those, there were 9 around the same difficulty as the Spirit Fog Shield. Delightedly, he looked askance at Wang Baoli, but that was when his mind instantly buzzed with activity. Wang Baoli, who was beside him, followed the youth in retrieving his remaining 98 dharmic artifacts, all of them of the same grade as the Spirit Fog Shield. Now, the glow from the dharmic artifact was extremely bright, and the glitz almost made the youth's eyes fall out of their sockets. In his surprise, he began cursing angrily and indignantly in his heart. Did this fella come for the assessment or to show that he's rich? Gosh, what's the point of bringing so many difficult to refine dharmic artifacts for just an armament disciple assessment? Chapter 139, Main Team Leader of the Inspectors. Chapter 139, Main Team Leader of the Inspectors. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was no wonder the youth's mind was buzzing with activity and his heart thrown into shock. As a disciple who had already spent 2 years on Upper Academy Island, regardless of whether it was through his own experience of going through 9 assessments or from hearsay, he had never heard or seen someone like Wang Baoli, who was planning to go through the assessment with 100 perfect first-grade dharmic artifacts that were extremely difficult to refine. It was unfathomable for the youth that someone would make the whole process more challenging for themselves. After all, it was too costly to refine dharmic artifacts this way. Furthermore, with this difficulty, the test that followed, which requires the individual to refine 10 randomly selected dharmic artifacts within the stipulated time, would be even more difficult. In addition, the youth absolutely did not believe that all those dharmic artifacts had been refined by a newly admitted disciple. No matter how he looked at it, there did not seem to be enough time. If someone had really managed to achieve the feat, the youth would think that he would be an extremely talented individual who would become an armament soldier in the future. However, in his eyes, Wang Baoli was not talented. Now, he focused his attention, and tried with all his effort to shift his gaze away from the dharmic artifacts that Wang Baoli was gradually feeding to the stone stele. He suppressed the wave of emotions in his heart, having judged that the newbie was definitely just trying his luck after engaging someone else's help with refining the dharmic artifacts. It did not matter if it was reasonable. In addition, if one failed in the assessment, the dharmic artifacts that were submitted would not be returned. However, to those who were rich, such losses were still acceptable. Senior brother, what do I do next? Is the assessment about to begin? As the youth's thoughts crashed like waves, Wang Baoli had already fed all the dharmic artifacts into the stone stele, and was inquiring about the next step nervously with his head turned. He noticed the change in the youth's facial expressions and understood the reason behind it, but as the assessment was of greater importance now, he could not afford to be distracted and did not have the time to explain. Humph, people who think that they can play against the rules because they are rich are just the people I hate the most. After hearing Wang Baoli's words, the youth sighed deeply in his heart and spoke in a cold, distant manner. Put your hand on the stone stele, and the assessment will commence. After he spoke, he saw Wang Baoli raising his hand and pressing it on the stone stele. He laughed coldly as he saw Wang Baoli's body giggle. Newbie, you have to experience failure first. So what if you're rich? You'll still fail. The youth decided to pause his own assessment as he wanted to see Wang Baoli fail the assessment with his own eyes. Based on his interpretation, Wang Baoli would give up within half an hour. However, time flew by, and half an hour passed quickly. Not only did Wang Baoli not end the assessment, the stone stele in front of him even began to glow, which rose 1 inch up the stele. The youth was taken aback and slightly shocked as he thought in his heart, as the first item passed. That's just because you have good luck. Let's see how long you can last. As he groused in his heart, the stone stele suddenly glowed again and rose to 2 inches. What's going on? The youth's breathing quickened. Soon, when the glow grew to 3 inches, the youth was unable to sit still. He stood up, looking incredulous as he witnessed the glow rising continuously from 4 to 5 to 6 inches. When it reached 9 inches, the youth's mind was buzzing with activity, and he gasped in surprise. Impossible! That's too fast. A torrent of emotions filled his heart. If it was someone else that succeeded, he would not have reacted in this way. However, he had seen that every dharmic artifact that Wang Baoli had sent out was extremely difficult to refine, and was of a level that was far from ordinary. Despite this, he was close to achieving success. Not long after the glow grew to 9 inches in length, the stone stele glowed and grew once again, reaching a height of 10 inches. That signified the success of the disciple in becoming an armament disciple. As disciples from the military administrative department realized what was happening, they all gathered around. Someone has succeeded. A new armament disciple has emerged. The military administrative department disciples rushed into the area. The youth was in a daze due to shock, and Wang Baoli, who was sitting under the stone stele, opened his eyes and ended the assessment. It didn't seem that difficult. Wang Baoli was confused as the difficulty of the assessment was not what the youth had described. However, seeing that he had succeeded, he was still exhilarated. He stood up and thanked the dazed youth with cupped fists. As he turned, the disciples from the military administrative department all came up to him to offer their congratulations. Laughing heartily, Wang Baoli left delightedly with the disciples from the military administrative department to register officially as an armament disciple. The specially made armament disciple Daoist robe, an identity token, would be sent by the military administrative department the next day. Therefore, after taking some measurements of his figure, Wang Baoli left with the wind in his hair. It was only after he had left that the youth standing at the military administrative department assessment ground exhaled deeply, and returned to reality. He turned abruptly to look at Wang Baoli's assessment stone stele. Could it be easier to pass the assessment with this stone stele? With that thought, the youth's eyes lit up as he made a mental note of the position of the stone stele. A fire grew in his heart as he made plans to do his assessment with that stone stele should he fail this time around. Wang Baoli did not care about what the youth thought. Now, he was filled with delight as he sat on his cruiser, thinking about how he could finally change into the blue Daoist robe, which made him even happier. He also thought about how he could apply to perform his duties at any department and retrieved his voice transmission ring to contact Chen Yutong. After explaining the situation to him tactfully, Chen Yutong agreed wholeheartedly and invited Wang Baoli to complete the administrative process at the college administrative department. Seeing how everything seemed to have gone successfully, the exhilarated Wang Baoli adjusted the direction that he was heading in and sped toward the college administrative department. Now, Chen Yutong was in the mansion housing the college administrative department. He was originally listening to the 4 main team leaders under his leadership reporting carefully about their work with a stoic expression, but after receiving Wang Baoli's voice transmission, his lips curled into a smile, and he was pleasantly surprised. The 4 main team leaders before him looked to each other, confused. Based on their understanding of Chen Yutong, Their superior would treat others amiably when he was not in the college administrative department but would put on a stern front there. Interesting. I thought he would still need some time before advancing. He's fast. From the looks of it, what Master said is true. This person is certainly full of potential, and it's beneficial to become acquainted with him. Chen Yutong smiled slightly before retrieving his voice transmission ring, to inquire about some issues from the staff at the military administrative department. After that, he revealed a look of surprise as his eyes lit up even brighter. He actually received grade A results. It appears that he took what I told him previously to heart. If this is the case, I can't treat him like a subordinate anymore, for he will very likely become my comrade in the future. Matters involving the assessment results were considered top secret, but Chen Yutong was able to catch wind of it due to his high status. With that thought, Chen Yutong grew determined and immediately sent out orders. Meanwhile, as Wang Baoli charged toward the college administrative department, he soon noticed that the status of an armament disciple was extraordinary. Along the way, he saw that when several armament disciples dressed in blue daoist robes went past, almost all the ordinary disciples along the way would greet them with cupped fists. Looking at how suave the armament disciples were, Wang Baoli's anticipation toward himself donning the daoist robe grew. Being an armament disciple is certainly different. Looking from afar, the area occupied by the college administrative department was huge. There was a 4-story high pavilion in it, which was surrounded by several 2 to 3-story high buildings, which made it seem like it was specifically segregated from the other buildings. There were also different flowers and plants grown around it. Many cruisers were parked on the plaza of the main foyer, which was busy with activity as ordinary disciples milled about the area. The armament disciples also appeared to hold significant authority, as people were extremely respectful as they passed them. So, this is the college administrative department. This was the first time that Wang Baoli had been there. As he neared, a teen dressed in a blue daoist robe immediately noticed him and approached him quickly, cupping his fists while smiling at him. Is this junior brother Wang Baoli? Hearing the other party call out his name, Wang Baoli made sense of the situation and returned the greeting with a smile on his face. Junior brother Wang, I am Ju Penghai. Please enter, senior brother Chen is waiting for you inside. He had already announced that you'll become one of us in the future. The blue-shirted teen was one of the 4 team leaders of the college administrative department. Now, as he led Wang Baoli in, he sized him up secretly, knowing that the person before him would very likely become a team leader like him in the future. Therefore, he planned to get chummy with Wang Baoli. Along the way, they were chatting heartily. Wang Baoli entered the backyard of the college administrative department and into one of the 3-story high pavilions, where he saw Chen Yutong, who was enjoying his tea. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Unlike how it was usually, Wang Baoli stepped forward quickly this time around, greeting Chen Yutong with cupped fists and with a serious expression on his face. Even before he could kneel down, Chen Yutong had approached and helped Wang Baoli up with a smile. Junior brother Baoli, there is no need for formalities. Come, sit here. As he spoke, Chen Yutong led Wang Baoli to a seat. Soon, the team leader who had led the way made spirit tea and placed it before the both of them. He then stood behind Chen Yutong, keeping a respectful silence. Chen Yutong first congratulated Wang Baoli for becoming an armament disciple. After some brief catching up, Chen Yutong happily retrieved an identity token and passed it to Wang Baoli. Junior brother Baoli, with your caliber, it will not be long before you become an armament soldier. At the same time, I know that you were the head prefect during your time at the Lower Academy Island and were in charge of the college discipline department. You have experience in this field, and since the college administrative department is lacking a leader for the inspector main team, I was wondering if you would assume the responsibility temporarily and help me with it. Chen Yutong looked at Wang Baoli with a smile on his face. Wang Baoli was jolted alert. Even though he had not been to the college administrative department previously, he had read much about it on the Spirit intranet and understood that other than Chen Yutong, the one with the greatest authority was the inspector main team, who would inspect others with their power. Unfortunately, it had always been under the control of Chen Yutong, who did not relinquish the power. Next in line would be the 4 judiciary main teams, which each comprised of the main team leader, a subordinate team leader, and numerous other ordinary disciples of the college administrative department. Right now, however, what Chen Yutong meant was that he wanted to pass the duty of the main team leader of the inspector team to Wang Baoli. Not only was Wang Baoli taken aback, Zhu Penghai, the blue-robed teen who was standing behind Chen Yutong, was also shocked. He had thought that the most Wang Baoli would achieve would be a similar rank as himself and had never imagined that Wang Baoli would be bestowed such power. His breathing hastened, and as he looked at Wang Baoli, he was even more stringent and curious, carrying a tinge of indignation in his heart. Chapter 140, Lineage. Chapter 140, Lineage. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Suppressing his agitation, Wang Baoli immediately stood up and thanked Chen Yutong, who smiled and pulled him down to sit. After a brief conversation, Wang Baoli took his leave, with Chen Yutong personally sending him out of the pavilion, before speaking cheerfully. Junior brother Baoli, as your senior brother, I look forward to the day you become an armament soldier. In order to qualify as an armament soldier, you'll have to refine a third-grade numinous treasure. Every year, there is a tournament held by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion specially for one to advance to become an armament soldier. I look forward to seeing you put in your best effort. After seeing that Wang Baoli had left, Chen Yutong sipped on his spirit tea, his lips curling into a smile. He seemed happy, and before long, the main team leader who had returned after sending Wang Baoli off stood in front of Chen Yutong. He seemed to have something to say but stopped himself. Chen Yutong took a glance at him and spoke emotionlessly. Zhu Penghai, are you thinking about how I seem to be biased toward Wang Baoli, who has just arrived, by immediately giving him the authority to oversee all main team leaders, allowing him to be seated in a position just inferior to mine? The blue-shirted teen felt a tremble in his heart and immediately lowered his head. I wouldn't dare think of that. Listening to the blue-shirted teen's tone, Chen Yutong appeared calm. He then stood up and looked out of the window before speaking calmly. Wang Baoli is an 8-inch true breath expert and has contributed significantly to Ethereal Dao College. Even though he has just gained admission to Upper Academy Island, many major figures have already noticed him and are placing a lot of attention on him. Someone like him will not be an armament disciple forever. Whatever I said was not out of courtesy, it is a fact that it would not be long before he advances to become an armament soldier. As for me, I cannot be an armament soldier forever. Therefore, you must treat him like you treat me. Chen Yutong looked at the blue-shirted teen after he had finished his words. The youth's breathing hastened, and his heart palpitated at an even faster rate. He understood what Chen Yutong was implying with his words. The meaning behind what Chen Yutong said was that Wang Baoli would be Chen Yutong's successor, a person who would be in charge of the college administrative department. Therefore, he quickly pledged compliance, making the decision silently in his heart to interact more with Wang Baoli in the future, bearing in mind to not offend him in any way. The others from the college administrative department do not know much about junior brother Baoli. Since it's late now, you must remember to inform everyone tomorrow. As Chen Yutong spoke, he raised his teacup. The blue-shirted teen immediately nodded. As he left respectfully, he thought about what Chen Yutong had said, and a fire grew in his heart. Chen Yutong looked at the back view of the blue-shirted teen who was going away and smiled slightly. Even though there was some truth to what he had said just now, it was not the complete picture. If it wasn't that there were many people who have their eyes on junior brother Baoli, Master would have long taken him in as a personal disciple. In addition, even though I haven't known him for long and am not in a good position to comment, it isn't a big problem as I can still do some favors for him first. Junior brother Baoli is someone who is partial on favors and grudges, and he will not forget how well Uncle Master Lu, and I have treated him. Considering him as one of my real junior brothers cannot be considered an exaggeration. If I am not biased toward him, who will look after him? Chen Yutong narrowed his eyes as he thought about what his master had told him. His eyes also glowed as he thought about his understanding of Ethereal Dao College. Uncle Master Lu already has a firm position as the Chancellor of the Lower Academy Island, which no one can overthrow. This is the foundation of our clan. What's next will be the advancement of Grandmaster as the Deputy Sect Lord. Once this elder succeeds, it will be time for Master to become the Grand Elder of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Till then, within this generation of our clan, only junior brother Baoli and I will be left to support each other and move forward. Junior brother Baoli, you must work hard and become an armament soldier soon. Chen Yutong smiled, a look of anticipation evident in his eyes. His master was the one who looked highly upon Wang Baoli and had given him the storage bracelet when he was on the Lower Academy Island. His uncle master was naturally the old physician of the Lower Academy Island. At the same time, Wang Baoli, who was walking out from the college administrative department, was still recovering from the confusion in his head. Even though he had accepted the appointment and was agitated and excited, the entire incident seemed weird. There was no way he believed that the brief personal friendship that he had just built with Chen Yutong would make Chen Yutong bestow the rank of the main team leader of the Inspector main team upon him just like that. Wang Baoli was extremely aware of the significance of holding that position. This puts me as the deputy chief of the college administrative department. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, a look of deep thought obvious from his eyes. He also did not believe that he had such privileges just because he had achieved a breakthrough at the 8-inch spirit root stage. He did not have any explanation for it after thinking of a long time, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. There is a possibility. If Chen Yutong's master was the elder who gave me the storage bracelet and jade slip when I was on the Lower Academy Island, then it means that a lineage is formed between this master and apprentice duo, as well as the Chancellor. At the same time, the Chancellor treats me quite well. Thinking of this, stories from the high officials' autobiographies immediately appeared in Wang Baoli's mind. He seemed to have realized something after a while. Lineage? Wang Baoli's heart trembled. That word had always been a mysterious term in his mind. Now, as he slowly deciphered its meaning, he was agitated, despite still being skeptical. However, he was also worried that he had made a mistake. He struggled with the thoughts for a while and gritted his teeth. I can't care much anymore, since I am now the main team leader of the Inspector main team. With this thought, Wang Baoli no longer focused on why Chen Yutong was particularly good to him. However, Wang Baoli had a life principle: he would always remember the favors that others have given him. This was a point that had been drilled into him by his father since he was a young child. At the same time, it was also mentioned several times in the high officials' autobiographies. Therefore, this viewpoint of Wang Baoli was as deeply ingrained in his mind as the grudges that he held and could be considered his life principle. Now, Wang Baoli was in a cheery mood as he thought about how he had not only advanced to become an armament disciple, but had also become one of the leaders of the college administrative department. He was joyous but also conscious that the majority of those working in the college administrative department, especially those from his Inspector main team, were still unaware of his identity. However, the news would spread, and it would only take a few days before the entire college administrative department heard of it. I need to treasure this period of peace where my abilities are not known to others. Wang Baoli thought as he planned to remain humble and low-key. On his way back to the cave abode, he stopped momentarily when he passed the market in the valley, which was also where the attic that he had once lived in was located. It was now evening, the time when the market was busiest. Amid the sounds of activity, there were also waves of fragrant scent spreading. Wang Baoli took a whiff, and his appetite was whetted, but he struggled with his desires. Forget it. Since something joyous has happened today, I'll treat it as giving myself a reward. With that thought, Wang Baoli instantly felt that his stress was relieved. A light flashed across his eyes as he dashed straight toward the market. Before long, in the busy market, Wang Baoli was hugging a pot of braised eggs while munching happily on fried potatoes as he explored the market with lightness in his steps. He looked at all the stores around and noticed that there were several disciples who were of similar body shapes as him, and he began to think that the market was a good place. Besides food, there were also many other miscellaneous items, including daily necessities, being sold there. Not only that, they all came in many varieties, so even though they were on the pricier side, it was still acceptable as it helped save some traveling time to Ethereal City for many disciples. Wang Baoli enjoyed himself fully as he picked up a braised egg and put it into his mouth. He had wanted to leave but noticed a snack store, the very one that he would visit time and time again when he lived nearby. What caught his attention most was that it was advertised on the banner outside the store that a new product had been launched. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. The owner of the store was a middle-aged man who had been on Upper Academy Island for 7 years. However, he was still an ordinary disciple as a first-level true breath expert. When he noticed Wang Baoli, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. As soon as Wang Baoli stepped into the store, he waved his hand and spoke forthrightly. "Old Liu, how has business been so far? Give me 100 packets of this new snack." The middle-aged store owner was also delighted. Wang Baoli was generous with his purchases every time he visited his store, which made him extremely happy. Now, as he prepared the snacks for Wang Baoli, he spoke with a big smile. "Senior brother Wang, long time no see. I'll give you 3 additional packets on the house." Wang Baoli nodded happily as he heard the offer. Even though he had not been out since he was admitted to Upper Academy Island, he was aware through the Spirit Intranet that majority of the disciples who were setting up stores there did not have a high caliber, and made it onto Upper Academy Island purely due to sheer luck. They were real true breath experts, but most had achieved breakthroughs at only the 1 or 2-inch spirit root stage. These people were still considered exceptional to ordinary folks, but on Upper Academy Island, where geniuses were in abundance, they were considered low-ranked. Every type of cultivation there required expensive materials that they could not afford, which explained the emergence of markets like that. Such markets allowed them to earn some income to offset the costs of their cultivation. The only issue was that the market was formed by the disciples of their own accord and were not considered legitimate. Even if they had registered with the college administrative department, the items that were permitted for sale comprised mostly of raw materials and other equipment for refinement. In the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, there were numerous people selling raw materials and other items. The cost was exorbitant, and there was also competition as there were direct sales made by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion for the disciples. Therefore, it was more profitable to sell snacks and other food items in the market, and eventually, the poor disciples started selling food and beverages in the market. The college administrative department turned a blind eye toward this, but occasionally, it would raid the area in order to control the law and order of the area where the market was located. This was unavoidable due to the regulations set by the college administrative department and their disapproval toward it. Thinking of that, Wang Baoli empathized with the difficulties faced by the store owners as he smiled. "Old Liu, you sure know how to run a business. Give me 3 boxes of those ice spirit water as well." Wang Baoli spoke and looked around, trying to see if there were any snacks that he had not tried before. The middle-aged store owner was even more delighted, hearing Wang Baoli's additional purchase. He hurriedly packed everything for Wang Baoli, and before long, he placed the 103 packs of snacks as well as the 3 boxes of ice spirit water in front of Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was satisfied. He was about to retrieve his spirit stones when suddenly messy sounds of footsteps and sounds of shock spread from outside. "The college administrative department is here. Damn it, didn't they just come yesterday? Why are they here again today?" In the chaos, the middle-aged store owner standing beside Wang Baoli instantly turned pale. Wang Baoli also turned to look outside bewilderedly, and immediately, he saw tens of disciples donned in robes from the college administrative department entering the market following the lead of several armament disciples. It was chaotic, and the entire area was thrown into a tizzy everywhere they passed. The disciples from the college administrative department looked extremely fierce. As they passed, they ruthlessly wrecked the stores. The store owners were extremely upset but did not dare prevent them from doing so, and could only suppress their anxiety as they spoke urgently in gentle tones. This very scene made Wang Baoli frown. Chapter 141, Assemble, Inspector Main Team. Chapter 141, Assemble, Inspector Main Team. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. "Old Liu, are these people from the college administrative department?" Wang Baoli asked with his eyebrows furrowed as he watched the group of disciples walking around like tyrants, ransacking the stores, with the store owners cowardly giving in to their atrocities. "It's precisely the despicable college administrative department," Old Liu said through gritted teeth. The anger and sadness in his eyes were obvious, so Wang Baoli, who was standing beside him, cleared his throat and awkwardly touched his nose. "It's already difficult for us less capable disciples to cultivate." Unwilling to accept this reality, we decided to start small businesses that not only fulfills the needs of the masses but also allows us to earn some spirit stones for our cultivation. Is there any wrong in that? Old Liu asked pitifully and helplessly. "We pay the fees on time too, but this college administrative department still comes once every few days, wrecking everything, every time. That's too much. Wang Baoli lowered the hand on his nose and fell silent. According to the rules of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, selling food and drinks in the market clashed with the environment and style of the Upper Academy Island, so it was not allowed. However, looking at the issue logically, it was understandable that the disadvantaged disciples had resorted to it. Wang Baoli sighed in his heart and had wanted to offer some words of consolation, when the group of disciples from the college administrative department arrived before the shop. Immediately, 3 of them stepped into the store that Wang Baoli was in. The moment that they stepped in, one long-faced youth kicked away the advertisement banner and overturned the table where the snacks were placed. In the chaos, a large number of snacks were scattered all over the floor. Standing there and witnessing everything, Wang Baoli grew solemn. "Senior brothers, I have already paid the fees. Please give me some leeway. I'll pay the fees again. Will that do?" Old Liu asked cowardly, trying to salvage the situation, as he immediately grew anxious and stepped forward. However, he did not dare to stop them. "Junior brother Liu, we've told you before to not sell trash like this here. Everyone here is a cultivator, so which idiot do you think will buy snacks to eat? This is the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and all that's sold are Dharmic artifacts and raw materials. Is it appropriate to be selling snacks? You're severely tarnishing the image of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion." The long-faced youth who kicked the advertising banner away spoke coldly after hearing old Liu's words, turning to look coldly at him. Wang Baoli's eyebrows twitched, unhappiness filling his heart as he looked at the snacks beside him. "I'll put them away. I'll put them away now." "Senior brothers," old Liu spoke anxiously as he bent down to pick the snacks up. "Too late. They'll all be confiscated." As he spoke, the 2 college administrative department disciples behind him immediately went forward like tyrants to confiscate all the items in the store. At the same time, identical scenes were playing out in the other stores. No matter how store owners like old Liu pleaded, it was futile. Wang Baoli turned even more solemn, and with his eyebrows furrowed, he began to speak, for he could no longer watch silently. "The way you handle matters has gone overboard." The moment that he spoke, the trio in the store all turned to look at him. The long-faced youth sized up Wang Baoli, and after noticing that he was just wearing a grey daoist robe, he raised his eyebrows, stepped hard on a packet of snacks on the ground, and pointed overbearingly at the snacks in front of Wang Baoli, which he had just bought. "All these are to be confiscated as well," he declared and turned to leave, directly dismissing whatever Wang Baoli had said. Wang Baoli's rage instantly grew as he witnessed the attitude of the college administrative department. He placed his right hand on his snacks and asked unhappily, "On what basis can you confiscate these snacks that I have bought?" The long-faced youth and the 2 disciples from the college administrative department frowned. The long-faced youth appeared impatient and turned to stare at Wang Baoli. "Looking for trouble? Scram! Don't bargain with me here. Don't even think of leaving if you're planning to create more trouble." A cold look flashed through Wang Baoli's eyes as he listened. However, his anger did not erupt. Rather, he stood there and spoke calmly. "Since the store owners have already paid the fees, it is no issue for you to carry out inspections. However, wrecking everything the moment that you arrive is unreasonable. If they really did commit an offense, you can just punish them. What are you trying to do by confiscating their items?" The long-faced youth's face instantly turned awful as he listened to Wang Baoli. After sizing Wang Baoli up, he suddenly laughed, turning his head to shout outside. "Senior brother son, there's someone here interrupting our investigation and obstructing the law. How should I handle this?" Almost instantly after he spoke, cold laughter was heard from the store not far away. "Obstructing the law?" As the sound of laughter spread, an armament disciple dressed in a blue daoist robe emerged from the store. He looked like he was about 28 years old, with some freckles on his face. He looked extremely authoritative, especially with the 5 disciples from the college administrative department behind him. As he walked out, other disciples from the college administrative department also joined his entourage. It was obvious that he was quite a powerful individual in the college administrative department. Even though he was not a main team leader, he was likely to be the right-hand man working under one of the main team leaders. Now, as he walked into the store that Wang Baoli was in, he looked at Wang Baoli coldly. What's going on? Wang Baoli was about to speak, but the youth named Sun waved him off. I'm not asking you. He immediately interrupted Wang Baoli and looked at the long-faced youth. The long-faced youth hurriedly stepped forward. He exaggerated what had happened before looking at Wang Baoli with a sly smile. Wang Baoli had originally wanted to explain but aborted this thought. He simply stood there, wanting to see how the armament disciple surnamed Sun was planning to handle the situation. After listening to what the long-faced youth said, Sun immediately understood that the fatty before him was being a busybody. Noticing the grey daoist robe that Wang Baoli was wearing, he remained expressionless. If Wang Baoli was an armament disciple, he would at least have spared his dignity. However, since he was only an ordinary disciple that he did not recognize, especially as there was more than one fatty in the Dharmic armament pavilion, he immediately ignored him and spoke arrogantly. Apprehend him. The moment that he spoke, the disciples from the college administrative department standing beside him immediately stepped forward. Leading the others, the long-faced youth from before was even more scornful as he bellowed with a low voice, still full of yourself. Wang Baoli shook his head and laughed. His laughter carried a chilly vibe, and the instant that the disciples stepped forward, he kicked fast and hard. No one had expected Wang Baoli to react so quickly, and immediately, sounds of impact emerged. The long-faced youth charging toward Wang Baoli immediately screamed out in pain, his face turning pale as he was sent flying by the powerful kick. When he landed a distance away, his hands covered his crotch, and his painful screams were even more pitiful. You dare to retaliate? The people surrounding Wang Baoli roared angrily, and Sun immediately grew furious once he snapped out of his confusion. He leaped into the air, charging directly at Wang Baoli. Retaliate? Not only am I planning to retaliate, I am planning to assault you. Wang Baoli's eyes stared hard as he turned his body. His speed was shockingly fast as he appeared in front of Sun in a blink of an eye. As Sun reeled in shock at Wang Baoli's speed, Wang Baoli had already launched his attack, punching him hard. With a loud boom, blood immediately spewed out from the mouth of Sunday. As he retreated while screaming painfully, Wang Baoli picked up speed and punched someone else into the air. Then, he took several steps back and kicked another person into the air. Soon, pitiful screams were heard everywhere. The tens of disciples from the college administrative department were all being kicked into the air. After landing everywhere, Wang Baoli appeared in front of Sun and kicked him once again as he was struggling to stand up, pinning him on the ground while stepping on his chest, preventing him from rising. The disciples from the college administrative department standing around were shaken. They stared at Wang Baoli, their rage and shock indescribable. At the same time, the masses within the market began creating a commotion as they took in the scene before their eyes. They all had a hunch that something serious was about to happen. It's the college administrative department. That's the most powerful department of the Dharmic armament pavilion. Who would dare offend them? That fatty looks familiar. However, he'll be in great trouble after assaulting those people from the college administrative department. Old Lu, who was in the shop, also grew nervous and anxious because of Wang Baoli. However, he had no say in issues like this. He could only react with anxiety, and as the masses continued their discussions, Wang Baoli lowered his head and looked at Sun under his feet. Now, can I speak? Chap, you need not say anything. You're bold, but I really want to know if you'll still be so daring when our backup from the college administrative department arrives later on. Sun wiped the crimson-red blood from the corner of his lips and lay on the ground, beaten, as he looked viciously at Wang Baoli, laughing coldly. The disciples from the college administrative department standing around were already activating their voice transmission rings, and contacting the college administrative department. Thereafter, as they all looked toward Wang Baoli, their eyes carried a look of hostility and chilliness. When the experts from the college administrative department arrived later on, the fatty before them would be scared stiff and regret attacking them. That was especially so for the long-faced youth, who gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Baoli with intense anger. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrows and decided to retrieve his voice transmission ring as well. He was about to open it when Sun, who noticed the scene, laughed coldly instantly. Finding someone for help? Chap, it's no use speaking to anyone regarding what's happened today. If I can't fix you, I, Sun Fang, will go by Fang Sun. Fix me? Wang Baoli's eyes carried an even chillier vibe, as he opened the voice transmission ring to contact the main team leader who had led him to Chen Yutong previously. Senior Brother Ju, I'm still not familiar with the Inspector main team. Please help me convey an order to the Inspector main team, that I want all disciples from the team to assemble at the Southern Range Market within 5 minutes. Chapter 142, Breaking the Limits of the Sky. Chapter 142, Breaking the Limits of the Sky. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Senior Brother Wang, what happened? Ju Penghai, the blue-shirted cultivator, was in his cave abode thinking about how to build a rosy relationship with Wang Baoli when he received Wang Baoli's voice transmission. He was surprised, and after listening clearly to what Wang Baoli told him, he was shocked and asked about the matter from Wang Baoli immediately. He politely addressed him as Senior Brother Wang. It was apparent that he did not want to be careless. Within the Southern Range Market, Wang Baoli was stepping on Sun Fang as he spoke calmly into the voice transmission ring. Nothing serious happened. It's just that some fellow named Sun Fang from the college administrative department is threatening me, claiming that he will get me fixed, Wang Baoli said and looked at Sun Fang, who was still on the floor, sneering. Wang Baoli did not turn on the broadcasting function, so Sun Fang was unable to hear the conversation between him and Ju Penghai through the voice transmission. When Ju Penghai heard Wang Baoli's reply, he took a deep breath and did a quick search on who was the one carrying out the enforcement. After realizing that the person did not belong to his team, he heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes, however, suddenly lit up as he realized that it was an opportunity for him. He wanted to make sure that the entire matter was handled properly and thus contacted the Inspector main team immediately. He sounded extremely stern since he held a high status within the college administrative department and was the right-hand man of Chen Yutong. Furthermore, the Inspector main team had also heard about their newly appointed main team leader. Now, after hearing Ju Penghai's words, the 30-man strong Inspector main team started moving. Together with Ju Penghai, they charged directly toward the Southern Range Market. Along the way, he thought about the matter and contacted the main team leader in charge of the team carrying out the enforcement now to relay the information. That team leader seemed to be refining dharmic artifacts as Ju Penghai heard the sounds resulting from refinement failure. After explaining the situation, Ju Penghai heard him take a breath. That person had apparently also heard from Chen Yutong that Wang Baoli would likely be the person taking over the college administrative department. Thank you so much, Brother Ju. That damned Sun Fang. I'll go over right now. As the entire group charged straight towards Southern Range Market, Sun Fang, who was still under the feet of Wang Baoli, looked at him sending out voice transmissions and grew a little nervous. However, he interpreted the situation and still felt that there would be no issues, so he began to laugh condescendingly. Chap, you sure are a good actor. What do you mean by you're not familiar with the Inspector main team and need someone to relay your orders for you? Who do you think you are? Sun Fang jeered at Wang Baoli. He had left his residence early that day and was not aware that Wang Baoli had been appointed as one of the main team leaders. If he was not aware of the news, it meant that the disciples surrounding him were even more clueless. After all, Wang Baoli's appointment had just recently happened. As a result, the group of people started laughing, their laughter becoming even more derisive as they looked at Wang Baoli. This person is interesting. He made it seem so real by the way he spoke just now and almost duped me. So, the person provoking us is such a prominent character, huh? Ha ha. The disciples from the college administrative department were all laughing till their bellies ached. Of them, the long-faced youth's laughter was the loudest and most condescending. When Wang Baoli heard the words from the people around him, he looked calm as he raised his head, glancing at the sky. Seeing how calm Wang Baoli was, Sun Fang was a little suspicious and surprised. However, he still felt that he should not be frightened over such matters and began to speak with his teeth clenched. Chap, I'll wait and see if you can really assemble everyone from the Inspector main team today. If you, he did not manage to complete his sentence as his voice transmission ring began vibrating vigorously. Noticing that it was his main team leader that was sending him the voice transmission, Sun Fang was momentarily surprised. He suddenly had a hunch that something was amiss and a hint of disbelief rose in him as he hurriedly opened his voice transmission ring. Instantly, a torrent of angry roars erupted from the voice transmission ring, exploding into his ears like deafening thunder. Sun Fang, you rascal! Just you wait! I'll F***K your ancestors. Are you blind to provoke Wang Baoli? Release him immediately, immediately! The main team leader's voice erupted, causing Sun Fang to tremble all over. His mind was buzzing as he had never heard the main team leader so furious throughout his years working there. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his eyes stared wide open as frightening waves crashed in his mind. He was dumbfounded. Wang Baoli pursed his lips and remained silent. Even though the main team leader's voice was as loud as thunder, the disciples a distance away, who were still insulting Wang Baoli with their words and laughter, did not hear them. Seeing that their team leader had received a voice transmission, they immediately grew excited. That was especially so for the long-faced youth, who could not resist himself as he shouted, "Senior brother Sun, are our men from the college administrative department arriving? Ha ha, chap! I'll see if you can still be so arrogant later on." As the crowd surrounding him grew excited, Sun Fang's body trembled, and his neck turned red. "Shut up, all of you!" As he roared, Sun Fang turned pale as he cautiously looked at Wang Baoli. A look of shock and misfortune flashed across his eyes as he asked Wang Baoli the following with a trembling voice, Are you Wang Baoli? You know who I am?" Wang Baoli spoke calmly. However, as those words fell into Sun Fang's ears, they were akin to innumerable claps of thunder exploding loudly, causing him to tremble like a sieve as he turned ghastly white instantly. He was on the brink of tears, and the crowd surrounding him also began to notice that something was amiss. Their breathing quickened, and they no longer dared to create any ruckus. As he prepared to speak, Sun Fang was about to break down. However, right at that moment, a series of shuffling sounds emerged from afar. Cruisers arrived one by one, amounting to over 15 of them. The cruisers neared in the blink of an eye, and tens of disciples dressed in Daoist robes from the college administrative department immediately leaped from them. Among them, there were about 9 armament disciples, all looking extremely stern and serious as they approached. 4 of them led the way. Other than Zhu Penghai and another burly youth wearing a fierce expression, the 2 other people looked extremely stern and were dressed in black inspector robes. With a glance, one could see that they were the subordinate team leaders of the inspector main team. The moment those people appeared, the people standing around and the college administrative department disciples on the ground immediately gasped in shock. Sun Fang trembled even more vigorously as he began to see stars. However, none of that was the most shocking. What really made their minds buzz with a torrent of activity was when the 2 subordinate team leaders from the inspector main team, and the 30 or so disciples behind him leaped over the others and rushed toward Wang Baoli the moment they saw him, having recognized him instantly despite having only just meeting him in person. When they neared, they all kneeled down and greeted Wang Baoli respectfully with cupped fists. Their words were extremely formal and polite. "Greetings, main team leader." As they spoke, Sun Fang began to see stars. He screamed pitifully and lost consciousness, and his subordinates surrounding him were all overwhelmed with surprise, their minds buzzing noisily with activity. They were dumbfounded and began gasping in immense shock. Main team leader? Is he really the main team leader of the inspector main team? Gosh! How is this possible? Of everyone, the long-faced youth was thrown into the biggest shock. His whole body trembled, and he was completely dazed as he reeled in fear and disbelief. Wang Baoli slowly inhaled. Everything that had happened made him slightly adrift. In reality, he was familiar with this feeling. It was exactly the same as when he was the head prefect on the Lower Academy Island. However, when he gained admission to Upper Academy Island, he had lost the power that he had held previously, despite having advanced upward. It was not until now that he regained authority. Inevitably, he needed a moment to catch his breath, but quickly recovered from the unfamiliarity. He raised his leg and spoke calmly. "Take all of them away." The moment he spoke, the inspectors surrounding him immediately carried out the order. They instantly spread out, apprehending Sun Fang and all of his subordinates. All of the apprehended were drowned in fear with bitterness in their hearts, especially the long-faced youth who was trembling with terror. At the same time, Sun Fang also regained consciousness, but when he thought of what had happened, he fainted again. When the inspectors from the Inspector Main team had taken Sun Fang and company away, Zhu Penghai and the youth beside him approached Wang Baoli to greet him. After an introduction by Zhu Penghai, Wang Baoli came to know that the youth was the main team leader in charge of the branch team that Sun Fang belonged to, and he slightly narrowed his eyes. The youth laughed bitterly, and after a brief explanation, Wang Baoli did not pursue the matter further. Soon, the trio were chatting heartily, which brought a wave of relief to the youth. Before long, as the sky darkened, the duo bade farewell and left Wang Baoli. After greeting the store owners in the market, Wang Baoli picked up the snacks that he had bought. Old Lu, the store owner, seemed more reserved, but gratitude was evident from his eyes. That made Wang Baoli extremely heartened, and he left without saying anything else. Wang Baoli left, and when he finally disappeared from sight, the entire market burst out in commotion. When Wang Baoli was around, no one had dared make any comments, but with Wang Baoli's departure, the disciples, including old Lu, began discussing with much fervor. Gosh, I never would have thought. I really wouldn't have imagined. It's difficult to tell that this unassuming-looking fatty was actually the main team leader of the Inspector Main team. That's the second most powerful individual of the college administrative department. Wang Baoli. I remember now. He is a true breath expert with an 8-inch spirit root, the one who contributed tremendously to the Dao College during his experience in the Spirit Breath Village. It's him. It's Wang Baoli who was slandered on the Spirit Intranet a while ago. I heard that he was the one and only head prefect of the Dharmic Armament Faculty of the Lower Academy Island, a position that has never been held before. Amid the people's discussions, Wang Baoli sat on the cruiser and charged toward his cave abode. He was full of thought as he recalled some words that his father had told him. If you do not want to be bullied, you have to be at the top. With that thought, Wang Baoli's determination to achieve his dream of becoming the president of the Federation grew stronger. I will not let the time I have used to read the high officials' autobiographies all these years go to waste. Sooner or later, the slimmest, most handsome Wang Baoli from the Federation will definitely. Wang Baoli raised his head proudly and was about to make an oath when a wave of excited sound suddenly reverberated in his ears, growing louder as if it was nearing him. This sounds familiar. Wang Baoli was confused, but even before he could react, the loud boom reverberated in the skies. The cruiser that he was on was suddenly slapped heavily, hurling it directly onto the ground. What's going on? Wang Baoli screamed pitifully. All he could feel was that his world was spinning round and round. As he screamed, he noticed that a gigantic diamond ape in the skies. The diamond ape looked excited as it pounded its chest with both hands and gnashed its teeth. It made sounds as if to make fun of Wang Baoli. The noises were extremely disturbing, at a level comparable to Wang Baoli's immense capabilities, as it spread out in all directions. Chapter 143, There Will Soon Be Chaos. Chapter 143, There Will Soon Be Chaos. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's you again. Wang Baoli grew frustrated again when he raised his head to take a look, after taking much effort to stabilize the cruiser again. He did not know if he had a special affinity with this diamond ape, since it was the second time that he had bumped into him. It was obvious that it recognized Wang Baoli's cruiser, based on the diamond ape's facial expression. I did not fly into the higher cloud layers, but this hairy monkey still attacked me. Is he bullying me because I'm nice? Wang Baoli was furious, not wanting to brush off an issue like this. However, when he thought of the strong backing and the level of cultivation that the diamond ape had, I'll bear with it. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, planning to exit his cruiser before stowing it away. He thought about how he could not afford to provoke the diamond ape and that the diamond ape probably would not dare attack him further after he removed the cruiser from its sight. However, even before he could step off the cruiser, the apparently experienced diamond ape with its glistening white teeth and a look of disdain suddenly charged toward Wang Baoli's cruiser, slapping it hard once again. With a loud bang, Wang Baoli screamed pitifully as his cruiser was hurled like a ball. Like before, the cruiser was thrown into the air, rotating several rounds mid-air before being stabilized forcefully. Wang Baoli's anger reached boiling point, but as he recalled the kind advice offered by others to never reprimand the monkey, he planned to swallow it down. However, he saw the ape continuing to contort its body into an offensive position, shaking its buttocks and baring its teeth at him. That instantly tripped something in Wang Baoli's mind. He could no longer bear it and opened the cover of the cruiser, stood up, and shouted at the diamond ape while pointing at it. "You hairy monkey! Annoying, sick monkey! You're a bully! To hell with you! Do you dare wait and battle me after I break through from the true breath realm? If you dare not, you're my son. You bear grudges? I'm someone who remembers grudges better than anyone else. There is no end to this matter between us." As Wang Baoli was unleashing his wrath, he did not consider what it would mean if his son was really a monkey. Now, his loud voice began to spread. On Upper Academy Island, disciples from the various pavilions noticed the exchange between the diamond ape and Wang Baoli. They were originally just watching the show, but when they heard Wang Baoli's voice, their facial expressions changed instantly. Is this a newbie? Gosh! He actually dared scold the diamond ape. We have to run. Doesn't he know that once the diamond ape is offended, it will remember the gaffe, and the only way out of it is to be played by it 3 times. However, it would only be 3 times at most. It would pass if he bore with it. After that, the beast-taming pavilion will offer compensation. Trouble's brewing. The disciples from the various pavilions standing around all carried shocked expressions. They immediately retreated as if they would be safer the further they were from this place. The diamond ape was pounding its chest and baring its teeth in midair. After it heard Wang Baoli scolding it, it trembled all over and eventually stopped showing its teeth and pounding its chest. Its breathing grew rapid, and its eyes turned red with anger, as it suddenly roared furiously at Wang Baoli. The roar was deafening, immediately spreading in all directions. As the sound spread, the disciples who were fleeing felt that their heads were about to explode. They picked up speed, and some of them even retrieved their cruisers. Chaos incoming! Run! The diamond ape is going to unleash its wrath! As they scurried away in shock, gasps also emerged from the levitating mountain where the beast-taming pavilion was located. Numerous disciples from the beast-taming pavilion were thrown into a flurry. They instantly retrieved their masks and put them on at the fastest possible speed. Despite that, some were still worried as they hurriedly searched for a protective chamber. At the same time, Wang Baoli got a shock due to the diamond ape's angry, agitated howl. He felt strong gusts of wind blowing at him as the diamond ape turned extremely savage in the blink of an eye. Is there a need to be like this? I have only scolded you, not hit you. What a fragile ego you have. Wang Baoli's facial expression revealed his surprise, and he was about to take action when suddenly, the diamond ape in the air turned around, its back facing Wang Baoli after it threw an angry glance at him. It seemed like it was trying hard to control and restrain itself. That's what I'm saying. This fella is reasonable. After all, seeing what had happened, Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he should not provoke the diamond ape any further since it had a more ferocious temper than him, so he controlled his cruiser and dashed in the direction of his cave abode while the diamond ape still had its back turned against him. However, just as Wang Baoli drove his cruiser away, the diamond ape that was back facing him suddenly inhaled deeply. The suction force from its breath was extremely strong, such that a whirlwind appeared in the skies before him. Vegetation and other plants grown on the levitating mountain were also being pulled at an angle. The diamond ape slowly raised its buttocks as it took a deep breath. Wang Baoli, who was speeding away, was momentarily frozen with shock when he noticed what was happening. Dumbfounded, he stared with his eyes wide open. What's going on? The instant Wang Baoli opened his mouth, the diamond ape raised its buttocks even higher as it inhaled sufficient air to fill its stomach completely. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully contracted its muscles, and a deafening boom immediately emerged. As the sound was produced, a cloud of translucent fog spread, directly tumbling toward Wang Baoli like an invisible wave. Wang Baoli's mind instantly buzzed with activity. He had never expected that this highly revered diamond ape would actually direct its fart toward him after being scolded. This, Wang Baoli was immediately thrown over the edge as he tried to avoid it. The entire series of events, from Wang Baoli scolding the diamond ape to it unleashing its most formidable retaliation, happened in the blink of an eye. As Wang Baoli trembled and went crazy with shock, the flatulence had already tumbled toward him, instantly enveloping Wang Baoli and his cruiser in it. The fog seemed to be encompassing a unique force. The cruiser momentarily malfunctioned the moment the fog entered, and there was no way to prevent the fog from entering. It spread throughout the cabin, and Wang Baoli screamed tragically after taking a whiff of it. "This is definitely not a fart. It's poison." The smell of the fart was indescribably pungent. Wang Baoli had never smelled something like that in his entire life. He was about to throw up with the fart shrouding him, but he did not dare escape from the cruiser seeing how concentrated the fog was outside. Therefore, struggling to stay conscious, he unleashed all his spirit chi while screaming painfully. After much effort, the cruiser emerged from the fog at high speed. As it emerged, Wang Baoli did not bother controlling the cruiser anymore. The first thing he did was to jump off the cruiser. However, even though he had escaped from the cruiser, the surrounding air still carried the pungent smell. As the fog spread, almost all the pavilions on Upper Academy Island were shrouded in it. Instantly, painful and angry screams erupted all around from helpless and furious students. Wang Baoli took a whiff of it and vomited as he could no longer control himself. He felt like he had been poisoned, and he raised his head, staring angrily at the diamond ape in midair. Now, the diamond ape was soaked in glee. It pounded its chest again, and as it howled, it bared its teeth at Wang Baoli, its eyes ridiculing Wang Baoli. Its teeth were extremely white, beautiful, and extraordinary. The way that it bared its teeth was like it was trying to show off. Wang Baoli's hatred toward it grew even more deep-seated. "Just you wait." Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and was about to leave when suddenly, at this instant, a deep-sounding roar emerged from the beast-taming pavilion on the levitating mountain. "Blackie, you're being unruly again. This time, your punishment is to be locked in for 3 months. Return right away." The voice was thunderous, spreading in all directions. The diamond ape, which was in midair, suddenly trembled all over, fearful and slightly indignant. It lowered its head and glanced fiercely at Wang Baoli before carefully turning around, dashing directly toward the beast-taming pavilion. Wang Baoli's anger was still not appeased even though he saw that the diamond ape had been punished. He felt that the punishment was too lenient, but he had no control over it himself. Thus, he could only control his anger and look at his severely damaged cruiser that had been slammed onto the ground. He wanted to cry but could not produce any tears. In his anger, Wang Baoli took the cruiser back to his cave abode while gritting his teeth. He kept thinking about how to seek revenge, but even before he could think of a way, when his armament disciple Daoist Robe arrived on the second day, an armament disciple from the beast-taming pavilion showed up as well, apologizing for the diamond ape's behavior and presenting Wang Baoli with compensation. "Senior brother Baoli, please do not take offense. The diamond ape is so unruly that we are also troubled by it." Seeing the polite attitude exhibited by the disciple from the beast-taming pavilion, Wang Baoli did not unleash his anger. He appeared to have forgiven the ape for what had happened on the surface, but he still silently held a grudge in his mind. "Sickening monkey! I, Wang Baoli, will remember this." Wang Baoli harumphed coldly and buried the matter in his heart. After that, he continued his cultivation and studies on Upper Academy Island. His fame in the college administrative department also grew as news of what had happened in the market spread. That was compounded by the fact that the Inspector Main team that he was in charge of was extremely powerful. Therefore, in the days that followed, not only did the disciples from the Inspector Main team report to him regularly, Wang Baoli also had many visitors. Gradually, Wang Baoli's name became more familiar in the minds of the disciples from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, Wang Baoli did not neglect refining Dharmic artifacts. After completing the refinement of a perfect first-grade Dharmic artifact, Wang Baoli thought about trying to refine a second-grade Dharmic artifact, even though the assessment for disciples did not require one to refine a perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact, but a third-grade numinous treasure instead. However, Wang Baoli felt that it was crucial for him to build the foundation and decided to take steady steps toward that. Therefore, he put in a lot of effort into refining a perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact. As for the scabbard that little Missy from the mask had suggested, Wang Baoli also began to study how to refine it in this time period. Days passed just like that, until one day, the Combat Pavilion made an announcement to the whole of Upper Academy Island. Commotion arose in almost all the pavilions of Upper Academy Island, and people's eyes all lit up as they planned their next move. That was especially so for the disciples from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. After seeing the notice by the Combat Pavilion, they all grew exhilarated. Chapter 144, The Day to Strike Gold. Chapter 144, The Day to Strike Gold. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Even though Wang Baoli was immersed in the process of refining a second-grade Dharmic artifact, he was the main team leader of the Inspector main team and did not have to personally seek out information for what was happening. His savvy subordinates from the Inspector main team would immediately convey the information to Wang Baoli. Combat Pavilion's Tournament. After receiving the voice transmission, Wang Baoli, who was studying how to refine the scabbard, raised his head, slightly confused. Senior disciples from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion were familiar with the Combat Pavilion's tournament, but as Wang Baoli was still new to Upper Academy Island, he was curious and began inquiring further. His subordinate from the Inspector main team immediately explained the situation to him. Gradually, Wang Baoli gained a better understanding of the Combat Pavilion's tournament. In reality, the Combat Pavilion was an extremely powerful force on Upper Academy Island. Even on ordinary days, their cultivation and missions were intense, and they handled top-secret matters from the outside. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the Blade of Ethereal Tao College. At the same time, to the majority of people, in terms of combating power, the abilities of the Combat Pavilion's disciples far exceeded that of other pavilions. Therefore, most of the time, disciples on Upper Academy Island from the Combat Pavilion were cultivators of combat. As a result, the Combat Pavilion was usually given several times more resources compared to the other pavilions. That was especially so after they completed their missions, as their one-time gains were enough to make the disciples from other pavilions drool with envy. Therefore, even though disciples from the Combat Pavilion faced high levels of danger when they are out, they were compensated richly in terms of monetary gains. However, since they were ferocious cultivators of combat, it was naturally expected of them to be cultivating hard all the time. This led to the emergence of the Combat Pavilion's annual tournament that consisted of 5 rounds, with each round for each of the 5 levels of the True Breath realm competing on different terms. The annual Combat Pavilion tournament was important to the other pavilions and the entire Ethereal Tao College. Everyone paid great attention to it. It was such a significant event that every year, officials from the Federation as well as military personnel would spectate it in order to discover talents. This was so that they could recruit and confirm individuals to be appointed in advance. It was precisely because the event garnered so much attention from the outside world that disciples from the Combat Pavilion placed even greater importance on it. The outcome of the event, regardless of whether it was good or bad, would be recorded and rewarded accordingly. As such, regardless of whether it was the Alchemy Pavilion, the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, or the Array Runes Pavilion, it meant that the time to strike it rich had arrived for their disciples who usually played a supportive role. After all, the more importance that the disciples from the Combat Pavilion placed on the tournament, the more they needed to equip themselves. Therefore, their need for Dharmic artifacts, pills, and array formations would exponentially grow. The generic items handed out by Upper Academy Island were naturally insufficient to satisfy the Combat Pavilion disciples' needs for the tournament. They needed to purchase the items from the other pavilions on their own, and that led to the emergence of a popular saying among the disciples of the supporting pavilions. The day the Combat Pavilion tournament happens is the day we strike it rich. That was not all, for it would make the level of participation of the other pavilions too shallow. Furthermore, this would make the other pavilions segregated from the Combat Pavilion, and that was not in accordance to the plans made by Ethereal Tao College with regards to the disciples' cultivation. After all, in the years that Ethereal Tao College spent planning and deciphering the Great Tao, they concluded that it was no mean feat. It required the disciples to advance forward while supporting each other. Even though they did not frown upon individualistic pursuits, they encouraged collaboration. Therefore, the annual tournament held by the Combat Pavilion appeared to be a simple competition on the surface, but it was far from that in reality. There was a rule in the tournament that the participating disciples had to find a teammate and collaborate together for the tournament. One could partner up with alchemy cultivators from the Alchemy Pavilion, Dharmic Armament Cultivators from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Array Runes Cultivators from the Array Runes Pavilion, or those from the Beast Taming Pavilion, and so on. Even if they could not find anyone from those pavilions, they could still partner up with someone from the Combat Pavilion. In the event that one failed to find a partner, the Dao College would even assign someone compatible to form a team. This way, the Combat Pavilion's tournament would include everyone. It was also due to this that the officials from the Federation and the other military personnel would spectate it, making it one of the biggest events of Ethereal Dao College. After understanding the details and rules of the Combat Pavilion's tournament, Wang Baoli's eyes lit up as well. It cost him close to nothing to manufacture spirit stones, which allowed him to amass significant wealth, making him a rich tycoon on the Lower Academy Island. However, when he reached Upper Academy Island, the task of refining 100 perfect first-grade Dharmic artifacts had already depleted much of his savings. Now that he was refining second-grade Dharmic artifact, the costs were even more exorbitant. Even someone as wealthy as him found the process slightly unsustainable. The only way would be to stop the refinement process and switch gears to manufacture spirit stones for the entire day instead. After a period of time, it was likely that his wealth would be replenished. However, time would be wasted if this method was adopted, which threw Wang Baoli into a dilemma. In addition, the sect did not seem to have concluded its tallying of Wang Baoli's gains in the Spirit Breath Village for some reason, and his reward had not been given yet. Wang Baoli was growing impatient, and now that he heard about the Combat Pavilion's tournament from his subordinate, he immediately felt that this was an opportunity for him. Other disciples from the Dharmic armament usually first sell the Dharmic artifacts that they have refined before using the spirit stones that they have earned in return to support their cultivation and research studies. This forms a positive feed-forward cycle and is something that I should follow. Wang Baoli seemed to gain a profound realization as he took out a portion of his Dharmic artifacts to record their data, before logging onto the Spirit Intranet to list them for sale. At this time, there was a flurry of activity on Upper Academy Island's Spirit Intranet. Posts related to the sale of Dharmic artifacts, pills, and array formations were aplenty, and there were also some disciples from the Combat Pavilion looking for teammates for the tournament. With regards to the pricing of his Dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli did some comparisons and decided that he should not be too unreasonable. Therefore, he listed them at 10 times the cost price, which in reality could be considered cheap. He saw that there were many disciples from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion listing their Dharmic artifacts at absurd prices, mostly over 10 times the price of the cost price. The most exaggerated listing that he saw was 50 to 100 times the base price. That's too unreasonable. Wang Baoli suddenly had the thought that such a kind-hearted soul like himself was a rare find in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, he was glad to have chosen to enter the Dharmic Armament faculty in his early days. After selling these Dharmic artifacts, I should be able to sustain myself until the sect dispenses the reward for my gains in the Spirit Breath Village. Wang Baoli thought about it and felt that there should be no major issue. He then continued studying the method to refine the scabbard. Slowly, 3 days went by. Wang Baoli felt that he had already fully understood the first step required in the refinement of the scabbard. He wanted to try refining it when he realized that the Dharmic artifacts that he had listed for sale on the Spirit Intranet did not garner any interest, and that made him troubled. It would not have mattered if it was a simple issue of having no buyers. However, Wang Baoli looked around the Spirit Intranet and found that many Dharmic artifacts that were of poorer quality, but of significantly higher price than what he had were being sold away, and that made him confused. Are these people blind? Are foolish people too rich that they only buy expensive stuff? Frowning, Wang Baoli decided to increase the price of his listing. After setting them to be sold at 17 times the cost price, he then continued manufacturing the spirit stones required for the scabbard. Soon, several days passed. It was difficult to refine the spirit stones for the scabbard, and Wang Baoli had failed a few times but eventually still succeeded. Looking at the scabbard-shaped spirit stones, Wang Baoli was filled with satisfaction. His act of increasing the prices of the Dharmic artifact that he had listed on the Spirit Intranet also seemed to have taken effect, as more people seemed to have viewed the items. Now, as Wang Baoli checked the Spirit Intranet, he realized that some people had even sent him voice transmissions. However, Just as Wang Baoli excitedly opened up his voice transmission ring, his anger rose the instant he heard the message. "Hey junior brother, how's this deal? 200 spirit stones for the 11 dharmic artifacts that you listed, all in a bundle. 200 spirit stones? You think this is daylight robbery? There are 7 perfect first grade and 4 perfect second grade artifacts and you are only offering 200 spirit stones." Wang Baoli was angry, thinking that the other party must have been crazy to suggest a price that could barely cover the cost price. No deal? Then forget it. There are so many dharmic armament cultivators in the dharmic armament pavilion, including many who are reliable and well known. Who would believe you if you say that your perfect second-grade dharmic artifacts are most formidable? How about this? Give me one for free. Let me try it, and if it really works, I'll make up the cost difference to you. Get lost, I'm not selling it to you. Wang Baoli stared hard and immediately shut the voice transmission ring off before beginning to carve inscriptions on the spirit stones that he had just refined. The only issue was that the difficulty of this step far exceeded that of the spirit stones refinement process. It required a thorough understanding of the structure of the inscriptions. Even though Wang Baoli had learned about high-level inscriptions on Upper Academy Island that, when coupled with his formula, were considered superior, he still faced multiple failures at this step. 5 days passed just like that. Due to the instability of the inscriptions, the scabbard lying in front of Wang Baoli broke apart and was rendered useless. Wang Baoli was so troubled that he furrowed his brow deeply. This thing is too hard to refine. The spirit kernels required are already difficult to make, but this is compounded by the fact that in the forging stage of the refinement process to follow, a refinement material known as armament sand is required. What on earth is this armament sand? Frustrated, Wang Baoli did a brief search that did not show any records about the armament sand. His refinement process had not reached the forging stage but had instead come to a halt at the inscription of spirit kernels. I can't carry on this way. Wang Baoli pondered for a moment and did not continue refining the scabbard. Instead, he turned and restarted the process of refining perfect second-grade dharmic artifacts, planning to use the practice on making second-grade dharmic artifacts to hone his skills in carving inscriptions. Days passed, and soon, there were only 5 days left before the tournament. While Wang Baoli was refining perfect second-grade dharmic artifacts, he also refined all his dharmic artifacts once over, such that majority of them reached the level equivalent to that of a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact. He also added many inscriptions on them, especially on the bead of the golden bell shield. Not only was it a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact, it also carried anti-tremor inscriptions that mimicked the force of the spirit chi tide. It was at this moment that Wang Baoli discovered disappointingly that his pockets were empty. It was the first time that he had been completely broke since entering the ethereal Tao College. This made Wang Baoli slightly flustered, and as he logged onto the spirit intranet in frustration, he realized that no one was interested in buying the dharmic artifacts that he had listed. In addition, even though there were some messages regarding price negotiations sent through the voice transmission ring, the prices offered did not meet Wang Baoli's expectations at all. Something's not right. Interpreting the situation, Wang Baoli inevitably began to analyze the situation. As he browsed the spirit intranet, he seemed to be deep in thought. Gradually, he began to see the difference between the objects that others sold and those that he was selling. Most of the time, there was a branding effect. There were a few sellers whose products were instantly sold out the moment they list them, be it pills or dharmic artifacts. There were a few others whom, though not to such an exaggerated extent, were also relatively popular. Regardless of how ridiculous the prices demanded were, people willingly bought them. Similarly, there were many new sellers without a stable reputation and branding like Wang Baoli whose items did not garner much interest, and were constantly being lowballed. This is unbelievable. Wang Baoli felt a headache developing. He began to think about the previous buyer who wanted to try his dharmic artifacts out. If everything went well, the other party would pay the remainder of the spirit stones once trying them out, and would also increase the exposure of the dharmic artifacts to a greater crowd, who would then flock to buy the items from Wang Baoli. However, the power of initiative in matters like that still lay in the hands of the other party. If it did not go according to plan, it would be a tricky and troublesome matter. Wang Baoli was extremely strong-headed, and he would never give others the power to determine the outcome, unless he was left without a choice. After thinking about it, he scratched his head. He revealed a look of determination as he slapped his thigh hard. I should not only limit the selling to before the tournament. Don't I just need a good reputation and branding? I'll raise the stakes this time so that I can reap the greatest gains. Chapter 145, The Mysterious Man. Chapter 145, The Mysterious Man. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. No one cares about my dharmic artifacts now, but I will make them something that everyone will desire regardless of how high the price is after the tournament. Wang Baoli looked determined, but he had also been forced to behave this way. The feeling of being completely penniless was difficult for him to get used to, similar to when a wealthy individual was used to living lavishly but was suddenly turned into a pauper overnight. This feeling forced Wang Baoli to think of ways to sell off his dharmic artifacts. He slapped his thigh and stood up after taking a deep breath. After walking a few rounds around the cave abode, it became more obvious that he was deep in thought. He stopped in his tracks after analyzing and playing out his plan in his mind, concluding that there should be no major issue. I'll do it this way. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and took out his voice transmission ring immediately to contact Shui Yifan. Hey Yifan, I heard about the tournament held by the Combat Pavilion. How's your preparation been? Do you need me to facilitate you? With me around, you'll definitely, You already found someone to facilitate you in the match, huh? Shui Yifan was extremely embarrassed. He had originally wanted to team up with Wang Baoli but was afraid that Wang Baoli would reject him. After some hesitation, he did not reach out to Wang Baoli and instead found someone else. After Wang Baoli made it known to Shui Yifan that he understood his reasoning, he put down the voice transmission ring. He did not give up, for he had decided to go all out this time around. Even though those dharmic artifacts of his had no reputation or branding, he would create them himself. The best way to create branding, and to build up a good reputation would be to astonish everyone with how powerful his dharmic artifacts were in front of all the spectators. The goal would be to throw everyone into disbelief that such an impossibly formidable set of dharmic artifacts actually existed in this world, such that it would make a lasting impression and simultaneously increase people's desire to possess them. To put it simply, this was advertising. As for the place to advertise the dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli had long decided. The location would be where the Combat Pavilion's tournament would be held. There was no other place that garnered as much attention as the tournament. Wang Baoli was planning to make use of the tournament to create a strong branding effect for his dharmic artifacts. After all, the Combat Pavilion's tournament had become the focus of the entire Upper Academy Island. Numerous people would be spectating it, and as such, as long as the dharmic artifacts could shine in the tournament, it would definitely surprise everyone and, in the process, create a good reputation. In reality, this method of advertising had been thought of not only by Wang Baoli but also a number of people in the other pavilions. Even though they were not exceptionally talented, they were also relatively skilled in their own domains. To these people, immediate wealth did not matter as much as a good reputation. Therefore, the annual Combat Pavilion's tournament was an opportunity for them to build a good reputation. Their goal of sponsoring the disciples from the Combat Pavilion by giving them the dharmic artifacts, pills, or array runes that they had refined, as well as acceding to their requests, was to use the tournament to advertise and raise the worth of the objects that they had refined. This win-win situation was naturally favored by the disciples from the Combat Pavilion. At the same time, the Tao College did not regulate against it. Therefore, new pills, dharmic artifacts, and array runes could be seen during the Combat Pavilion's tournament every year. However, Wang Baoli's plans were slightly different from theirs. To play it safe and to adjust to the ever-changing circumstances during the tournament, Wang Baoli had decided to participate in the tournament in order to ensure that his branding and advertising would succeed. This way, he could make adjustments based on the actual situation. Even if something unexpected happened to his plan, he could immediately rectify it and publicize his dharmic artifacts to the fullest. As he thought about this, Wang Baoli grew alert. He held onto his voice transmission ring and thought about a suitable candidate. Since Shui Yifan is unable to make it, then Chen Ziheng will be suitable. With that thought, Wang Baoli immediately sent a voice transmission to Chen Ziheng. However, he soon realized that Chen Ziheng had also found a supporting teammate. That made Wang Baoli frustrated. In reality, like Shui Yifan, Chen Ziheng had thought about teaming up with Wang Baoli. However, Wang Baoli was thought to be far too superior in the minds of these people, and since Chen Ziheng was also a prideful person who was afraid of being rejected, he did not approach Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli grew anxious and quickly began contacting all the combat pavilion disciples that he was familiar with. However, he was dumbfounded in the end as he had been a step too late. As it was merely days away from the tournament, almost everyone had already found a supporting teammate. Wang Baoli was indignant that this was happening. Therefore, he logged onto the Spirit intranet as he recalled that he had once seen someone looking for a supporting teammate on it. Finally, after searching hard, he found a combat pavilion disciple who was not only extremely stingy in the price that he offered but also sounded quite arrogant. "I'm now cultivating for the tournament and do not have time to meet you. I do not want to know who you are, nor do you need to know who I am. Let's just meet at the competition grounds when the time comes. You do not need to prepare anything since you're just there to make up the numbers." In reality, if not for this darn regulation and my indignation for being embarrassingly paired up by the Dao College, I would not have needed this supporting teammate. This was what the other party sent after Wang Baoli reached out to him. It seemed as though he was not even bothered to speak properly. After looking at the message, Wang Baoli felt as if the other party had been kicked in the crotch, which made him sound so ridiculous. If it was not that he had no other choice, he would have chosen someone else. However, since the tournament was about to commence, everyone who was normal had found a supporting teammate. Those who had not found one were either crazy as though they had been kicked in the crotch, or had planned to be automatically allocated a partner by the Dao College. Who was so vicious to kick this fella so hard, such that he has become so rude? Wang Baoli muttered under his breath, but he had no choice but to pair up with this person. He was thinking that since that person was so arrogant, he probably did not need his support. Therefore, he could focus all his attention on advertising the Dharmic artifacts. The only issue that troubled him was that if the other party did not cooperate, it was likely that he would not use his Dharmic artifacts. "I need to prepare for all unexpected situations." Wang Baoli took a deep breath. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something weird with this mysterious person from the combat pavilion. However, even so, the only thing he could do was retrieve all his Dharmic artifacts from the storage bracelet and come up with a good plan. Even though he did not have any more spirit stones, he still had a few materials remaining. Therefore, he made some adjustments to the Dharmic artifacts on the basis of his own plan. For example, he felt that it was very possible for him to meet with a ferocious beast from the beast-taming pavilion, which prompted him to improvise the rope Dharmic artifact into a muzzle. He even added a powder that could cause unconsciousness, which he had bought on the Spirit intranet. There were also other Dharmic artifacts that he had improvised for specific situations. There was a Dharmic artifact known as the Flying Frost Sword that Wang Baoli thought would be a popular item. Time passed quickly as Wang Baoli made preparations, and there were only 2 days before the commencement of the tournament. The last island on Ethereal Dao College's Green Forest Lake, the Sky Path Island, which was similarly covered with a foggy array formation, was now silently tumbling. One could see that there were several figures stepping out onto the clouds. As they exited the array formation surrounding the Sky Path Island, the array formation slowly transformed into a wide path. Other than the middle-aged man at the center of this group of people, everyone else was an elder. They all looked extremely experienced, and their level of cultivation was sky-high. However, compared to them, the middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe in the center was like a sharp sword. It was as if he could cut through a hurricane once he unleashed his prowess. They stood there, looking up with the middle-aged man in the lead. In the firmament, 3 gigantic black cruisers could be seen approaching gradually. As the cruisers landed, one could see that there were layers of dried blood stains on the cruisers' exteriors. It seemed like the blood belonged to the people killed during the journey by those in the cruiser. On the deck of the cruiser stood hundreds of people wearing the same uniforms. They were all expressionless and carried strong, unusual killing intent. It was apparent that years spent battling with ferocious beasts in life-and-death scenarios had made them develop this toughness. The 3 cruisers were from the Federation's military. The people on board were warriors stationed on the border of the Federation. Now, at the tip of the middle cruiser stood a middle-aged, burly man wearing a black cape. Under the cape was a uniform filled with numerous badges. There was an obvious, unconcealable scar on his face that divided his face in two. He stood there like a tall mountain, and a ferocious aura was continuously emanating from him. He was as imposing as the red-robed, middle-aged man from Ethereal Tao College. Julu, is the fatty you're referring to there? The burly man shifted his gaze away from the red-robed middle-aged man on the Sky Path Island, toward Upper Academy Island, as he spoke calmly to the lady beside him, who appeared to be an orderly. Beside him was a slender, beautiful woman who appeared to be filled with wildness that seemed difficult to subdue. She was Julu, the person who had once been kicked on the buttocks by Wang Baoli, the person who could not wait to take revenge on him. Chapter 146, Son? Chapter 146, Son? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The arrival of the Federation military was not known by many on Upper Academy Island. After all, they had landed on the Sky Path Island, which was shrouded by fog. Even if someone saw them from afar, they would merely be surprised and curious, but they would not know the details. In the 2 days that followed, more cruisers arrived in Ethereal Tao College. Most of them were officials from the Federation who were there to spectate the Combat Pavilions tournament. Similarly, they landed on the Sky Path Island. The arrival of the guests signified that the Combat Pavilions tournament commencement day was nearing. More discussions could be heard from each pavilion on Upper Academy Island. The anticipation and passion that everyone had toward the tournament also grew as the days passed. During this period of time, disciples from each pavilion had been invited to facilitate in the tournament. For most of these disciples, transactions with the disciples from the Combat Pavilion made them extremely rich, and they managed to earn quite a substantial amount. Amid their delight and happiness, they were also curious toward the competition. Some people had even set up bets in secret, which made the entire Upper Academy Island bustle with even more activity. All the discussions on the Spirit intranet were also about the tournament. On the evening before the tournament, Wang Baoli finally managed to complete the final adjustments to the Dharmic artifacts that he had wanted to advertise. Most of these Dharmic artifacts were perfect second-grade Dharmic artifacts, while a small proportion of them were ordinary second-grade Dharmic artifacts. It's a pity that I am short of time. If not, it would have been possible for all of these to be perfect second-grade Dharmic artifacts. Wang Baoli was pleased, looking at all the Dharmic artifacts that he had refined, especially the tens of small wooden buckets, which he had specially created. They were his secret weapon to attract the attention of people. Now, as he smiled to himself, Wang Baoli felt that his advertising campaign would reach the maximum number of people. Even if that weirdo from the Combat Pavilion who had been suspected to be kicked in the crotch was uncooperative, Wang Baoli still had a way to advertise. Therefore, with feelings of anticipation, he began meditating in order to condition himself. It was an uneventful night. On the morning of the second day, as the sound of the bell from Upper Academy Island reverberated, a gigantic, mirror-like array formation appeared in the middle of the levitating mountain, which glowed brightly. The array formation was immensely majestic. Its glow shimmered, causing everyone's mood to perk up. At the same time, a person stood in midair outside the array formation. That person was an elder, expressionless and dressed from head to toe in a black robe. However, his voice seemed to have the power to permeate through matter as it spread over the entire Upper Academy Island. All participants and supporting teammates are to step into the array formation and proceed to the assessment grounds. People who have no business in the tournament are not to step in. As the elder's words spread, numerous figures appeared quickly in the skies above each of the pavilions. Naturally, most of the people were from the Combat Pavilion, but there was also a substantial number of people from the other pavilions who were acting as supporting teammates. There were about 20,000 people, some of them standing on their cruisers, and some of them standing on Dharmic treasures such as flying swords. They were all heading toward the array formation, and if one looked from afar, the streams of rainbows from the people who were charging toward the array formation looked extremely breathtaking. Everyone who witnessed it was shaken with emotions. Once again, they had a clear realization that it was already the Spirit Inception era, no longer the Common era. Wang Baoli had also stepped out of his cave abode. He noticed the imposing array formation in the sky and was similarly shaken as his eyes revealed a look of envy and excitement. This was the first time that he had seen so many people in the air at the same time, with many of them having levels of cultivation exceeding that of a first-level true breath. The aura that they gave off was alarming. There were also many of them who were individuals who had peaked at the 5th level of the true breath realm. They were extremely calm and collected, and the suppressive force that they gave off easily exceeded that of the others beside them, as if they could destroy anything in their path. After taking a few hurried breaths, Wang Baoli, with a bright glow in his eyes and fresh, boiling blood pumping throughout his body, retrieved the cruiser that he had fixed and stood on it. He rose into the sky, transforming into one of the rainbows in midair and becoming one of the numerous cultivators flying in the clouds. The cruiser was charging ahead, and Wang Baoli neared the array formation quickly. Seeing that the other people did not stop but instead disappeared as they entered the array formation, Wang Baoli did not hesitate as his heart beat furiously, dashing straight into the array formation like the others did. The moment that he came into contact with the array formation, all he could see was a blur in his eyes, like he had passed through a water's surface. When he emerged, he was in a place that he had never been to in his life. The skies were still blue and filled with white clouds, with the sword sun still shining high up. However, the land was no longer Upper Academy Island but one that was covered with numerous gigantic mountains. The mountains were peculiar as they had 4 faces, from front to back and left to right. There were over 100 of them, and what was most shocking was that they all seemed to be carved from the same mold, looking perfectly identical. The distance between them was also identical, as if they had been replicated. This bizarre scene instantly created a commotion among many people who had arrived for the first time. More people entered, and when everyone had entered the area after passing through the array formation, the sound of discussions grew even louder. These mountains, how were they made? This is an array formation? This is such a big deal. I once heard that this was transformed from one of the 9th grade Dharmic armaments from our very own ethereal Tao College. Amid the sounds of commotion, Wang Baoli's breathing also grew hurried. There were so many people surrounding him, and even after Wang Baoli sent a voice transmission to that weirdo from the combat pavilion, he still could not locate him after a long while. As he listened to the discussions between those around him, he looked at the mountains in the area below. Vaguely, he could see that there were hundreds of mountains being divided into 5 different regions. However, even before he could take a closer look, a low voice reverberated from above. Quiet down. True breath experts from the 1st to the 4th levels are to enter the East, West, South, and North regions respectively, while true breaths from the 5th level are to enter the Central region. The sound was like a clap of thunder, extremely deafening as it blasted in people's ears. Instantly, everyone fell into silence, and as they raised their heads subconsciously, sounds of breathing could be heard once again, but this time, no one dared create a commotion. That was because transformations had occurred in what was originally the sky above them. There were now 4 humongous stairwells floating in midair, all linked together to form a square. Many people, over a few hundred of them, could be seen sitting on them, covering the stairwells entirely. At their height, they could see every competition that was happening on the mountains just by simply lowering their heads. This was compounded by the fact that the suppressive force given from many of them was so strong that everyone who felt it was shaken. Even though it was quite a distance away, such that ordinary men would not be able to get a clear look at the individuals seated on the stairwells, the cultivators were able to get a good look by focusing their spirit energy onto their eyes, despite not being able to see it in detail. Wang Baoli glanced at all the people on the stairwells as his heart was filled with a torrent of emotions. He noticed that those people were divided into groups of 3, with one group appearing to be soldiers who were wearing the same uniform and giving off a strong killing intent, while the other 2 groups were officials from the Federation, as well as Ethereal Tao College, based on Wang Baoli's interpretation. Of them, there were a few individuals whose existence made Wang Baoli's eyes hurt just with a single glance. It was akin to an ordinary man looking into the bright sun in the skies. Wang Baoli was taken aback as he quickly retracted his gaze. He did not look at everyone in detail, but instead, he clearly saw that other than a burly man from the military dressed in a black cloak, there was also a middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe who was extremely eye-catching, like the bright sun. Just at the moment that Wang Baoli retracted his gaze, he suddenly had the feeling that someone was looking at him. Wang Baoli was shocked, and with the thought that he might be mistaken, he looked toward the same direction. As he turned, He immediately noticed that among the military personnel was a woman sitting beside the burly man who was staring at him coldly, with a look of hatred and disgust in her eyes. She looks familiar. Zhu Lu? Wang Baoli was momentarily dumbfounded but quickly pretended that nothing was wrong as he slowly retracted his gaze. That woman was Zhu Lu, the one who had used her authority to attack him in Ethereal City. However, she had instead been heavily beaten and kicked in the buttocks by him when he was on the Lower Academy Island back then. I heard that she left for the military. From her looks, it seems like she recognized me. Could it be that cheap son of mine, Lu Zihao, who spread the news to her? Wang Baoli did not think too much about it. Now that he was a disciple on Upper Academy Island, he thought that Zhu Lu would not be able to take revenge on him. Therefore, he merely sighed and did not pay further attention to it. Soon, according to the announcement, everyone began to spread out and enter the respective regions. Wang Baoli also stepped into the east region as if nothing had happened. However, he could feel that Zhu Lu's gaze was still on him. How irritating! Wang Baoli mumbled in his heart. He did not care too much about it as he opened his voice transmission ring, and sent another voice transmission to the mysterious person from the combat pavilion whom he was to support. Even though they had exchanged voice transmission numbers on the Spirit intranet, this would be the first time that Wang Baoli was meeting him. After informing him of his coordinates, Wang Baoli shut the voice transmission ring and stood up to wait for him. However, after a long while, as he saw the people around him gathering in their pairs while he was still alone, Wang Baoli began to grow anxious as he thought of possibility of the other party having pulled a prank on him. As the thought lingered, Wang Baoli suddenly noticed that someone in the crowd nearby was looking at him. He quickly looked in that direction and immediately saw a youth standing there, looking extremely terrible, as if he had just eaten poop. Son? Wang Baoli felt that the person looked familiar. He was Lu Zihao, the person whom he had kicked in the crotch and twisted his fingers, the person who had called him daddy. He did not enter the Spirit Breath village, instead entering Upper Academy Island after receiving the Spirit Root during his journey. Noticing that Wang Baoli had seen him, Lu Zihao gritted his teeth as he slowly approached Wang Baoli, his face solemn. It can't be you, right? Wang Baoli blinked several times. Lu Zihao grunted as he lifted his chin. He was extremely indignant as if he had been left without any other choice. Wang Baoli laughed. After sizing Lu Zihao up, he could not help but say, "Come, call me daddy." Hearing the word daddy instantly caused blue veins to emerge on Lu Zihao's forehead. He was about to explode, but he took a deep breath and stared angrily at Wang Baoli. Listen up, Wang Baoli, I do not need your help this time. You're only here to make up the numbers. See that? Zhu Lu is up there, staring at you. Darn it, so it was really you who spread the news to her. Son, you sure are daring, huh? Wang Baoli exclaimed and was about to say more, but he noticed the silence all around him. Wang Baoli grunted and no longer paid attention to Lu Zihao. However, he could not resist looking at the spectator area of the stairwell in the skies and realized that there were several people with their gazes on him. He was fairly taken aback as he blinked. Why are they all looking at me? I understand why Zhu Lu is staring at me, but what about the others? Could it be that I'm that extraordinary? This must be the case. Wang Baoli cleared his throat, consoling himself as doubts arose in his mind. Chapter 147, Zihao, charge ahead. Don't be afraid. Chapter 147, Zihao, charge ahead. Don't be afraid. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. That sneaker-looking fatty is Wang Baoli, the one who did a great contribution. On the spectator stand of the stairwell in the skies, the middle-aged man dressed in the red robe noticed Wang Baoli secretly looking at them as his lips curled into a smile. An elder sat beside the red-robed middle-aged man. Wang Baoli did not take a close look at him, but that person was the Dharmic Armament Pavilion elder who had given him Dharmic artifacts when he was on the Lower Academy Island, because he had been impressed by him. Now, a smile hung on his face as a look of admiration was obvious in his eyes. He replied to the middle-aged man beside him cheerfully after hearing his question, "Deputy Sect Lord, that's him." The moment that the elder from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion finished his sentence, another elder beside him asked curiously, I've heard that this fatty is extremely narcissistic and carries a mirror with him all the time. Is that true? Very quickly, the deputy sect lord from Ethereal Tao College sitting behind the red-robed middle-aged man said happily, I have also heard about this fatty from someone. It was said that he is a fan of being an official and dreams of being the president of the Federation. This chap has a good personality. Ha ha, I think the Grand Supreme Elder would like him. Laughter emerged from the crowd. The people worthy of a place there were all elders from each pavilion of Upper Academy Island. Normally, they were rarely seen or heard, and they were known to be extremely stern. However, now that they were together, they appeared more cheerful. As they looked toward Wang Baoli, they cheerfully exchanged banter, and their eyes all carried looks of admiration, like an older generation toward their younger generation. At the same time, on the military spectator stand, the burly man dressed in a black cloak with a scar across his face and a complex expression retracted his gaze from Wang Baoli. Julu, is that the person you mentioned? General, that is him. According to what I have researched about him, he is more than suitable to complete the mission. He can definitely be assessed as a potential seed. You will know when you see his performance later on. He is not only good at refining dharmic artifacts, his physique is impressive as well, far exceeding that of his counterparts. Julu, who was beside the burly man, appeared stern as she heard his words. Even though the person before her was her uncle, she was still extremely respectful when they were out. However, I've heard that you have some conflict with him. General Ju in the black cloak looked toward Julu. Julu did not speak. She retrieved a jade slip and passed it to General Ju. It contained detailed records of the research that she had done on Wang Baoli. After taking a look at it, General Ju gradually revealed a look of curiosity in his eyes. Then, let us see how he performs first. General Ju laughed as he pocketed the jade slip, turning his attention toward the Combat Pavilion tournament. Right as the Combat Pavilion tournament was about to begin, a stern voice announced the rules. The rules were simple. The East region was where the first-level True Breath experts carried out the tournament, while the South region was for the second-level True Breath experts, and so forth. The Central region was where the fifth-level True Breath experts competed. 5 tournaments were held simultaneously. There were exactly 32 mountains in every region, like a small arena that formed the individual battlegrounds. After rounds of elimination, 1 person would remain. That way, 32 individuals would emerge from each region. Thereafter, those 32 people would move on to the second stage of the competition, until a ranking was formed. From the first to 5th level of the True Breath experts, the strongest person would then be revealed. From the second stage onward, supporting teammates would no longer be allowed. In reality, the supporting teammates could only help in the first stage. After all, this was a tournament for the Combat Pavilion. The first stage was a competition within the individual mountains. There were 64 entrances set up on each mountain, with 16 entrances located on each of the 4 faces of the mountain. These 16 entrances also had 16 roads leading up to the mountain. As the 16 roads wound up the mountain, there would be 8 crossings, where the 2 roads that crossed over would merge into one. At these crossings, 2 teams would battle it out. The loser would be disqualified, and the winner would continue moving forward along the road and go through another battle at the next crossing. This would continue until they reached a position near the peak. Of the 16 teams, there would only be 1 team who could successfully ascend to the peak, where they would then compete with the winners from the other 3 mountain faces in the Battle of the Mountain Peak. In reality, when that stage was reached, the assisted match would have already ended. The participants would have to depend on themselves for the matches to follow. The one who eventually emerged victorious would be granted the eligibility to enter the second stage of the tournament. After getting a clear understanding of the rules and regulations, the group of first-level True Breath disciples stepped onto the different mountains according to the Combat Pavilion's arrangement. Lu Zihao did not pay any attention to Wang Baoli as he turned around and charged forward in the lead. Seeing how impatient Lu Zihao was, Wang Baoli could not help but shake his head. He's still just a child. With this thought, Wang Baoli slowly made his way forward and quickly reached the mountain assigned to them. After choosing a road, the both of them ascended the mountain, one after another. At the same time, in the external skies above Ethereal Tao College's Upper Academy Island, the array formation from before had already been transformed. Now, thousands of screens appeared, floating above it, broadcasting every competition taking place between all the teams on every mountain. The tens of thousands of Upper Academy Island disciples spectating the match all had their eyes glued to the screens. According to the rules, as the teams were being eliminated one by one, their screens would disappear. In the end, there would only be 5 screens left, showing the final victors of the 1st to 5th level True Breath rounds. It has begun. Haha, the outcome of the competition isn't important. What's most important is to see what new pills, dharmic artifacts, array formations, and beasts will be showcased this time. As the tens of thousands of disciples from Upper Academy Island focused all their attention on the mountainous roads shown on the screen, Lu Zihao, who was leading the way, was approaching a crossing. He gradually slowed down and frowned as he looked back at Wang Baoli, who was enjoying the view along the way. Wang Baoli, I don't need your help later on, this is my tournament. Relax, I will not compete with you. Lu Zihao, can you not snort before speaking? That's so rude. Wang Baoli looked askance at Lu Zihao, immediately raising his hands to retrieve 5 flying swords even before Lu Zihao could speak. Take them. Don't complain that I did not help you. These 5 flying frost swords are more than sufficient for you to win the first match. However, if you snort again later on, I'll take them back, Wang Baoli said calmly as he tossed the 5 flying swords to Lu Zihao like throwing vegetables. Lu Zihao was furious upon hearing Wang Baoli's words. He was about to reject him but noticed that the chilly force from the flying swords was so strong and so impressive that he was taken by surprise. He took a deep breath, and with a closer look, he realized that those 5 flying swords were all perfect second-grade dharmic artifacts. The quality of the swords immediately made Lu Zihao swallow his intention to reject them. He rationalized that since Wang Baoli was his supporting teammate, so it was not against his principles to take the flying swords given by him. Thus, he hurriedly accepted them. He wanted to snort once more to express his arrogance, but he recalled what Wang Baoli said previously and the fact that he had given him the flying sword, so he kept quiet. Instead, he turned around and lifted his chin, looking at the crossing as he walked over. Seeing how proud Lu Zihao was trying to appear, Wang Baoli laughed silently to himself. He was delighted, thinking that the manner in which he had tossed out the 5 flying swords was impressive, allowing him to stress Lu Zihao constantly. Together with Lu Zihao, they reached the first crossing. They were standing at the crossing of the 2 roads. The area was not huge, and before them was a translucent screen blocking further advancement up the road. It seemed like access would only be granted after one team was eliminated there. The moment that the duo reached the crossing, 2 figures appeared extremely quickly on the other road. The aura of a True Breath expert's cultivation was extremely strong as it neared. They are all senior disciples from the combat pavilion. Lu Zihao was familiar with the 2 of them and instantly activated his hand seals to toss the 5 flying frost swords out at high speed, preparing to go head-on in the battle. Instantly, the chilly forces in the environment became overwhelming. Zihao, charge ahead. Don't be afraid. I will help make you more famous. After this match, you will definitely be well known on Upper Academy Island. Wang Baoli immediately shouted loudly to increase Lu Zihao's imposing manner. His eyes carried a look of anticipation. As he laughed heartily, he flailed his hand and quickly retrieved a small wooden bucket from his storage bracelet, tossing it toward the sky. With a loud boom, the small wooden bucket exploded in midair, revealing a firework-like brilliance that was extremely colorful. Instantly, the attention of the spectators in the spectator stands was drawn toward it. On Upper Academy Island, as the fireworks were released, the screen that showed Wang Baoli and Lu Zihao's activity was immediately filled with brilliance, making it the most eye-catching out of the thousands of screens. This caused everyone on Upper Academy Island to be captivated by it. What's the situation? Someone's actually releasing fireworks. My eyes are not playing tricks on me, are they? What was he doing? Not only was everyone on Upper Academy Island shocked, the military and high officials from Ethereal Dao College who were in midair, as well as the Federation officials, were all taken aback. They had spectated combat pavilion tournaments year after year, but this was the first time that they had witnessed someone releasing fireworks. As the masses all turned to look, it was obvious that the 2 senior disciples from the combat pavilion were all flabbergasted. What on earth is he doing? This is his most formidable trick? The two seniors were immediately shocked silly, their hearts pounding. As the flying frost swords neared, they immediately activated their mystic techniques that caused their speed to be increased several-fold. In an instant, even though they suffered abrasions from the flying frost swords, they dashed toward Wang Baoli. It was clear that they did not know who Wang Baoli was, and coupled with the fact that they had noticed Wang Baoli unleashing a powerful move, their only thought was to get rid of this fatty first before eliminating the tough-to-defeat Lu Zihao. Seeing that things were not going according to plan, Wang Baoli instantly grew anxious. There was a time limit to his fireworks, which could not last long. He purposely attracted people's attention so that Lu Zihao would showcase his flying frost swords. There was no time to waste, so he quickly stepped back and shouted, "Don't be rash, the both of you. I'm from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion and am only in charge of refining Dharmic artifacts. You should battle my son instead." Chapter 148, Interrupting with an Advertisement. Chapter 148, Interrupting with an Advertisement. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the two disciples from the combat pavilion interpreted the situation, and made the decision to activate their mystic technique to charge toward Wang Baoli, the attention from people on the spectator stand in the skies was immediately shifted from the various battlegrounds of the 5 regions, focusing instead on Wang Baoli's location, where the fireworks were released. What is he trying to do? Releasing fireworks? On the stairwell where the high officials of Ethereal Dao College were, the elders from each of the pavilions all stared with their eyes wide, incredulous. Even the deputy sect lord and the red-robed middle-aged men were also taken aback. The elder from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, who was fond of Wang Baoli, also laughed bitterly, as he tried to explain the situation. "I suppose, it's some trump card of his?" As the crowd looked at each other, General Zhu, who was on the spectator stage of the military stairwell opposite, was also shocked. Zhu Lu, who was beside him, looked similarly bewildered. If even their reactions were as such, those of the tens of thousands of cultivators on Upper Academy Island were also predictable. Some of them had already started a rowdy discussion as they all stared at the screen showing Wang Baoli. On the battle arena shown on the screen, Wang Baoli looked mildly troubled. Not only did his persuasion not work, the two disciples from the combat pavilion seemed even more determined. They did not pay attention to Lu Zihao's attempt at blocking them nor to the approaching flying frost swords. Even though they had suffered some abrasions, they did not seem bothered as they unleashed their mystic technique once again, increasing their speed even more as they neared Wang Baoli in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they were also cursing under their breath as they realized that it was not a powerful move that Wang Baoli had showcased. They were even more furious that they had to perform well, since Wang Baoli's unexpected fireworks had caught everyone's attention, and they could not afford to be a disgrace. It would have taken a long time to narrate the entire sequence of events, which, in actual fact, took place in a blink of an eye. One of the two combat pavilion disciples shouted angrily, growling as he released a punch. Disregarding the force of the punch, its imposing manner was already impressive. It was a powerful punch that seemed to be able to shatter everything. Noticing that, the other person also gave it his all, retrieving all his talismans and chanting spells to form numerous fireballs and wind blades directed toward Wang Baoli. "Why are both of you so unreasonable?" Wang Baoli wanted to dodge, but the area that he was in was not wide enough. Seeing that the fireworks were about to dissipate and that there was no time to lose, he grew troubled as he retrieved a handful of golden bell shield beads and tossed them at his feet. "Retreat!" Wang Baoli howled with a low voice. As the beads landed on the ground, they joined together with a loud boom in the background. Golden rays instantly appeared, blocking Wang Baoli from the two combat pavilion disciples. He had planned to block them in order to give Lu Zihao the chance to showcase his flying frost sword. After all, according to his plans, the flying frost sword was to be the #1 hit among his Dharmic artifacts. In fact, in his plans, many of the details of the Dharmic artifact packages revolved around the flying frost sword. However, what happened next made Wang Baoli troubled again. His golden bell shield glowed. The spells and fist of the two disciples from the combat pavilion directly hit the glow, and a deafening boom erupted. As the sound reverberated, the minds of the two combat pavilion disciples buzzed with activity, their facial expressions changing wildly. What Dharmic artifact was that? In their shock, all they could feel was that they had hit an extremely tough mountain wall. What made them even more shocked was that an extremely strong counter-force was produced by this protective shield, directly reflecting their impactful attack back at them. It would not have mattered much if there was merely reverberation. However, a hurricane made of spirit chi tides was produced from the reverberating counter-force, sweeping in all directions. The duo were not elites to begin with. Even though they were senior disciples, their cultivation remained at the first level of the true breath realm, not high caliber. Now, the spirit chi tide was directly charging toward them, about to land on their bodies at any moment. As they screamed painfully, one of them tried to retreat in shock while the other was not quick enough to do so. His body was like a kite whose string had been severed, directly tumbling in the force, and after landing on the ground, fresh blood spewed out of his mouth. He looked at Wang Baoli in shock and realized that he had met with a capable individual. If no one was watching him, he would not have cared. However, now that there were people watching him, he realized that he would only land in disgrace if he continued fighting on. Therefore, he chose to concede defeat. The other disciple from the combat pavilion who had managed to dodge was merely a supporting teammate. Seeing that the participant had admitted defeat, he could only laugh bitterly and follow suit. When he looked at the golden glow in front of Wang Baoli, shock was still evident from his eyes. The sequence of events had happened too quickly, such that everything ended even before Lu Zihao, who was holding the flying frost sword, could arrive. Looking at the duo who had just conceded defeat, Lu Zihao suddenly grew angry as he stared at Wang Baoli furiously. Wang Baoli, didn't we agree before? You promised to not do anything. This is my tournament. I didn't do anything. I was merely protecting myself. Can't I even do that? Wang Baoli slapped his forehead as he really did not plan to attack. It was just that he did not expect the opponents to be so weak. In reality, even though those beads were quite powerful and were further enhanced with anti-shock inscriptions by Wang Baoli, enabling them to stir up spirit chi tides, the effect was not that shocking against a strong opponent from the combat pavilion. However, it was apparent that the two who conceded defeat were not elites but ordinary disciples. Seeing what had happened, Wang Baoli felt that his plans had been completely ruined. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. With the thought that there would be many people focusing their attention on him, Wang Baoli immediately tried to salvage the situation. He looked toward the sky and forced a smile out on his face. Elders, teachers, senior and junior brothers, how do you do? My name is Wang Baoli. Today, I'm here to introduce a dharmic artifact. It's called the Golden Bell Shield. You've heard it right. It's the legendary Golden Bell Shield. All of you have seen it just now as well. This dharmic artifact is extremely powerful. Rainbow spirit stones lie in its core, and it is covered with over 30,000 inscriptions. It is made from precious Star-era sand and has gone through 49 days of refinement over slow fire before being completely formed. Wang Baoli cleared his throat with a cough. His tone became much more natural as he described the dharmic artifact. However, in reality, he had done so out of exasperation. He felt that he couldn't let the fireworks go to waste, and now that he had attracted everyone's attention, he felt that he had to say something no matter what happened. Since he could not advertise the flying frost sword, he could only advertise the protective beads. The moment that he spoke, everyone on the spectator stands in the skies trembled all over. That was especially so for the red-robed middle-aged man, who was frozen in shock. This fatty's actually advertising his products. Is that against the rules? The other elders were all dumbfounded. Only the Dharmic Armament Pavilion elder who was fond of Wang Baoli cleared his throat. That can't be considered to have violated the rules. After all, he did not affect the other participants. This can also be considered a battle tactic. You can even see from this that this chap is rather smart. His words made the red-robed middle-aged man and the surrounding elders have odd expressions. Not only was the Dharmic Armament Pavilion elder openly siding with Wang Baoli and finding a way out for him, he was also praising him. The fact that he explained it away as a battle tactic for whatever had just happened was truly impressive. Over at the military side opposite, all the warriors were also flabbergasted. Even Julu was shocked, while General Ju began laughing. He looked at Wang Baoli, and his interest in him grew deeper with a glimmer of admiration appearing in his eyes. At the same time, commotion torrent on the external Upper Academy Island. Disciples from all the pavilions around were dumbfounded as they shrieked in surprise. That's so shameless. People have made advertisements in the past, but none of them were ever so direct. How daring of him! I have thought about this in the past, but I did not have the courage to execute it. This Wang Baoli, he's gonna be famous. The commotion spread. Everyone from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion took a deep breath. This forceful form of advertisement put them at a loss. However, Wang Baoli was not done advertising. Everyone must be tempted now. However, this perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact has even more unique characteristics. Other than the anti-shock capabilities that I have specially included, it can form a spirit chi hurricane with a force that all of you have witnessed just now. Do you think that's its limit? No. Watch on. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and raised his right hand to point at the golden glow that still remained. As he pointed, the glow instantly warped, directly exploding loudly under the gazes of tens of thousands of spectators. It created an air pressure wave that spread in all directions. That frightened the two combat pavilion disciples so much that they exhaled deeply. Ethereal Tao College's high officials, the military, as well as the Federation officials who were on the spectator stand high up in the skies suddenly became serious. In their eyes, a perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact was nothing to shout about. However, of the second-grade Dharmic artifacts, the impressiveness of the bead was what caught their eyes. The disciples from Upper Academy Island spectating from the outside suddenly quieted down from the commotion. Some even held their breath as they stared in shock, while some of them grew increasingly tempted. Wang Baoli swept his gaze toward the spectator stand in the skies. After noticing the facial expressions of the spectators, he grew excited and spoke again. This is the final great power of this Dharmic artifact. Think about it, when using it for protection, your opponent will have difficulty destroying it. Furthermore, if it implodes suddenly, how unexpected and shocking will that be? Such a precious and versatile Dharmic artifact that has unexpected powers. Lu Zihao, how much do you say it's worth? Wang Baoli was excited, and he looked at Lu Zihao, trying to drop him hints. Chapter 149, Lu Zihao's Moral Principles. Chapter 149, Lu Zihao's Moral Principles. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lu Zihao had no idea if others were shocked or surprised, but he was utterly stunned by Wang Baoli's sudden outburst. However, just that exclamation was enough, and Wang Baoli smacked his thigh, his voice conveying immense excitement. Indeed. Such a Dharmic artifact would cost 3,000 spirit stones. Lu Zihao was struck dumb with astonishment. That forced advertisement was seriously too fake to the audience on Upper Academy Island. Although the bead was indeed of excellent quality, its price was ridiculously expensive. That was especially so because they were all attracted by Wang Baoli. This caused the Combat Academy Pavilion to lose some of its glamour. Nonetheless, the reputation of the Golden Bell bead has been built up solidly. One could say that almost everyone on Upper Academy Island knew about it. Even the old disciples at the 5th stage of the True Breath realm had to know about it. Under the weird expressions of the audience, Wang Baoli was still very energetic. He slapped his thigh again, letting out a loud "path" sound, and looked very energetic. However, I have very good news for all of you today. The first 100 Taoists to make an order will not need 3,000 spirit stones, you will only need 1,000. You heard that right. Just 1,000 spirit stones, and you can bring this treasure home. Wang Baoli shouted loudly, even sharing his voice transmission number with everyone. As he finished speaking, his voice transmission ring started vibrating profusely. Message after message was immediately sent to Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring. Lu Zihao and the two combat pavilion disciples watched in shock, as they saw Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring tremble as though it was about to explode. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of messages sent to him. Wang Baoli was very excited and surprised. Although he had expected his advertisement to not be in vain, he did not expect it to be so effective. Actually, although the price of 1,000 spirit stones was relatively expensive, it was still acceptable. That was especially so because it was a second-grade Dharmic artifact and because of Wang Baoli's advertisement. Whether they wanted to buy it for research purposes or to use it, even if the customer base of tens of thousands of Upper Academy Island disciples found the advertisement fake, Wang Baoli still received a few hundred orders. Even the 2 Combat Pavilion disciples immediately asked to purchase the beads after coming to their senses. After all, they had personally experienced its power, and it was selling like hotcakes. For the 2 of them, Wang Baoli was so happy that he gave them a discount. "You have good taste." Wang Baoli laughed. Under the gazes of the audience, he completed the deal with the 2 Combat Pavilion disciples. After that, he pulled the still stunned Lu Zihao along and headed straight for the path that appeared following the disappearance of the light screen in front of him. The fireworks had long since dissipated, and Wang Baoli's advertisement had already ended. However, many people among the audience on the Sky platform and Upper Academy Island disciples still paid attention to Wang Baoli, and the rowdy discussions were never ending. "This Wang Baoli, he can't possibly do an advertisement in every match, can he? That being said, I'm actually looking forward to seeing the next Dharmic artifact he advertises." While the audience was discussing, Ethereal Tao College and the army all gazed with different expressions toward Wang Baoli and Lu Zihao, who were traveling on the mountain road. Wang Baoli did not bother about the attention of others. He felt highly spirited and looked toward Lu Zihao. Standing beside Wang Baoli, he seemed to have just come to his senses and had an extremely ugly expression. However, seeing Lu Zihao look like he was about to scream at him, Wang Baoli patted Lu Zihao's shoulder and spoke generously. "Lu Zihao, we're relatives. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 70-30. Once he said that, the storm of fury about to erupt within Lu Zihao immediately paused for a moment. After that, it dissipated and extinguished without the control of Lu Zihao. "I'm not going against my moral principles, I'm just getting the remuneration I deserve," Lu Zihao thought secretly. However, his heart rate increased uncontrollably, and he started to calculate how much money he would get. Alas, as he calculated, he thought of how Wang Baoli had attacked and stolen his limelight, and his anger arose once more. "Wang Baoli, Lu Zihao, am not a man who will do anything for money. I'm telling you, I'll let what you did previously slide, but the upcoming second battle is mine. Don't come steal my limelight, this is my tournament. Got it? Come, equip this armor. Go forth and fight," Wang Baoli quickly said after seeing Lu Zihao look as though he was going to explode once more. He threw out a glittering suit of armor. Lu Zihao's anger disappeared after he saw the suit of armor, but he harumphed secretly. He felt that this was not against his moral principles. After that, he picked up the pace alongside Wang Baoli, who was in high spirits, and eventually arrived at the second meeting point. The first meeting point was the round of 16, and the second meeting point right now was the round of 8. The teams who could get into the round of 8 were definitely not weak, and they had to have their own talents. Hence, neither Wang Baoli nor Lu Zihao dared let down their guard. That was especially so for Wang Baoli. Learning from the experience of the previous battle, he retrieved a golden bell bead and activated it at his feet the moment that he arrived at the second meeting point with Lu Zihao. As the golden light screen appeared, Wang Baoli stood there and smacked his chest. "Zihao, the rest is up to you. Good luck." Lu Zihao felt Wang Baoli's sincerity. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. "Here they come, Zihao, go," Wang Baoli immediately reminded him. Lu Zihao's expression changed, and a vicious glint appeared in his eyes. He turned his head to look toward another path and immediately noticed a man and a woman charging toward him. The man was large and imposing, with a glint in his eyes. He wore a purple suit of armor, and 3 flying swords surrounded him. The woman behind him was petite and looked very sweet. She had a ring of bells on her snowy white wrist, and they rang as she charged. That was not all. Beside this woman were 3 vicious wolves who were more than half a man tall. These wolves had vicious glints in their eyes and growled as they ran. Their exposed fangs were unbelievably sharp, and they looked extremely vicious. "Beast Tamer." Lu Zihao furrowed his eyebrows, but a glint appeared in his eyes afterward. Although he was unwilling to meet a disciple from the beast-taming pavilion because it was troublesome to fight them, his will to fight rose since he knew that he had to fight one anyway. As he shook his body and flicked his hands, the 5 flying frost swords immediately flew out, and an icy aura surrounded him, making him seem like a war god. He charged directly at the Combat Pavilion Disciple. The Combat Pavilion Disciple narrowed his eyes and noticed the protective screen surrounding Wang Baoli's body. He did not bother about it and charged toward Lu Zihao, looking like a huge beast as he took his first step. The two men immediately got into a brawl. As the sounds of battle spread, their flying swords also clashed at great speeds in midair, trying to break each other's seal. At the same time, talismans flew, and the physical power of the both of them was on full display at that point in time as they traded blows. Lu Zihao's strength was also fully displayed at that time. His control of the flying frost swords and the changes in his spells were all swift and ferocious. With a few hand seals, he made his right hand expand to twice its size. As it exuded a black glint, he threw a punch. Although the Combat Pavilion Disciple was remarkable, he was not quite in Lu Zihao's league. As his expression changed, a cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she formed a hand seal. Immediately, the 3 wolves beside her growled and charged directly at Lu Zihao. These 3 wolves were not slow, and their fangs had incredible biting power. It seemed like they could even break a dharmic artifact with one bite. Seeing this scene, Wang Baoli was furious and shouted within his protective screen, "Hey, that's not fair. You're bullying him." The woman tilted her head to throw a disdainful look at Wang Baoli. She did not stop but instead rushed toward Lu Zihao with a leap forward. Even under those circumstances, Lu Zihao was evenly matched with them. That was because Wang Baoli had added magnetism within the flying frost swords. Hence, he did not need to spend so much spirit energy to control them. The suit of armor on Lu Zihao had also been crafted by Wang Baoli to become extremely sturdy. It even had a knockback effect. Because of that, Lu Zihao got stronger as he fought. Seeing that Lu Zihao was fine, Wang Baoli stopped worrying and retrieved another small wooden pail from his storage bracelet. With a snicker, he threw it out, and it immediately exploded in the air. Fireworks quickly spread, and the gazes of the audience on the sky platform, an Upper Academy Island gathered upon Wang Baoli once more after seeing the resplendent fireworks. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Combat Pavilion Disciple and woman changed. They had already seen the fireworks previously but did not know what was going on. They were on high alert after seeing the fireworks again. As they were on high alert and as Lu Zihao's expression changed to one of anger and sorrow, Wang Baoli coughed within his protective screen and looked toward the sky with cupped fists. "Dear elders, teachers, and fellow disciples, look over here. I'm sure all of you get a headache whenever you see a beast-taming pavilion disciple. After all, they have vicious beasts beside them, and we're at a disadvantage when fighting them. You see, my boyhood friend, Lu Zihao, is facing this very situation now. Now then, what should we do?" Wang Baoli's voice became excited once more. Although he almost called Lu Zihao my boy, he was lucky to have quick reactions and gave a huge flick of his wrist. "Today, I, Wang Baoli, royally introduce to you another type of dharmic artifact. Its name. Shut up. Chapter 150, it also works on humans. Chapter 150, it also works on humans. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Yes, you heard right. This type of dharmic artifact is called Shut Up. Wang Baoli exclaimed in high spirits, his voice booming. After Wang Baoli set off the second set of fireworks, everyone in the sky and on Upper Academy Island involuntarily fixed their gazes on Wang Baoli once again. What, is he determined to advertise his artifacts time and time again? What on earth is this, a combat pavilion tournament or a new product release? Shut up? What is he up to? Everyone had different expressions. This particular combat pavilion tournament was especially different from previous years. In the sky, those from the military and Federation officials, as well as the senior management of Ethereal Dao College, also had unusual expressions. Looking at Wang Baoli, they felt as though they were not watching a tournament but rather, an unprofessional host putting up an amateurish live broadcast for the advertisement segment. But the most terrified of all were Lu Zihao's competitors, the man and the woman. The moment Wang Baoli opened his mouth to speak, they had been shocked. But now, after watching his actions and hearing his words, they were dumbfounded once again. Were it not for the layer of protection that he had, they would have instinctively stopped him. Wang Baoli's actions made them faintly uneasy. In a moment of panic, the burly fellow could not help but ask Lu Zihao, "What is he doing?" Lu Zihao was wallowing in misery. He felt like his spotlight was being stolen by Wang Baoli yet again. He kept quiet. In a bad mood, he swung his fist. "That darn fatty is playing tricks and creating trouble. He's nothing to be afraid of. Big black, little white, bite him," exclaimed the female disciple from the beast-taming pavilion with a cold laugh, seeing that Lu Zihao kept quiet. Her eyes flashed, and with sharp movements, she manipulated her bloodthirsty wolves, making them run straight for Lu Zihao and bite him below his head. While their battle ensued, Wang Baoli's advertising continued. "Don't belittle this object. This is a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact, its core being a rainbow spirit stone. What more, this artifact is the sturdiest out there. I even carved over 20,000 inscriptions on it. When you line this up with others, not only does it have an adjustable ability to lock onto target objects, it also produces fog." As Wang Baoli rattled on, his eyes grew ever brighter. With the wave of his right hand, 3 yellow masks instantly appeared. These 3 masks looked like ducks' beaks, except their color was uneven. They looked ugly, but upon careful inspection, streams of light emanated from their interior, releasing a strong suppressive force. As Wang Baoli spoke, he observed Lu Zihao retreating upon hearing the explosive roar of the 3 wolves. Worry instantly gripped him. "And now, let me demonstrate," Wang Baoli declared, violently flinging the 3 duck masks across the space. Having witnessed this, the female disciple sneered. "I hate fatties the most," she exclaimed, feeling irritated by Wang Baoli's pretentious air. With a wave of her hand, the 3 wolves were sent darting for Wang Baoli. But just as these 3 wolves were bounding for him, the 3 masks penetrated through the golden bell shield, emanating a bright flash of light. In its resplendence, the masks released a suppressive force more shocking than previously. Furthermore, as they flew, the upper and lower lips of the mouths automatically came into contact, releasing weird, ear-piercing screams that instantly caught everyone's attention. The 3 wolves also reeled in shock. As they stopped in their tracks momentarily, the 3 masks suddenly gained momentum. At a speed much higher than before, they locked onto the 3 ferocious wolves, flying straight for them. No matter how much the wolves struggled, attempted to hide, or even howled, it was of no use. 2 of the masks had already covered 2 wolves' mouths. However, the last mask seemed to malfunction under the sudden surge of speed. It failed to lock onto its target. It did not fly toward the 3rd wolf, circling midair instead, as though it was ineffective. All this had happened too quickly. Before the female disciple could recover from her stupor, the 2 masks that had attached themselves onto the wolves' mouths let out cracking sounds. In a flash, clamps formed on the masks, sealing the wolves' mouths completely and permanently. The wolves were unable to completely open or close their mouths, and their howls stopped abruptly, as though they were strangled. The wolves collapsed under the impact. When they got to their feet, their whimpers were stuck in their throats. In a panic, they clawed at the masks, to the extent that even scratch marks formed, but they could not get rid of the masks within that short period of time. With a puff, fog billowed from within the 2 masks, filling the wolves' mouths. However, the effect of the fog was unusual. Those 2 wolves only swayed but were still conscious. The other wolf, although not affected by the mask, was evidently frightened. Fear flashed through its eyes, and it hurriedly retreated. "Little black! Little white!" the female disciple exclaimed. Her expression instantly changed to one of worry, and she rushed forward to help them. At the same time, the observers on the sky viewing gallery were uninterested. These masks had their merit, but they were still considered to be ordinary, unlike the golden bead that Wang Baoli had previously. Not to mention, one of the 3 masks had malfunctioned. This live demonstration was a failure in their eyes. However, on Upper Academy Island, there were many boos from those who had witnessed the scene that unfolded. There was a heated discussion about what had happened. That was nothing. To think that one of them malfunctioned. Seems like this Wang Baoli is running out of tricks. What a failure. Wang Baoli was also worried and started sweating. he knew that this must have been because he failed to consider many aspects when he manufactured the mask. Furthermore, he had some trouble with his inscriptions. In a panic, he hurriedly raised his right arm, and the mask that was circling the air returned to its master. He grabbed it. That was just a small mistake. This dharmic artifact, shut up, which I have made, is adjustable. I have recorded a list of 7 to 8 types of ferocious beasts in it, which you can add on to. Look, all I have to do is readjust this a little, then all is well. Only, this time, when the mask flew off, it still did not lock onto the remaining wolf that was already stricken with fear. It flew into the sky. Wang Baoli slapped his forehead and heaved a huge sigh. He knew that his advertisement had failed. Seeing his disappointment, the boos from Upper Academy Island became louder. When observers on the sky grandstand retracted their gaze, all of a sudden, that malfunctioning mask, after circling the air once, flew straight for the female disciple, as though it had a new target sighted. The uproar that followed was astonishing and ear-piercing. Immediately, those outside who had initially retracted their gazes looked over. One by one, they were greatly shocked. The female disciple was full of anger. She had been helping to remove the masks from her wolves, but upon witnessing the remaining mask coming for her, her eyes widened. Instantly, images of herself wearing the mask filled her mind. It was too frightening for her, she felt like her brain would explode. With a high-pitched scream, she hurriedly backed away. She was quick, but the duck mask was quicker. It whistled through the air and neared her in an instant. Just as it was about to cover the mouth of this petite, pretty girl, her face paled, and without thought, she took out many protective dharmic artifacts, blocking the mask immediately. Among the roar of commotion, this exceptional mask stopped in its tracks despite cracking after penetrating a few layers of the female disciple's protective dharmic artifacts. Before she could heave a sigh of relief, it suddenly exploded. A thick cloud of fog was released in the blink of an eye, which floated straight toward the female disciple. Never mind the thick fog. To make matters worse, a thin rope, hidden in the fog, suddenly emerged from within the cracked mask. The female disciple's expression changed once again. Although she could dispel the fog, she could not escape the rope. Soon, the rope had wrapped itself around her a few times, tying her hands behind her back. Wang Baoli, she screeched. She had heard his self-introduction earlier on. She was enraged, but she could only stand there struggling. Wang Baoli blinked, but he quickly came to his senses, immediately lifting his head toward the sky, coughing. Actually, I wasn't finished. This Dharma treasure is not only adaptable but is also amazingly effective on humans, he said, but was instantly interrupted by the huge commotion in the voice transmission ring. The number of voice transmissions skyrocketed, instantly hitting the roof. Concurrently, on Upper Academy Island in the outside world, tens of thousands of people paid close attention to this battle, of which many cried out in alarm, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Even disciples of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion took a liking to this product. Although there was an abundance of such adjustable dharmic artifacts in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, the mask that Wang Baoli had made, though not without flaws, evidently had unique characteristics. And sometimes, such characteristics could have unpredictable effects during actual combat. It can do that too. Absolutely wicked. Too crafty. Wang Baoli, I despise you. I want to get 3. This dharmic artifact is amazing. To think it has 3 usages. First the face mask, followed by the fog, and lastly the rope. Simply impossible to guard against. It is worthy of being a formidable tool for bondage. All of you have a screw loose. So what if it can tie someone up? This artifact is prepared for our alchemy pavilion. Though that fog was rubbish, once we replace it, this baby will be awesome. Whoever smells it will faint. I want 10 of them.